Yeah, stay side. Aight, whether you ready or not.
Much like a pumpkin in October, these players are going to try to carve out their spot in the World Championship because this is the Autumn Championship. This is the final opportunity to get that PR, get that slot, that invitation, that golden ticket into the World Championship.
And if you've ever seen Sweeney Todd, you can probably grind him up and put him into a really delicious pie.
Shepherd's pie, I think, is one of the top ones for that. If you're interested, I'm sure you can find the recipe on Google. But for now, we're in the pre-show of things. Some of the matches have already been happening, and there have been some pretty intense ones. Some of these big-name players are starting to drop, and that's something that's kind of cool about the North American region is we have a lot of very strong players playing against each other in like the top 64 of things.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting bracket for sure today. And I know we say that a lot, and guess what? It's usually true. Not lying when we say it. But this one specifically, based on the seeding that came out of Mammoth Invitational, that, of course, didn't actually affect power rank, but it did affect seeding for this week. So we have, like, one side of the bracket that is really stacked, and I wouldn't want to be on that side of the bracket. If we, like, zoom in on the top 32 side of things, Duke, you and I were talking about this before we actually got on the pre-show here. We included several players here, actually all three of the players that are on the top half of the bracket. We then had to change once the seeds actually came out because, of course, we formulated our hypotheses last night before seeds were actually put onto the bracket and players were placed where they're supposed to go. That top half of the bracket, Sandstorm, Boomie, Cody Travis, Santy, that is a stacked top side of the bracket. That means like all four of those players are going to end up running into one another at one point if they're not actually knocked out before. It means a lot of those players are going down into the losers bracket early on, earlier than we would normally expect.
Yeah, it's going to be some very intense matches, especially those fights to get into that top 8. I mean, just talking about what's going to happen in just a little bit, once we get into the actual matches that are going to be streamed today, Cody Travis is going to have to run up against Santy for the fight to get into the fight to get into top 8. So there's some very serious matches that are going to be happening in just a little bit. But we're in the pre-show right now. People know some of these established names. They know the name of Santy, Cody Travis, Boomie, Sandstorm. So what we were doing with the pre-shows with the Autumn Championship is we're trying to talk about some of these other people, some people who are maybe on the come up. And so let's get into some of these people. Are you ready, Sparky?
Yeah, give us the first one that we're talking about today.
Yeah, this is a person who is kind of in an awkward spot, right? Like, they've been on the come up for a really long time. They've had these really good pops. I'm talking about they got a second place at the most recent North American Invitational, but still, their PR not really reflecting that kind of progress. I'm talking about Stingray. What are some things people need to know?
Stingray is a wild card. Every tournament he enters, he is a wild card. You know he can pop off. He can get that second like he did at Mammoth Invitational. But then if you look right before that, 25th at Spring Champs. He got right on the inside of Summer Champs. Right on the inside of top 32 and then lost. If you look at Parsec Invitational, 7th, so barely top 8 on that one. Back at Springs, he came out 4th. Back at Winters, he came out 5th. So those are two really good placements that he got back-to-back. That's kind of when we really started to sing the praises quite a bit of Stingray. We'd seen it a little bit in the past, but definitely starting out the year strong, getting it in Winters when Winters is sort of a weird tournament, and then continuing that and actually doing better in the Spring Championships when everyone's kind of warmed up now that the flowers are blooming and the birds are singing. So that was huge, but he's fell off a little bit, and of course it's relatively fell off. That's relatively for a player of this caliber, but in the end, he's a wild card. That always keeps it interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough person to put their finger on, right? Like, even just talking about when they first started really getting into the competitive scene, burst into that Winter Championship like you talked about and did really well. They were taking names. Stingray was one of these people that people were like really kind of like looking at and like, all right, is this going to be the new Sandstorm? Is this going to be the big guy who's going to be going up into those top echelons of players and fighting and getting consistent podiums? And the short answer is no. There's a lot of that volatility, but still showing that potential, right? Going into the Mammoth Invitational, going toe-to-toe, beating out Phazon to get into that top 2 grand finals, and then going up against Sandstorm. Of course, Sandstorm still took that gold medal, but you got to give credit to Stingray for being able to get that far, being someone who is, I mean, they, like you said, they got 25th at Summer Championship, which was only a month before. Like, being able to shake that off and then go into the Mammoth Invitational and do well, that's a commendable act.
And here's where the context of the bracket that we talked about just a few moments ago is going to come into play here, because we talked about how stacked that top half of winner's side bracket is. The bottom side, not as much. If you're looking at all the players in there, there's Phazon, there's Megd, there's Blazey, there's Zinker, there's Stingray, there's Radish, and then there's Snowy and Pugsy. So a lot of these players actually in the bottom half of this bracket are a lot of wild cards. Phazon could pop off today. He also could not. Megd could pop off today. Also could not. Stingray could pop off today. Also could not. Same thing for Snowy as well. So while the top side is super stacked, the bottom side is still actually really competitive with a lot of wild card players. You and I are talking about, like, okay, who do we really think is going to come out of this side of the bracket, the victor? We're kind of looking at Stingray and we're kind of looking at Phazon as that sort of filters down, but it also could be two other players.
Yeah, it really could go any direction. There's a lot of people with a lot of potential on that lower side of the bracket. There you're seeing right now, Stingray's current PR, gotten that PR number 6, has yet to get a gold medal, but has been very close to it, more than a lot of people, right? Like, we talk about some of our favorites in the North American region, but not all of them have as many silver medals as someone like Stingray, who is still kind of on the younger end of the people in the region.
Now, going into this, he has already reported in a Surrey for the day today, but we know he has a rotating cast of characters that he does regularly go through. He doesn't always just stick with one character. I'm looking at a Ragnir. I'm looking at a Sentinel, if you include some of the characters he played in the Invitational. Looking at a Thor as well, and then, of course, the Orion that he came out in the Winter Championship, I believe, 2 years ago, which was the big thing that really put him on everybody's radar. And I'm talking like stream radar. So all the people in the chat who don't necessarily play in the ranked leaderboard up at those really high levels in the 2300, 2400, 2500, and so on and so forth, that's when everybody really started to learn about Stingray.
Yeah, that's when he started to make a name for himself, more of a household name. But we'll see how well he does today. Currently seeded to do very well for himself. Currently seed number 3. Anything else you want to say about Stingray before we move on?
That's all I got on Stingray.
All right, coming up next, we're going to talk about another person. Potential flash in the pan, potential big pop-off, but also potential to not go too far. We're going to talk about Anonymous Alex, formerly known as Anonymous Alexi, sometimes referred to as Anonymous, but I think the technical term we're going to give them is Anonymous Alex. Somebody who did very well for himself, got 4th place at the Summer Championship, currently seed number 8 for this tournament. What do people need to know?
I'm glad you bring up the idea of a flash in the pan, because that's sort of my way of thinking for all of the players on default when they first break out of the mold and really get up in those really high parts of the bracket when they're coming in their top 8s, their top 6, their top 4, top 3s for the first time in their career. I am always initially a doubter, because we've seen it with so many different players in the past. They come out, they do big in one tournament, but they don't have the staying power that like a Sandstorm has, that a Boomie has, that a Cody has, that several other players have in this game. I'm still doubting Anonymous Alex at this point, and some of the results from today have reflected that as well. We'll see if he ends up coming through the losers bracket, I believe, but he has been top 8 since May. That's actually really impressive. That is including several community tournaments and the Summer Championship, like you talked about. It's actually 3 Moose Wars and the Summer Championship, like you said. But he got a 25th place at the Mammoth Invitational. That does not give me a lot of confidence in Anonymous Alex's staying power in what we've seen from him in the past. I'm looking at those top 8s, those top 6s, those top 3s.
I mean, by Brawlhalla esports standards, Anonymous Alex is a baby. He has just taken his first steps into esports, and he did it well, getting that 4th place in the Summer Championship. But by and large, this is a person who has yet to really take more steps. They're just starting to crawl and barely get up to walk, and they're still stumbling. So it's interesting to see what'll happen. I'm sure there's a lot of people who want to see this person thrive. I love seeing a newcomer do very well, but there's also a lot of people who are going to be doubting him, wanting to see him fall. And let's be real, right now, Alex is struggling a little bit today, having already been knocked down into loser's bracket by Crocky.
Yeah, that's tough. And there's 2 sides to that coin. Is like, it is nice to see new blood every now and then, but also when he's fallen down, he's also fallen to Crocky. A lot of people love Crocky. I love Crocky. Seeing Crocky succeed, especially on land, I remember back in the day of waiting, praying, hoping, cheering for Crocky to make it into top 8. That was always a huge, huge enjoyment to watch on land. So the fact that Crocky made it past Anonymous Alex here, just looking at Crocky's PR, where is it? I got to scroll a little bit. He's PR 26 coming into this one. You compare that to Anonymous Alex's at 18. That's sort of a big difference between those two. It's a mighty 8 places. So the fact that Anonymous Alex fell to Crocky, maybe Crocky's on today. We saw a tweet from Anonymous Alex earlier that said he barely woke up in time. And we know from Crocky that he eats breakfast.
He does.
So he might have gotten that nice meal beforehand that Anonymous Alex didn't get. He's going to have maybe some time in between sets, waiting on the top side of the bracket to sort of filter down, move some people into the loser's side. So maybe he'll get that chance to eat that breakfast. There you see Crocky's stats in front of you. PR 26 coming into this one. 1 silver medal. Crocky, my man. 33 top 32 placements. That's some solid numbers right there. A lot of that's back from the old days, but he's also, I believe, adding another one to that today. I'm not sure if that actually includes that, whether it's 33 or 34 after today. So congratulations to Crocky, but he's going to run into Hard EMJ, and then he's going to run into Sandstorm. So Crocky's winner's side bracket could be a little bit rough, but Anonymous Alex definitely has a long way to go on the loser's side of the bracket.
Yeah, Anonymous Alex not even guaranteed to get a top 32 right now. But still, again, it's very new blood, and it's a person that I think will be fun to watch if we get the opportunity. Likely might be able to catch them on that Pro Brawlhalla stream, that alternate stream that shows more lower side brackets. But will be cool to see. Definitely someone to keep our eyes on. Anything else you want to say about Anonymous Alex before we move on?
That's all I've got on Alex.
Okay, coming up next, we're going to talk about someone, again, so one thing that is, I guess, kind of a theme across all 4 of the people that we're going to be talking about today is that they each had this one explosive moment. They had this tournament where they took some big names and they got that meme where they're the Grim Reaper knocking on the doors of all these top players. This is another one, no surprise, Megd. What do people need to know?
Megd going into this one again. Just like we said earlier, one of those wild card players coming in PR 9, so going to be higher than if you're looking at like the Anonymous Alexes of the world down at like PR 18. So coming into this PR 9 right on the precipice of that PR top 8 in this region, which is very tough to attain. I don't want to just say, oh, they're outside of top 8, so I'm not even worried about them. I'm not even thinking about them. PR 9 is a tremendous accomplishment. Going into this one, you're looking at 2 major finishes for Megd. I'm talking about Spring Championships in 3rd and then the Parsec Invitational in 4th. Again, we have a player who has 2 really important back-to-back strong placements, incredible placements actually, coming out from that. That sort of is an interesting spot for the player's mental. That's what I'm always kind of focused on with Megd, is how the mental is going into the tournament rather than just like the actual physical execution, because you have those 2 successes back-to-back. And then if that success doesn't continue, that can weigh on the mental quite a bit.
Yeah, and speaking of mental, Megd has this play style, and I think a lot of people will use much less friendly words, but I'll say as simply as I can that Megd's play style will break a lot of people's mentals. It's a play style that can make people struggle, and that's one of the things that like works really well for Megd, and that's one of the reasons why he's been able to take so many big names, is that his play style will really stall people out. It'll really make them struggle, make them panic, make them do some less than savory actions in the attempt to get in on Megd.
Forcing players into situations where they become impatient are where Megd really succeeds. So if his bracket filters down and he runs into those players, then there's a good chance he's going to come out on top. One big worry I have, though, again, is looking at other placements that have happened since that 3rd and that following 4th for Megd. 25th in Summers. That is rough for a player of Megd's caliber. Even the 9th in the Mammoth Invitational, finishing outside of top 8 for a player like Megd is a little bit rough. Does have a nice little cast of characters here with the Thor, the Sentinel. You see the Ember on screen, and also the Asuri. But one thing that does worry me a lot about Megd is Megd has too much anime going on. And I'm talking about an anime profile pic on Smash GG, Twitter, Twitch, and I'm willing to bet in Discord, an anime banner on Twitter, and Smash GG. So I can never co-sign someone with that much anime going on. I just can't.
I really thought there was going to be more to that logic than just, I don't like anime.
Bad. That's the logic.
Okay.
Anime equals bad.
Well, who knows? Maybe this is Megd's Kirito moment. Maybe this is his opportunity to stand still and be like, haha, you're doing all your attacks and doing no damage. But either way, Megd coming hot off the 9th in the doubles just yesterday. I think Megd is going to be flying relatively high. We'll see how well they do today. Anything else you want to say about Megd?
Megd is, again, one of those players, like we said earlier, on the lower side of the winner's side of this bracket. So among those characters, Megd could be coming out on top. Actually, if we're looking at the set count right now in Winners Round 1, the set is happening off stream. It's Phazon versus Megd, and it's 2-2, so we're in a Game 5 situation there. You and I both thought Phazon might be coming out on top there, but who knows? We'll see as the bracket updates itself once that set has fully finished.
Okay, Megd doing very well for themselves. Definitely a stressful situation for Phazon. We can check in on that later, but for now, let's move on to one more person. Let's talk about Java. Again, same storyline as Megd and Anonymous Alex and Stingray, in that Java popped off in one seasonal event where he took a lot of pro players' names, and then since then has had a couple of hits and misses. What do people need to know about Java?
He's a Bodvar player, man. Through and through, Java is going to be locking in that Bodvar. That's what we expect from him, and I think that's what's going to happen today. If you're looking at recent tournaments that happened, there was a community tournament, I believe just a day ago? Maybe one or 2 days ago. It was the Mimi Dome Bamboo Birthday Bash, where Java came out on top. Now, some of your real top players, your real household names, weren't necessarily in that tournament, but did come out on top over Jade and Kev, which were two major contenders that might have come out on top in the Mammoth Arcadian. Definitely two players that were predicted by a lot of people to come out at least in the top 3, if not actually out on top. And I'm specifically looking at Jade on that, who was predicted by a lot of people to get that gold medal.
Okay, yeah, Java, definitely a good person to watch in the region, of course, like we talked about, has done very well for himself, has gotten multiple 9th places I'm seeing in the community tournaments, definitely a strong competitor, likely will be coming in with that Bodvar, leaning into that Bodvar hammer in particular, but definitely has a lot of really good things going for him. Most recent PR tournament was a 13th in the Summer Championship, where he seems to have fallen to Snowy, but still a great person to watch.
Yeah, Java is an interesting character because he is PR 8. So with that, he is a top 8 player in North America, but we see a lot of 9th places happening. We see outside of 9th as well. He came off of a tie for 13th yesterday playing with Stingray in the 2v2s. Now that 13th place in 2v2s is not necessarily the strongest, coming from a player like Java, who has placed much higher than that. Stingray also placed higher than that as well. So we'll see if that's actually a motivational factor or if it's a demotivational factor as we move in today to round out the Autumn Championship.
Okay, one last person we want to mention real quick, and it's someone that I think is suddenly on a lot of people's radars. Let's talk very shortly about Experience, someone who had an amazing day yesterday, but is criminally underseeded, and I don't blame anyone on the back end for not seeding him higher. Currently seeded, 129 for the tournament, but it's because he DQ'd out of basically every 1v1 tournament he's ever participated in.
Yeah, Experience coming in PR 146 in 1v1 is not really a surprise whatsoever based on all of those DQs. Now, we did get an update from production. Experience beat Kosalix in losers, top 64. So one, Kosalix went down really early. Experience was down there as well. He lost to Sandstorm. You might have seen him tweet about that earlier. Sandstorm was in his pool. So Experience going into this one is a big question mark after what we saw yesterday. Now, Duke, you and I were previously talking about this, is the stuff that he was getting away with yesterday with the cannon, fantastic, but a lot of it was heavily string based, heavily following movement, and a lot of that was assisted by the chaos of 2v2. But he also was just straight up soloing people on the edge, taking them out in a more 1v1 situation. So it's a toss up whether that will actually happen in the 1v1s once you take the chaos of 2 more players out of the game and you're just focusing on this player and this player.
Yeah, at a glance, Experience looks like a really strong 2v2 player, but I'm excited to see how well he's going to do in the 1v1s. Because again, new blood, an up-and-comer, first showed up in the Pro Series as the alternate. He was a fill, did well in the doubles, did amazing yesterday, and I think a lot of people want to see him succeed today to kind of prove that he deserves the accolades that he earned yesterday. But on that note, I think it's time to get into predictions. I went yesterday, so you get to go today.
All right, I'm going today, and I honestly forgot my predictions because we changed them and I forgot to write them down.
No,
but I
that's fair.
believe, all right, everybody get in real close. We're gonna whisper this one. I did block him on Twitter, so then he wouldn't see me putting him in the top 3. I did this yesterday as well. So everybody
let
in
him
chat,
know. Chat.
everybody in chat, be
Be
cool.
cool.
Nobody
Right?
be a snitch.
Pinky promise.
We know what happens to snitches
All right?
and what they
get stitches.
So well, I wasn't gonna say that. That's more of a threat of violence. We might get banned for that one.
Well,
But
no,
in third
who
place,
said where they get? Maybe it's on their clothing.
in third place, I'm bringing Snowy out for the bronze medal. Again, nobody tell him. Then in second place, I believe that Boomie is going to be coming out. That means in first place, we're going to have Sandstorm coming out on top, and I think we are going to have yet another classic Boomie Sandstorm set in the grand finals.
Yep, I'm of a similar mind. I have Phazon as my third, though. I think Phazon's going to be doing very well. Of course, one of the most consistent people in the region has been pretty consistent about getting into that top 3, so I'm putting my eggs in the Phazon basket for that part. But I gotta agree with Sparky in the top 2. It's gonna be Boomie and Sandstorm. Sandstorm is just a little bit better in the 1v1s. He's been stronger, he's been more consistent, and right now we're in the thick of the Sandstorm 1v1 storm. Like we've said previously, Sandstorm tends to lose Winter Championship and then just dominate the rest of the year in 1v1s, and that's kind of where we're at right now. We'll see if that holds true, or if maybe Boomie can get the upset, or if somebody else decides to do very well today. It'll be very exciting nonetheless.
I think this one is definitely going to be in October before the November to remember. So everybody keep your eyes peeled on the bracket. Keep your eyes peeled on the 2 different streams that we have going. Yes, there is another stream to show some of those unforgettable sets that you might not normally get to see. That is twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla, whereas this is twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. So definitely hit the exclamation point in chat. Type the exclamation point bracket in chat, and also go to smash.gg/Brawlhalla if you're on a different platform. Find a link to the bracket, follow along. You'll be able to see which matches are streamed here and over on Pro Brawlhalla. If you want to get involved on Twitter, on social media, hashtag BH Esports. We have our predictions. We're going to fire them out on Twitter. I want to see everybody out there firing out your predictions on Twitter as well. Hashtag BH Esports. Any other tweets that are coming out with a hashtag BH Esports might find their way onto the stream for everybody to see.
Yes, all great things said by Sparky, but on that note, we're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, we will be bringing you the top 32 of the North American Autumn Championship. Stick around.
The Order of the Exalted Lion was a group of great pride and honor, but it was also a group of great power. This great power is what caused the fall of the OEL at the hands, well, claws, of Octavius Mordex, thus throwing the world into chaos. Cast into the fires of Helheim, Diana lost herself in the encroaching chaos and was reborn with a fiery vengeance. Monsters are not born, they are created. Octavius Mordex is a self-made man. The silver and red, the last thing many monsters see. What evil has been summoned behind this new form? Azot. It's Azot. On a razor's edge, the Order called upon this infamous hunter. What side of the coin will he end on? And there was a queen who preyed upon the damned. All manner of arcane artifacts came bursting out of the gates of chaos. They weren't very subtle about their headquarters location. Maybe that's why it fell so easily. The pride of the lion roars across the land, even in defeat. The Exalted Lions return in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Season 4.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Brawlhalla Autumn Championship. Today is the grand finale, North American Singles, and we've got so many amazing matches for you guys. We've been in the midst of this tournament for a while now, and we have narrowed it down to the top 32 players in this tournament. Taza, I know you're excited about this one, man. Tell us what's coming up.
Yes, I'm incredibly excited about it. As you said, we're in the middle of that top 32 bracket. Some matches have already played out, and the matches that we've got on stream are going to be incredibly exciting to watch. We've got Moist Boomie going up against Little Capped in the winners round 1, and Cody Travis versus Santy, as they're going to be fighting to get those qualifier matches into winners quarters, which we'll be watching throughout the day. And those are just going to be amazing matchups. I mean, we were already so excited to see the return of Santy and to see how well Santy did in the doubles bracket yesterday.
They killed it, man. I mean, a big top 8 and then some, and some extra change. After an injury like that, Santy seems to be very strong. Maybe even stronger. Maybe he's come back stronger, you know? That's
it's possible. I mean, he was getting over 700 damage every single game. You know what I'm saying? Even when you have the Super Saiyan logic, that's how it works. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
it might be, you know? It's got strong bones now. But we've got some really awesome matches coming up that I'm super excited about. Let you guys in on what's coming up here. We've got Moist Boomie versus Lil Cat. That'd be the first one. Cody Travis versus Santy. Oh my goodness. Phazon versus Blazey. Who's gonna win that one? And then Stingray versus Snowy. And that's just for our casting block. That's only going to get us into the end of top 12. Still, there will be battles to get into top 8. Can you believe that we're not in top 8 yet when these are the matchups we've got? I mean, these matchups that we're laying out for you guys here have been top 3, like podium matches of the last 3 years. I mean, depending on the year you heard that, you'd think this was grand finals.
It's fun because every CSL championship, I feel like we ask ourselves the same question. I think I'm just starting to get to the point where I'm like, you know what? I can believe it because we've had so many people. Because now we have to worry. We have to worry about players like Megd and Experience that I'm absolutely certain are going to be breaking their way into 1v1s coming into the next year of Brawlhalla Esports. Right? I'm already looking into lower bracket right now, and Experience had knocked out Costlix at 33rd and already has torn his way to fight against I'm Llama as he's working his way through lower bracket. I know a lot of players are excited to see him in the singles space after what he did in doubles yesterday. So it's like, yeah sure, we're used to these names fighting here in winners, quarters, and winners round 1, but it's like we've got more names to add. Like eventually we're just going to have too many players in North America to keep track of that are capable of winning these events.
Yeah, we have to start the streams at top 64 to really catch the action. It's funny, I'm Llama and Experience are fighting right now, or they are set to fight right now on the Pro Brawlhalla stream, and both of those players have been recently knocked down to the lower bracket by Sandstorm. But now only one of them can go farther. Experience, a lot of eyes are on Experience, man. I mean, after what he did yesterday and how he really hasn't been around in the singles scene, so who knows how far he could go today. I guess we'll have to see. But before that, we've got coming up right now is Moist Esports Boomie going up against Rectify Gaming's Lil Capped, and this is quite a historical matchup here. Usually in 2v2, right? Because back in the day, back in like 2019, at the last LAN that we ever did, it was Boomie versus Lil Capped in doubles grand finals, right? These guys were like, Lil Capped has been the thorn in Boomie's side when it comes to doubles. Whoa! Singles, though, I don't know. And Boomie playing Reno right now? This is spicy. This is new. This is the new flavor.
I'm very excited about this. It's a pick that I didn't expect. And also wanted to mention that, okay, well, so far, Boomie has just been destroying Lil Capped. And it's because of this I was wondering, before this matchup started, I went in the Boomie versus Lil Capped head-to-head in 1v1s. Has Lil Capped ever taken a set? And it did show in the lifetime score, it was 5-2. So Lil Capped has had it in him to take down Boomie and knock him down before. Because I was wondering, this matchup looks like it might be a little one-sided, but Lil Capped on Small Brawl Haven's fighting back, getting used to the Reno signatures, and he's starting to get the hits in, but the D-Line recovery will be the first stock as Boomie's in the Reno, and that's so exciting, Photo. I've been playing this Legend a lot recently. Duke can attest to that. It hasn't been going well, but I like the character quite a bit.
Honestly, I mean, when we were making Reno, Boomie was like, we were like, oh, Boomie's going to slay on this Legend.
It was the Boomie and Cody Travis Legend for sure.
We were pretty certain that Boomie was going to get a kick out of it, and you didn't pick it up right away. Now that he's on here, it always made sense. I mean, Boomie, we think of Boomie as like the blaster master, dude. He is all about those blasters. He always has been. I mean, even back in 2017, he's taken tournaments using the blasters and causing problems for players in a way, and nobody ever really capitalized on blasters the way Boomie did. So the Reno now, it's so appropriate. Lil Cap manages to close out the stock. He's an orange here on the same stock that Boomie is. A pretty significant lead for Boomie right now.
Yeah, and to add on to how appropriate this is, what weapon was he doing so well with in 2s yesterday? The Orb, which is now a combination with the character. So we're seeing him really bring it out, and I'm excited to see if he sticks with the rest of the tournament. That's usually what Boomie does, right? He has a Legend prepared for each official tournament, I feel like. And I guess this one might be Reno, so let's see. Lil Capped is adapting pretty well, fighting back, dodges one Sarah, gets hit by the second, and a hammer recovery could be an early end for Boomie's second stock if he's not careful here. As he's been on the Orb and struggling to get anything to connect. Oh, that side air was that would have taken him down.
He really went out there for that one. He's getting aggressive.
Oh, and that's it.
Boomie's not waiting for Lil Cap to make a mistake. His Lil Cap's mistake would be waiting in this. Oh, we almost comboed off of the weapon. That was about to be super.
I wonder. I hope we can see what stance he picked, because there's like a decision between going movement speed or force. Oh, and I wonder which one he is.
He got it. No, what? Oh my goodness, Boomie! He was sweating. You saw the sweat. That means he had no recovery options left. But he knew. He must have known that his dodge was about to come back up.
Oh, gravity cancel.
Wow.
To the chase, such ground pound. Cider takes him down, but that was after getting hit by 2 sidelights in a row, too. Boomie has a little kept about as damage as he did when he had the 1 stock lead previously. And now over to the orb, tacks on some more damage, but Little Cap has him on the edge, and we can see that D-Light down sig that Little Cap loves to get so much, although I imagine Boomie's expecting it. There's no way he doesn't dodge out of that.
Yeah, I mean, that is the win condition for Little Caps right now, is a gimp off the corner using that down signature, I think. Or just a very perfect stock for a really long time. But, Woo, Boomie! Boomie got an early first stock there, and he just kept that momentum going through the rest of the match.
Really like that usage of the neutral signature there after the pickup. It's essentially a coin flip, right? Because so Little Cap, when he picked up the weapon, he's like, well, I'm going to get hit by Sidelight, in which case Orb Stare comes out, and then I'm gone. Or Boomie uses the neutral signature and covers the jump. Little Cap decided to dodge the Sidelight. Guess what? Got hit by the neutral sig. First time Boomie used it, and there he goes, off the left side of the map. Great read from Boomie, and Little Cap goes down in game number 1.
And we're going back to the same stage. No fear from Lil Cap here. Of
downers coming out so far from Boomie. Let's see if we can get the same thing started before. Nice shot from Little Cap getting with that side light, but the down air. Oh, Boomie trying to pivot the dare to catch him off guard. Gets the nair on the way back up. Dodges and pivots the down light, but it was so stacked that the side air actually was able to connect before that, and Little Cap gets some good punishes off those whiffed down lights from Boomie. So far, a better game for Little Cap in game 2, but that can change pretty quickly if these stairs keep hitting. Oh, man.
Yeah, once again, Boomie just getting an early lead here. He might just... If he scores the KO, Lil Cap's going to be in trouble if it's going to be anything like the last game we just saw. Oh, whoa!
Hard dodge down read.
He is really calling Lil Cap out here. Whoa, Lil Cap, he's getting spicy too. Okay, that really cost Lil Cap, but
yeah,
if it worked, that would have been the play to bring him back. It was
Lil Cap
and
myself. I feel like we're not expecting a Blaster's down air to have enough force at that much damage to take him off the bottom of the map, but it did. So the down sig really didn't pay off, as you said. And
well, we are on the smallest map. It's got to have something to do with it here.
Okay.
Oh, what a catch! Oh man, Lil Cap calling Boomie out. He didn't think he was going to go that low. And Lil Cap did a good job equalizing here. This is barely a damage lead now. You know, you were talking about the lifetime record that these two had.
Yeah,
5-2 in favor of Boomie. That's interesting. But, you know, these guys have both had very long careers in Brawlhalla esports, right? Boomie especially. He's been here since day one, practically. Day one of official esports, anyway. And Lil Cap not too far behind either. So I wonder how far back the 2 wins from Lil Cap in 1v1 go. I mean, obviously in 2v2, Lil Cap has, you know, back in the day, right? Little Captain iThrow, man, they were such a force in 2v2. Boomie takes a stock, has a lead here, but he is very damaged. Little Cap could equalize, and that's what we're looking for.
Blaster's D-Light recovery, so darn good on this map. It really is. You talk about the small stage, that's going to be taken him off the top as soon as possible. I mean, most of the move isn't even force. It's just the distance that you travel with your opponent. But the Sair, even bouncing him off the stage, takes him down.
It works conversely for Lil Cap, man. I mean, anything that he's doing with Hammer gets kills earlier now because of this stage. And then with Sword, you got the downlight recovery true combo for confirms in the same way that Blasters does. Maybe not quite as effective early on as Blasters could be, but still as much of a guaranteed KO as the Blasters downlight recovery.
Ooh, putting out the down sig. Has that aerial chainsaw effect. Something so cool about it, too, is if you put it out. Oh, the neutral gets the last blast. Let's see if we get the side air edge guard here. Yeah, nice thing
without
about
a weapon.
Lil Cap
desperately
out of
searching
it.
for a weapon. He punches Boomie away. He's able to grab the weapon. Now,
no
Boomie has no dodge. He has no dodge, but he doesn't care. No fear. He gets the neutral signature for the kill, and that was like the perfect distance from the corner where he landed that neutral signature for him to not bounce on the floor. It was a really ideal.
Has really been getting the jump reads on Little Cap with the neutral sig. The last stock situations. We saw that twice now. The first time it was off of a weapon pickup, but that time he just knew that Little Cap didn't want to touch the ground, and Little Cap really playing around, I guess, Orb. No, that was just dashing neutral sig. There was no way he was going to react to that. That was just a great play by Boomie.
Yeah, good read. I mean, Boomie has been known for that for forever, man. He knows what you want to do, and he's putting stuff where you don't want it to be, and that'll get you knocked out.
Oh, so now it's a 2-0 lead for Moist Esports Boomie against Little Caps. And they're on Brawlhaven again. And Boomie's having no trouble hitting him with all these blasters attacks. Lots of Sares, neutral airs, waiting for him to go for that weapon there. He knows he wants it. The neutral, not the right choice.
Good job by Lil Cap grabbing the weapon there. He had to sneak around Boomie for it. Man, look at Lil Cap coming to small Brawlhaven in Game 3 after losing on this map twice. He had more than enough opportunity to ban this out and maybe pick something else he hasn't lost on against Boomie yet. But he's determined. And honestly, they've been close enough for him to grab it.
He could get a stock lead.
He got disarmed here.
He gets his
and
recovery.
the KO! Lil Cap takes the lead for the first time.
Yeah. Very good on those recoveries. It's the second time we've seen him get that hammer recovery there.
Wow.
Okay, and Boomie spawns in.
How much
Uses a side
faster
sig.
could you ask for an equalized stock there? I mean, Boomie, he took 1 second. Like, the moment Lil Cap was no longer invulnerable, he gets the KO. That's pretty moist.
Hammer's back in his hands now for Lil Cap. Stop side light. Ooh, he waited out the side light from Boomie to get the scoop there, but nothing follows up afterwards. But some good damage is coming through. But Boomie, side light misses just barely. Will either player switch weapons here? Oh, Lil Cap starting to get used to those neutral sigs. But with the Reno's on neutral sig on the orb or the blasters, your response as an opponent is going to be the same. You just don't want to jump. Neither of those are going to hit grounded. And if Boomie starts conditioning him to stop jumping, we'll see a lot
then there's
more
all kinds of other
side sigs hit.
It's mental. It's all mental. Both players in red with 2 stocks remaining here, but Lil Cap's got his back against the wall. He has to win this, and then he has to win 2 more times in a row. If Boomie gets a win here, Lil Cap's going down the lower bracket.
I just said he wasn't jumping. Weapon pickup, jump.
Hard
Boomie knows it. Wow. I feel like at this point you could just guarantee that Lil Cap's going to jump after picking up a weapon because every time he's done that, Boomie's neutral sigged him and it spikes him. He doesn't bounce him off the stage. Boomie's in a position to get the stock for it. Lil Cap answers back. This is the closest the last stock scenario has been between both these players so far. Let's see if Lil Cap can win more often in neutral than not because Boomie has just been destroying him with all the signatures in Reno's kit so far.
Yeah. Lil Cap trying to maintain weapon control here, but Boomie actually 3, 4, 5. Oh my goodness, so much unanswered damage from Boomie even while he's unarmed. But Lil Cap's got him on stage. Again,
second recovery,
he can get the KO right here. Boomie drifts away from it.
He misses.
That was beautiful. Boomie snuck around the killing blow perfectly.
And now Boomie's really putting the pressure on. No punish for the neutral light. Lil Cap doesn't fastball. The D-Light recovery is not going to be enough. Boomie goes for the snipe. Neutral stick doesn't hit the last blast. That would have taken Lil Cap off the top. Nice punish on the down stick. Boomie dashing forward, trying to catch Lil Cap being on the ground, but Lil Cap's jumping a lot. Is the neutral stick going to be what Boomie gets to end this?
It's not over
down
for Lil
side
Cap
air.
yet, but he is just a breath away from being knocked out and knocked down to the lower bracket. Boomie getting aggressive for it here. Punish opportunity for Lil Cap. He whiffs the punish, and Boomie capitalizes. That's it. The set's over, and Boomie wins 3-0. Oh, giving him the thumbs down. Oh, boy. Woo.
It's probably for the color scheme.
The color scheme remix on Lil Cap here. We didn't talk about it. I forgot to talk about it.
But either way, great play coming out from Boomie there. Wow, man, I could just feel like the sinking feeling that Lil Cap probably experienced there with that down stick miss. He's like, guess
man.
I'm gone. There goes my stock.
That was too bad because it was a really great punish opportunity for Lil Cap.
It was.
It could have led to the victory, man. Imagine if he reset. If he got that game victory, the game would reset and he'd have another equal chance at taking the set from Boomie. But no, man. Boomie's got it with the Reno. I love seeing this Reno play. I mean, it's so Boomie. He's so good with orb. He's so good with blasters. The SIGs are good. He is getting hard reads out the wazoo on Reno. I wonder if he's ever going to switch off of Reno, honestly. This seems like Boomie's character. I'm here for it.
Well, if my experience casting Boomie says anything, he'll at least stay with the character the entire time through his winner's bracket run.
Yeah.
Right? It would take he wouldn't even switch off of it even if it looked rough. He'd stay on it until the very last moment on lower bracket. So I think we'll be seeing some more Reno to come. And speaking of which, the next matchup that's coming up, and the winner of this fight's against Boomie, is Cody Travis versus Santy, which means Cody could also pick out the Reno. How sick would it be? I'm being super hopeful here in terms of like the results lining up to have a Reno Ditto. for winners quarters, but there's a possibility that this character really starts to come out on his own here in the Autumn Championship, which is very exciting because it's a character that I've been looking forward to seeing competitive play for quite a while. North America in particular has those two players that I feel like can really push Reno to his limits, and that is Boomie and Cody Travis.
Boomie and Cody Travis will push any character to their limits, I'll tell you, man. Those are just some amazing players, and Cody Travis. Cody Travis is an enigma. We don't know what he's gonna do. You never know. But for sure it's gonna be a tough match here, and it looks like he's going with the Barraza. I love it.
Ooh,
I mean, Barraza, that's the
right.
play to do right now, right? Cody Travis has only recently found out that the new meta dev at the end of the year that's going to be releasing at the North American BCX Finals is Barraza. So obviously Cody Travis has got to dust off his Barraza and get it in tip-top shape for the meta dev.
That's right. And in the meantime, Santy on the other side with the Asuri, who already has a meta dev, right? He's ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And this is classic
not-
Santy. I love seeing Santy on the
Yeah.
Asuri. This is what got him where he is now. You know?
Yeah,
He has victories on
So
the
we-
back of Asuri and Hattori, but Asuri.
so it's going to be the Asuri versus the Barraza for game number 1 here. We're seeing the head-to-head. 5-1. Big favor for Cody Travis.
Yeah.
I know Boomie just bumped up that set record with Little Cap to 6-2
Yeah.
instead of 5-2. But
Santy-
technically a little bit more winning for Cody here.
Yeah, Santy only has one tournament match victory against Cody Travis, but things have changed, man. Santy is better than he's ever been, despite the recent injury and having to be out for a month and a half or so there.
Ooh.
Then again, it is Cody Travis.
Dome.
Oh man.
Yeah, we are really getting a blaster showcase so far. The beginning of this Autumn Championship here, but going straight from Boomie into Cody. Now Cody on the Barraza, which he's been playing for so long, opening up pretty strong. But once Santy gets in, that's like the strength/weakness of blasters. Amazing range, but there's that dead zone
Yeah,
to where
big dead
Katars they
zone.
love to be right inside of there.
Yeah,
And the only
you
move that
gotta
Cody
be.
really
There's no other
has-
option as Katars. You're either in the dead zone or you're getting hit. But Santy swaps
yeah.
over to the sword now. It's a little more, a little less gimmicky in how he has to get in here.
More reach, side light, beautiful tool. D-light side air will catch him, and he doesn't have to stay grounded for that. Masterful use of gravity cancels means you could jump right over a blaster's down light, punish them by hitting them in the head, taking them off the top of the recovery. We're seeing the sword really giving Santy the momentum.
Oh, a small error from Cody Travis is perfectly capitalized by Santy there. The ground pound for the stock. Cody Travis now has to play catch up here, but with how damaged Santy is, it won't take much for Cody to equalize the stocks, but Santy's going to take the opportunity. Every moment he's got a stock advantage on Cody. Oh no, the same error.
It's like the same thing.
The same exact error from Santy. What in the world? That is rare.
Miami
I have
Dome-
never
Miami
seen
Dome is
either of
just-
these players make that kind of mistake before. Now they both just made one. Was that Santy's like really clever way of a subtle homie stock? Like he didn't want to.
I don't think.
He didn't want to
I'm not
patronize
quite
Cody
sure.
Travis with an actual homie stock, so he made it look really good.
I'll tell you what, Miami Dome has taken stocks off of the best of players, and we've just seen it twice because that was literally the same style of
I
recovery.
can't believe.
Leading into that down air / ground pound edge guard. So Santy and Cody now, even on stocks, Cody more damaged, but has that higher defense. No Cody going in the movement speed stance, while Santy's going to force so they can deal with the tankiness of Barraza. So, ooh, nice
I like that.
job with the Nair side light. But, oh, Cody just blasted Santy out.
Oh,
that could be it.
Nicely done by
Nice.
Santy, and now he's got a pretty significant damage lead here. While he's got a stock lead and a damage lead, and he might be pushing this damage lead even further.
Oh, I thought it was going to be interesting for
Oh,
a second.
oh,
Cody
he
goes for
catches the
recovery. And the
spot
spot dodge read. Yeah. Not quite as long of a dodge cooldown as if Cody was in the air, but it's still good
he
damage.
gets
It's
the dodge read
Santy.
again. Santy's on fire. Wait, here comes the victory. Oh, but Cody Travis actually catches him with the recovery, fighting back, but he is bleeding out, man. Already in orange on his final stock here. Santy's still not down on this second stock of his, pushing his lead further and further. Oh, that was supposed to be the KO right there, but Santy slipped out of it again, and a nice dribble combo from Cody Travis to finally take the stock off of Santy. But is it too little too late, man? Look at the damage here.
That's that sign of Blaster's mastery to look for the down air and decider, which is true at certain angles, right? And he was able to get that there.
Yeah,
as you said,
it's
with
tricky.
The combo.
True at certain angles, at certain damage, based on the defense of your legend. I mean, it really takes some finesse.
Oh, and Santy with that chase touch down. Almost got the cider on Cody.
He committed to it, but I understand why he didn't, because we've seen Cody Travis reverse that situation here. Plus, he's got such a big lead. He doesn't need to get crazy with it. Santy taking the first game of the set. And we've got a cat howling at the moon here. What is this?
I think it's a little backwards, yeah. But so even with that like strange homie stock situation thing on the right side of the stage, Cody never really bounced back from that early stock left that he lost. And when Santy really started coming online with the sword, I thought he was going to be the sword the rest of the game. No, he ended up switching and using both weapons perfectly well. Lots of amazing dodge reads on the Cody, and Cody struggled after that first stock to really catch up, and Santy just ran away with that game number one.
They had almost the exact same amount of light attacks. Interesting.
One more for Cody.
But more damage per engagement for Santy. He's making them count.
Look at that. Half of the attacks that Santy put out hit that game. That's
big.
That's amazing. That's
big. Well, I would guess, with blasters, the accuracy for anybody playing blasters, I think is going to be a little lower on average, because blasters will do more covering an area rather than aiming at the opponent. Whereas Katars, I think you're a bit more deliberate with all of your attacks in that. If you don't hit them, you get hurt as a result. Like, there's no covering an area with Katars. So maybe naturally you'd have more. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to look too much into it like Santy. Santy won, so whatever, right? He did better, regardless of what the numbers say. But now Cody Travis is starting off with an early lead here. And, Santy gets disarmed, and that's an early stock! That's a 30-second stock right there, Taza.
I'm pretty surprised that down signature caught him, because we saw Santy trying to recover over the side of the stage, but Cody, with the down sig, you naturally fade back, and then it just ends up hitting him at the end of the move, and now with that D-Light Nair comes through, Cody really did so well on the axe, and this is more of a playstyle that I was expecting to see from Cody, where he'll have the axe to deal with Santy's Katars, and then the blasters to fight against the sword. And so far, so good for him. The D-Light recovery comes through. Santy could take that stock pretty quickly, but man, Cody just absolutely putting the hurt on in this game, too. Santy's at the same amount of damage, but down a whole stock.
Yeah, this is not good for Santy. I like how he retreated.
Oh, he tried again. Try to get him with the same down sig read.
I mean, it's sure looking like Cody's going to go up 2 stocks here, and he is pretty content. It looks like he's dedicated to this mission of getting 2 stocks ahead. Santy is very close to death here, fighting back with a Qatar side air. It's not enough. He dribbles off the floor here. Cody Travis has the opportunity. Oh my, he was about to pivot, gravity cancel the down sig. He's going for the hardest reads there are.
And Santy was just kind of like, what are you doing? Neutral at recovery. I know you're not just gone. But I mean, if it hit, the damage would have been done, and that would have been more than just in-game damage at that point with that pivot down signature there. Cody really
that would have been a
showing
victory.
his mastery of that. Down signature on blasters, just as strong, if not stronger. Definitely so good at being able to take people off the top of the stage, but he might not even need that here. Just side airs. Might be able to take it up, pick up recovery.
Wow.
Beautiful, punishes the side light.
He picked him up with a recovery off of a Qatar side light. Is so close to the ground. And Cody Travis is now a legitimate full stock ahead. He's lapped him in damage. And at this point, it'd be very difficult for Santy to bring it back here. We might just be, well, you never know. With players of this caliber, you truly just never know. Santy could bring it back here. And here's how it happens. Here's how it happens. One more hit. He gets the punish. Santy bringing it back. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I can, because that was, I mean, it was so, I can't believe how Santy was able to get that. Santy was able to get a neutral light that hit Cody before Cody's down air finished like casting. I guess because there's a little bit of startup to the move. And then immediately changed it into the neutral signature. Cody, not ready for it, uses all of his jumps to make it back. And Santy, the offstage master, you just expect it from anybody who locks in a Surrey in competitive play to be able to close out on those edge guards. And Santy does it. And now Cody really playing off the back foot. It feels like Santy stealing that momentum away from him. And Cody had nearly a 3-1 stock lead. Now the game's in Santy's advantage.
That was an incredible comeback stock for Santy. And at this point, the comeback doesn't matter anymore. It is purely just 1 stock versus 1 stock. Both players in orange. Anything can happen now. Oh, Cody uses
and
dodge off
Cody-
stage. This is Santy's opportunity. He is taking it, but Cody sneaks around.
Yeah. Santy looking for these nairs on the way back down to the ground. Neutral looking for the dodge read. Cody does dodge
Almost
down to
got
get the
it.
punish. Downer hits, and that side air. I think Santy's close to losing these guitars.
Yeah,
I think even if
yeah,
the next
yeah,
neutral
yeah.
light hits.
I would be swapping if I were him here. Because the next big hit's
buddy.
going to do it. He's going to get side aired off the side, and he'll be in big trouble without the guitars.
Oh, man. Santy, though, still on the hunt. Side air misses. Santy goes with the nair. Down light gets the double down light, but the
got
down air
it.
misses. Cody's taking so much damage with
Oh,
the side air.
no,
There it
the
is.
side air.
Knocks it out of his hands.
Just as predicted.
And that's it.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We just told the future there. Sorry to ruin it for
Yeah.
you guys. I don't mean...
Oh, yeah, right.
I don't mean for
one sider
clairvoyance
out the
to get in
edge.
the way.
I mean, yeah, right. You were talking. You described that scenario 45 seconds ago.
It's literally what
I remember you said it's like, well, it's going to be one-sider. He goes off the edge. Cody denies the weapon against the edge
And then he
guard.
gets the... Yeah, man.
Well.
It's an important thing to pay attention to is the when you're going to lose your weapon. And you called out the weapon damage, and it's true. It's not just HP on the weapon, right? There's like a little more to it. It takes a hit of a certain amount of force to actually knock it out of your hands after the HP of the, quote unquote HP of the weapon is drained. And an axe cider is exactly the type of thing that'll do it. And when you're at red, we've seen all too many times how losing your weapon and not being able to get a new one when both players are deep in the red, it's a throw to throw. But in this case, it was a disarm to KO, I guess.
Yeah, and it's just something to be mindful of because there are players that will opt in or opt out of a weapon priming playstyle, and the ones that don't care about switching their weapons so much, that's the thing that they're going to have to pay a little bit more attention to, because Santy was definitely on the hunt most of that game, but because he never swapped out the guitars, it ended up leading to his downfall.
Well, he had
Cody,
some opportunities, so there were some moments where he knocked Cody Travis away and he had a weapon sitting next to him. He could have grabbed it with zero consequence, but
Right.
I guess, either just not thinking about it or willing to take the risk on, I need guitars now. I don't want to switch to the sword. Ooh! Nice!
Okay.
I love that.
It happens to everybody. Yeah, side sync, you just see Cody's just lingering on the side of the stage. He's like, you know what? I don't think I'm going to react to this. And sometimes people just like freeze when they see it.
It's a real kind of like prediction that you have to do there. Like Santy there was no guarantee that's going to work. He's not punishing anything. He's doing it purely in neutral and thinking maybe this will land before Cody reacts. And he was right.
Well,
about
and
it.
the one thing that's nice about that signature too is because you travel so far, if you miss, Santy was in a position where he would have traveled off stage, descended a little bit,
he could
the
have
punish
held
would have been a
on
lot
to
harder.
it to continue retreating. Yeah. Oh, look at this. Tied at 2 stocks, same damage. Set is also tied up 1-1. Man, I mean, a match like this happening in just top 12 is incredible. No, this is top 24 even. This isn't even top 12.
Yeah,
and we're having an
quarters.
even match with 2 previous tournament champions. Both of these guys have won 1v1 tournaments before.
Who, by the way, are going to fight against Boomie, and that's still not even top 8. So, yeah, I guess you're right.
The talent
brackets are getting a little wild in NA for sure.
It's just changing now. I mean, 2 years ago, we didn't really have to. There weren't any crazy ups. There weren't any. It was very easy to figure out who's going to be in top 8, right?
Yeah.
And at this point now, that who's it going to be is now extending into top 32 with just the talent pool in North America increasing like crazy. It won't be long before. I mean, even right now, I'm sure if we scroll back to top 64, there are some matches that are like, whoa.
Oh, Cody so far in the second stock. This is the same situation that we had on Enigma, where you were like getting ready to be like, all right, Santy, nice try. But then he got the neutral signature spike, but it's looking even rougher this time. It's like 5 clean hits on blasters.
Even if he gets a huge gimp here, it's still going to be tough for him to win at this point.
Oh, Cody was just absolutely owning that space. The fact that the downer didn't hit surprised me. Oh, Cody trying to go for a pickup recovery.
Oh, Santy is desperate for a KO. Oh, yeah.
That's it.
That was, I mean, even if Santy got a KO there, it was still going to be extremely difficult for it. Cody Travis with a significant lead through that game takes the lead now.
That recovery.
2-1.
I'm excited to see the light attack accuracy from Cody in that game, because now I'm like curious. I never really thought about like that the point you made about blasters versus guitars when it comes to light attacks. Yeah, 83, 39% accuracy. I guess it's not. You're never going to get 50 on blasters.
Yeah,
You are
but
zoning
we
a lot
can
with that
see a
weapon.
clear, if we're just comparing Santy now to Santy then,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not looking as good.
Definitely.
And the damage
the
per
damage
engagement
is
for
lower.
Cody Travis is up immensely.
Oh yeah,
He
and
was
that's
like
pretty
20
crazy.
before.
Because outside of like D-Light side air or D-Light recovery on blasters, a lot of what you're doing on the weapon is just playing around where you expect your opponent to dodge or jump. And Cody's just so good at that. Like he's not hitting triple sidelight on blasters because it's true.
Yeah.
He's hitting it because he expects you to try to get out of the way or whatever follow-up you're doing in the air. And
Yeah.
Cody makes it look good. Look at that. Like that side air to down air, he was expecting him to go in. And he caught him.
Yeah.
So
He's reads on reads, dude. He reads in his sleep. He dreams of reads.
he dreams of
He
reading.
dreams of reads. And Santy,
Reads.
we have Santy here reaching deep into the pocket looking for a character swap, and he's switched over to, oh no, I think he thought he had
switched-
more and more jump than he actually
Demon
did.
Island. Those walls are short
That's
for
unfortunate.
sure. And,
That's unfortunate.
Santy and the Thor now. Sideline Cider will hit Cody, but he's going to have to chew through a lot of that defense to be able to get that combo.
He's
to knock
basically
out.
been lapped in damage already. Okay, no, he's preventing the lap, but I mean, he's still got so much more to do. He's got to take an early stock here to stay in the game, or Cody's going to run away with it again, I think.
Thor doesn't exactly have the greatest early stock signatures, but with Hammer, you could just continuously hit those solid. That was
too far
That was
gone. He by the time he landed the downlight, I think he either wasn't expecting it to land or he just actually was too far when he landed it, and he couldn't connect the ground pound with it, despite it being a true combo. Just the positioning takes some finesse. Santy finally scores a KO on Cody Travis, not before being put into red damage himself. It's not a good position for him to be in. He's going to have to do a lot on this stock, and this is a great start.
Yeah, the scoop isn't hit though, and Cody gets him to the side air, and he's been put on those down six. I think only the first one hit since he started using those, but the constant pressure of them is definitely encouraging Santy to not dash.
Yeah, it's a
onto the
looming
stage.
threat, that's for sure. And Cody is making sure he knows, like, I'll still do it. I'll do it again.
All just to lead to the final neutral signature that'll end this.
Oh,
that was
what a
an
play by
amazing
Santy.
silent
Wait a
center.
second, Cody can still make it back, but just barely. Oh, yeah, he scared him off there. Nice
Santy
job.
brought it back?
Santy actually brought it back. Not only did he catch up, but he's taken the lead here. Now he's got an opportunity for some extra credit. What a game by Santy.
That was a crazy gravity cancel side light, really taking advantage of the stage there to know that Cody was trying to dip down that low, but he still needed to touch. So Santy goes out the gravity cancel side light side air, and even though they didn't have enough force to knock out, Cody had no jumps left. And now Cody, evening up the game, is at a deficit, wants to change that as that down air hits, but Santy, great job with the orb recovery, and the Thor could bring him to a game 5. Whoa. Cody's so quick.
Well, Santy has got to get it done right now, because if Cody wins this, he's moving on to top 8. No, top 12. We're not even in.
Yeah.
Whoever wins this moves on to face against Boomie in top 12.
Oh, D-Light, that could have been into
so
recovery.
Close. Can Santy take us to a game 5? He's off the edge now. Cody's going for the kill, and there he is!
Wow.
Oh, man! Cody Travis with the final knockout, taking the set away from Santy at the last second. Cody's going to move on to top 12, where Boomie is waiting for him. And Santy goes down to the lower bracket.
Man, Cody makes Blaster Sair look so easy. It's not. He makes it look at how good he is with that. He's not just putting out Sair after Sair. It's just when he uses the move, it's connecting last blast, always getting that knockout. That entire stock was off the back of him just having a masterful usage of Blaster side air, and Santy goes down despite that really great gravity cancel side light Sair off the edge to take the stock lead. Well played by Santy, but Cody Travis is going to be the one taking that set,
powerful,
winning 3-1. And going up against Boomie, which means we have the possibility of that Reno mirror match. Do I think it's going to happen? I'm going to say yes. Do I actually
You
think
just got to
that?
put the
No.
energy out there into the universe.
But you know what? It could happen. Either way, we're gonna have a really amazing Blasters Ditto that I love to have
that's
the
for
opportunity
sure.
to
It's
see
going
all
to be
the time.
Blasters v Blasters, I think. And Santy going down to the lower bracket, he is not going to have an easy time in the lower bracket either because his next match is going up against Pierre. And then even if he wins that, he'll be going up against Ethan right after. So
Wow.
there's tough times down there in the lower bracket, man. It is North America has become so difficult, it seems. I mean, the talent pool is out of this world. And you can see it there. I mean, that was a top 24 match. Would you believe it? That could have been grand finals a year ago. In fact, it might have been. Both of these players have won singles tournaments before, very recently. And here we are. These two are facing off against top 24 because that's how seeds have shaken out. And all of this time, the talent pool's shifted around so much. Players are just so good now, and you never know what's going to happen. So what's our next match coming up here, Taza? It looks like
the next matchup is the one matchup where we feel like we actually do know what's going to happen. Voda.
Yeah.
It's Sandstorm versus Hardy MJ, and Sandstorm PR #1 for a reason. He has just been winning every single event since the Winter Championship, not including, but the last seasonal championship, right?
Yeah.
14 games played between himself and Boomie through winners finals to the grand final reset. Comes out on top in game 10 in grand final reset to win that last matchup. And then had the Magyar throughout the Mammoth Invitational, which, by the way, is the legend he's locking in for this matchup coming up right now. Sandstorm versus Hardy MJ.
We thought that was just a goof. We thought he was just playing around.
He experimented with it, but even
Now
while
it's
playing
real.
around, what did he do, Foda? He won.
Well, that's what happens.
So why,
he starts playing around, and then he's like, wait, I'm sick. Wait. That's what happened with Zul. But back when Zul used to be a meme, right? And then Sandstorm was like, actually, I can win every tournament with Zul. And everyone's like, wait a second, Zul's sick. And it's really just what Sandstorm decides to unlock the potential of. And I think he's doing that with Magyar now.
It's pretty amazing in Brawlhalla history how much this has happened. Because I remember one time Barasa was a meme, and then Dobrain and Pugsy won with it. And then Olgrim was a meme, and then it became the best character in EU, right?
Yeah.
And and then Zul was a meme, so at least Zul's competitively played. And now maybe that's the case for Magyar.
And it's the players who shape how things actually shake out.
Absolutely. And I'm so excited to see him on this Magyar here. Now, Hardy MJ, another story. Definitely one of the few players, if not the only one, that really has pushed Sentinel to his limits in competitive play, right? Wrench brings out the Sentinel in 2v2s, but Hardy MJ really showcases him in singles, and it's his ability to spike with the Qatar down sig off stage. That is what I love watching with Hardy MJ so much.
Hardy's killing
and maybe we'll get to see a few of those against Sandstorm here in this best of 5, because so far, it looks like he might take the first stock.
See, Hardy, I mean, it was looking rough for him at the start there, and now that he's lost his guitars, I'm a little worried. But Hardy, man, he's takes the first stock against Sandstorm. He's dancing around. Look, don't sleep on Hardy MJ. Look, he's seed 9 in this tournament for a reason. There's over 5,000 people in this tournament. He's seed 9. Let's not go forgetting how good Hardy MJ actually is at this game. I know it's easy to think that when you're going up against the 3-time world champ as Sandstorm, but Hardy's got a shot here, I think. What an upset.
Well, and more and more often lately, we have been seeing Sandstorm lose early matches in winners bracket, still with the tournament. But there's players that will just catch him off guard. And Hardy MJ, definitely one of those legend specialists. But man, Sandstorm, when he's got the groove going on with the greatsword so far, he has been popping off. Downer sidelight uses that bridge, but no, can't quite get him. Sandstorm now with the weapon still. Hardy gets in. I'm waiting for those down signatures. He loves using that Sentinel down sig on guitars to catch him off guard, but instead he's just been playing some really solid neutral, and game's close. Oh, into the weapon too. Sandstorm gets the recovery. Not as much oomph on the greatsword recovery as there was last year for good reason, and Hardy can survive maybe one more of those before it's going to be it for his second stock. We see Sandstorm just trying to get that stock finisher right now. He's just been jumping around.
There it is. He was hunting for that recovery the whole time.
It's difficult to avoid for sure. And the momentum, when used correctly, if you get it on the fast fall, you dip down, touch the bottom of the stage, come up. There it is! Yes! Foda, I love that. He's the only guy that can get it. He can get it so consistently.
That's a Hardy MJ special right there.
Oh. So good with the Sentinel downsig on Katars. And now he evens up the game perfectly for that. And he started to take a little bit of a lead. Sandstorm fighting back with a wake-up down airs. Oh, but Hardy has Sandstorm off the side of the stage. Let's see what he can do.
Down to the final stock here. It's just game one.
Oh, wow. This is tense. This was one of those game one moments where I feel like the person that takes game one takes the rest of the set. You know what I'm talking about? It's like it's one, you got to steal this momentum and you're going to run away with it. Let's see. Sandstorm putting out the side lights. Hardy getting in. Down air, down light. A little bit of damage. Watch more. Oh, they slide past each other with neutral lights and down lights. Just trying to get that first starter.
Ooh,
Hardy goes to the downsig read again, but Sandstorm was ready for it this time.
Oh, this is coming down to the wire here. Sandstorm barely.
He just slipped past that recovery. That would have been Hardy MJ stock for sure.
Oh, wait a second.
Side light
this
dash
could be the killing blow for Hardy MJ. He goes for the tricky weapon throw. It doesn't land, and now he lost weapon control. He had the opportunity to grab that weapon, but he gave it up to Sandstorm. Is he going to be able to get through this? Sandstorm trying to hold on.
Oh, he's guarding the weapon so hard.
Oh, man. Hardy MJ now with the Katars. It's going to come down to the final hit, ladies and gentlemen. They're both damaged. Who's it going to be?
He didn't get punished. I can't believe the neutral didn't get punished. Sandstorm went for the recovery punch instead. The down in there. True combo, not enough damage. Sandstorm avoids the weapon throw. Hardy MJ gets the side sig.
We bet it all on a side signature. GG's come out. And I think Sandstorm actually insta-locked into the Magyar again. He doesn't care. He's not going to let it stop there.
Oh, that's exciting because this matchup is so good. And, man, Hardy MJ off of the back of all signature knockouts here. We're seeing the sidelight, D-light. There's the down sig on the dodge down read. Getting the spike. So good at that. And then the side sig. So he gets a hammer neutral sig, a hammer side sig to end the stock, and then the guitar down sig to win the game. The signature accuracy from Hardy MJ so good in that game number one. As we saw there, using so many of them, getting half of them to connect. Sandstorm not really using a single one. And we're going into game number two on Apocalypse with Hardy MJ with the set lead so far, 1-0. All right. Sandstorm really opening it up with these down airs from the Greatsword. Doesn't get the right read. Hardy MJ tries to neutralize him there as Sandstorm goes for the weapon throw, picks up the hammer now. Let's see if Sandstorm's going to get a little more creative with Magyar's signature kick, because before we just saw nothing on Brawlhalla, and Hardy MJ continues to eke by with this lead. Sidelight hits, and Sandstorm's dodging away, but he's not getting any wake-up punishes for it, and that neutral light recovery will put Sandstorm towards the top of the stage. It's still a fresh hammer, so a few more hits before he gets knocked out of his hands, but it isn't even going to matter. He might just get knocked off the stage with this weapon in his hands at this rate, as Hardy MJ is one signature away from taking the stock lead.
Sandstorm is hurting right now. Hardy might get an early stock against Sandstorm. I mean, in the last one he had to steal the game at the last second. We haven't seen Hardy MJ with an actual stock lead.
Yeah, definitely.
It changes things. I mean, people play differently when they're in the lead versus when they're trying to catch up.
Oh, man.
And he gets it, okay, with a stock lead. Hardy MJ is in a really good position now. Very damaged, though, right? Sandstorm could just equalize in one hit. He's got the hammer now, perfect for such a thing. Looking for the stomp. Oh. Hardy's very well aware. Sandstorm's looking for a stomp here. Whoa! 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 Oh my! He's crazy! Oh, he's actually crazy. He just SD'd. He just SD'd.
Yeah.
He went a little hard for it.
He almost had the spacing all of that perfectly to where the recovery would have touched the ledge, but he didn't. He did go pretty hard for that. He was willing to trade that stock that he was so damaged on for the potential of having a full stock.
Yeah,
doesn't quite get it.
It would have been worth, for sure. I mean, it was worth trying. It didn't work out, but I think it was worth trying.
Oh, but he's not fazed by that. He's still getting these wins in, and Sandstorm's really struggling to get something started with the Greatsword. As I say that, side light, D-light, side light finisher. Sandstorm doing great with the weapon so far as he puts that side light out, just trying to poke Hardy. But that snare caught him out of a jump. Oh. Okay, nice nair. I thought Sandstorm was going to go for a recovery there. I think Hardy MJ thought that too, and the nair catches him off guard and gets Hardy MJ out of his fastfall recovery. And Sandstorm makes it back to the stage with some extra damage to boot. Great job on the Greatsword so far. The nairs are coming out, but that neutral stick for Hardy MJ, ceiling just a little too high.
Yeah, it's pretty close though. Sandstorm without a weapon, and Hardy MJ catches the neutral signature grounded, and now he's got a pretty major lead here. He could push this into a lot more. We have a rare moment of Sandstorm being put on. Oh my! Oh!
Let's go!
Hardy
Get
MJ!
it!
Wait!
I thought he was gonna keep going. That was like the classic guitar string. That we were gonna get it again. No, he goes for the ground pound reset, down air, try to read the spot dodge or dodge in with that down stick. Recovery comes through. This is the Hardy MJ show. He has just been hitting Sandstorm nonstop. D-Light side air. There we go. Finishes the stock, but Sandstorm really took a beating before ending that stock there. All right. Oh, and Sandstorm just trying to catch him off guard with the recoveries. Nice shot with that neutral light finisher. Nair's coming out as well, but Hardy MJ catches him out of that recovery. Side air spot dodged. Hardy trying to catch the landings with the neutral light. Oh, okay, no down air from Sandstorm after that follow-up, but he picks up the hammer, tries to get the recovery. Oh, no dodge means Hardy MJ could get punished, but no! Sandstorm went for a jump read. Hardy stays grounded, goes for the weapon throw into side air, and Hardy continues to tack on some damage, but Sandstorm, he's been making this closer and closer. Oh, no! Drops the stops there!
Uh-oh, Sandstorm's catching up. Hardy MJ had a pretty significant lead here, but now the lead has been closed, and Sandstorm could just take it from him. Hardy was winning this entire game, and Sandstorm is ready to steal it from him at the last second. Hardy, he's going to Hail Mary a signature. That's his play.
Yep,
that's how he does it.
Yep, that is. Side stick can come through here as well.
He's hoping and praying. He's hoping and praying. Maybe with the hammer.
Oh, it's side stick time.
Oh, that's not enough.
Ooh, he dodges the weapon throw.
That was great.
And he dodges past the dive kick. Hardy goes to the dashed up side air. He has the guitars at hand. He might want to go for the neutral light recovery at this point. Hammer picked up, doesn't get the side air. The weapon throw's still active. He gets the recovery now.
If that led to a KO, that would have been the highlight of a century. It doesn't matter because Hardy MJ steals it away. That's 2-0 now in favor of Hardy MJ against Sandstorm.
Wow.
Will Sandstorm swap his legend?
That's
what everybody's wondering right now.
That's the first replay highlight is the accident there, because I was going to mention that, right? That game, the difference being Hardy MJ actually had not only a damaged lead, but one of the stocks he lost was an accident. And that neutral stick taking him off the top is showing us how good he is with these signatures. I mean, man, sure, 25% accuracy. He's been throwing out 12 of them, but he's hitting them, and we're not seeing any of those signatures coming out from Sandstorm. And a lot of the time, Sandstorm's relying on Greatsword recovery or Greatsword Nair to take Hardy MJ out, and those moves just don't have the oomph to take Sentinel off the top. It feels like fast
that was kind
of the D-Light side airs.
Yeah, that was kind of the big thing with Sam, especially when we saw him winning with Magyar in the Mammoth Invitational. He was getting wild with it. He had a bunch of signatures being used, and they were all landing. He was like, it looked like a commercial how he was playing, how well everything was working out for Sandstorm there. And this time, seeing him with a 0 count of signatures just goes to show that he was playing off the back foot the whole time. He was never in a position to get experimental or have quote unquote fun with the way he was playing with it. You know what I mean? And now we can see that Sandstorm has actually swapped his legend. I think you all know.
Oh, really?
I think you all know what's coming up here. I don't need to say it.
This is the true. This could be the true test for Hardy MJ here. As Hardy MJ was really showing him how it's done when it comes to maining a legend with that signature kit. But if it's legend that I think that you're saying, this could be very terrifying. Reverse 3-0. But Hardy MJ, I mean, it's something to be said to be taken off two games in a row off of Sandstorm here in the qualifier match for top 8, meaning he only has to take one more game to knock Sandstorm into the lower bracket and fight against the winner of Moist Esports Boomie and Cody Travis, which would be incredible.
That's going to be such a match. Not even in top 8. We're watching Boomie versus Cody. That's been grand finals in so many. Oh, man. Okay, well, let's focus on the task at hand here. It's Sandstorm versus Hardy MJ. And yes, it's not a mistake. You are seeing the correct score up there. Hardy MJ is ahead in the set 2-0. So Sandstorm has to win 3 games in a row right now to get this done. Otherwise,
but how do you get it done?
He's going down the lower bracket.
This is a Mordex. This is a Mordex cosmetic suite, right? That Sandstorm's basically patented, right? So many players use this skin because of what Sandstorm does with this character.
Trying to look like Sandstorm. We all know it. This is his style brand.
And he's opened up pretty strong so far. Hardy MJ hasn't got anything started too hard. The gauntlets and scythe from Sandstorm, terrifying to go against. and the ground pound comes out. Down sig, I feel like at this point would be enough for RDMJ. Sandstorm's not dodging down into that ever again. After getting spiked on game 1 on Brawlhaven, we've just seen him punish that down signature twice now. D-Light into the strong hit, kicks him away, goes to the ground pound. Hardy gets the dive kick with the gravity cancel neutral save.
What a crazy
hits
thing.
him, gets the knockout, and acts as a recovery tool.
What a crazy thing for Sandstorm to go for right there. It got the stock, and it got the stock early too. And yeah, it doubled as him recovering back to the stage, which is what made it so tricky. And now Sandstorm's got nearly a full stock lead, and you gotta wonder, he's just messing around with Magyar, and now he's like, gloves are off, I'm going hard now.
Well,
you've got through the first boss, now welcome to the real show.
Actually, I think you literally described it, right? that's exactly what it is for a lot of these times with players like these. Not to mention
oh my goodness, Sandstorm!
Well,
that was such a fast dude. It hasn't even been 2 minutes. It's barely been a minute and a half, and Sandstorm's taking 2 stocks. We are witnessing the power of the legend swap here for Sandstorm.
We've got a few games to talk about some other stuff, Photo. Let's think about it. Anyways, let's see what RDMJ can do. Because Sandstorm, those, and it's all been off the back of signature kills as well. So we can see that Sandstorm just doing so well with these knockouts on the side signature and the neutral signature on Scythe. He's only got one more signature in that kit to
He wants a 3-stock. He was trying to prove a point here. Wait a second.
Yeah.
Is he actually going to 3-stock RDMJ? No.
Okay. Stop cider.
There's a moral victory though, in not getting 3-stock. No matter how if RDMJ loses now, I think he can still take pride in that he did not get 3-stocked here. Oh, that's it.
Ooh.
Oh my, that's so clean.
JV
so
though.
Clean.
JV
That,
though.
yep, JV3. That counts.
Less than 200 damage. Gravity cancel sidelight to just say get away from the stage. You don't belong here. This is my home turf. Apocalypse coming through for Sandstorm. Yeah, I think this is the side sig off of that, right? Yep,
Man, that's
catches
some
him,
early
and that covers
stocks.
that covered so much. That covered him trying to dodge above Sandstorm there, but just the ice from the attack covers that entire dodge and angle. He would have had to diagonal dodge up or jump away to be able to avoid getting hit by that. And we're seeing out of the 3 sigs that Mordex used, that Sandstorm used, 2 of them hit. And they resulted in a knockout. So Hardy MJ is bringing Sandstorm 2. Sandstorm's like winning a stage. I remember 2018, 2019, it was just a fun stat to be like, Sandstorm has played the most on Mammoth Fortress, like, I don't know, like 100 games or something.
Yeah.
I had to talk
like
to,
a 90
to production about it. And he had like a 90% win rate on Mammoth, so it's like, people just keep taking him here. I'm like, why? Take him to other places, just have a better chance. It's proven that this is where Sandstorm's the best.
Statistically proven to have a better chance at winning against Sandstorm on any other stage.
Imagine having over 50 competitive games and a 90% win rate on one map. That's so amazing to me. And we're seeing...
Whoa, Hardy. Oh, man. Hardy you saw him trying to stall out the recovery. He wanted to trick Sandstorm into going for the edge guard against the wall, right? So that he can get over the edge guard and touch the wall safely. But Sandstorm completely knew what Hardy had coming there. He was waiting for Hardy to finish, try to stall out all of his options, and then he had to come back to the wall eventually. Sandstorm pinpointed the perfect time for him to be coming back to the wall and capitalizes for an early KO once again, man. Sandstorm, it's so different when he's on the Mordex.
Yeah, it's kind of wild when I really think about it, that Hardy MJ was doing such a great job tearing apart his Magyar, punishing him, getting all those signature knockouts left and right. Okay,
that was sick.
That's a good.
Oh man, he didn't even get
I
a
like
stock
that too.
Off of it. Oh, but it's not over.
Because what Hardy MJ would usually do off of that downlight there, that's when he would put up the down sig. Sandstorm dodged down in game number 1. Ever since then, he's been jumping and dodging up. The neutral sig covered at that time. So Hardy MJ is conditioning Sandstorm with his Sentinel play enough to be able to change up the signature punishes and get rewarded for it. And now, in game number 4, it's a 2-stock-to-2 situation. Sandstorm's still very much with the momentum here as he just destroys him.
Wow,
as I'm talking about that. Like,
that was
2-stock-to-2. Sandstorm's like, what are you saying? Stop talking. 2-1 now. All right, fine. Oh, it could be 2-0 at this rate. I'm so terrified whenever I see the sidelight. Sidelight from Sandstorm almost means stock gone.
Yeah, well,
like,
Hardy MJ, he is well aware of the mistakes not to make when you get caught in Sandstorm's sidelight. You know, don't dodge in. And Sandstorm will tell you that. Just don't dodge in, or he'll get you. He has the kill combo locked and loaded. Hardy MJ is being real smart about how he escapes the scythe strings. He's well aware of what Sandstorm is capable of and what Sandstorm's actually going for. You know, Hardy's, I think he's in a good place mentally, despite losing that last game pretty harshly. I mean, he's still in the lead. It's still 2-1 in his favor. And he's got Sandstorm in kill range here. He might be able to take the stock before it's too late. That's a good start. One more. What's it going to be? The gravity cancel neutral sig.
Ooh, you got it. You knew it. It was the neutral
man,
sig.
it's such a good killing blow, and it's working well
This is
for
scary.
Hardy. It's
This is- all right,
just
so-
catching Sandstorm.
Sandstorm could play amazingly here, but if Hardy MJ gets one of his amazing signature reads, which so far all he's done is hit Sandstorm. Sandstorm can't find a weapon, and he's denying the weapon. Hardy MJ smells it. He knows. He knows this is like, okay, I have to win this game right now. This is the best it's going to be. Grab out hits, and Sandstorm's been trying to recover this entire game. Qatar's primed. This is crazy, Foda.
Yeah.
We were talking about how crazy Sandstorm's Vortex was, but these neutral signatures of Hardy MJ really caught him off guard. Okay, there's the delay.
Hardy's got to be careful now. You're right. I think he does need to win this right now, even though he can afford to lose another game in the set.
No dodge.
No, he's still alive.
Okay,
Oh,
Hardy,
Sandstorm's
he's
on
got to
the
get that
hunt.
side light.
Oh,
But the
no,
side light
everything
misses.
he's trying is not working. Sandstorm is just...
Oh, no scythe, no scythe. He has to pick up the gauntlets, but Silent into recovery.
He's fine
you
with
know,
the gauntlets,
Sandstorm,
though.
he's so good with Silent recovery here. He's trying to get the pickup recovery. That's it.
Man, it actually worked. Ladies and gentlemen, Game 5. We are into a Game 5 now. Sandstorm versus Hardy MJ has us on the edge of our seats here. And even though it seems like, oh, Sandstorm, he switched to Mordex, it's the real deal now. No chance he loses. You're wrong. Look how close that was. Look at the health up in the top right corner. Woo, that could have been anyone's game there.
Well, it definitely compared to Game 3, right? With Game 3, I was looking at this, I was like, oh, why did you do this to a Sandstorm? But now it's like, oh, wait a minute. Hardy MJ is adapting really quickly. And as we talked a little bit about before, I feel like Hardy MJ's done a great job conditioning Sandstorm's dodge habits to where before he was trying to spike with a down sig. Now the neutral signatures on are hitting.
Now dodging upwards is getting Sandstorm knocked out. Honestly, I think Sandstorm not going Mordex until his back's really against the wall. I don't think that's playing around or you know, content or anything like that. I think that's a legitimate strategy for Sandstorm, not to be showing his full hand before he needs to. Right?
Well, and there's
the more
also
people get used to fighting his Mordex, the less potent it's going to be.
Yep.
And you're seeing it here with Hardy. He's getting more games than anybody against Sandstorm's Mordex. And he did well in the last game. I know I'm saying that right after he gets knocked out by some really nice ground bounce from Sandstorm, but it's part of the strategy here. I believe Sandstorm will switch off of Mordex as soon as this game's over, and it'll wait until somebody forces him onto it again. And that's not for funsies or to call anybody out. It's strategic. Don't let people get used to fighting your Mordex. Don't let people download what you're doing.
In fighting games that have that as a strict mentality, where it's like, I'm switching my characters because I don't want you to get used to my characters. And that's something that you are definitely describing there that I've personally been up against in competitive play and other things, and have seen on stream as well. You're absolutely right. Not to mention that just having that secret weapon that's Magyar, where against players that just don't know how to deal with the Great Sword, having that in Sandstorm's belt would be amazing, and that's likely something that he just wants to test. And Hardy MJ
gave
clearly.
It up. That was almost
very good against
guaranteed.
that.
I can't believe he let Sandstorm back up onto the wall there. He had basically no recovery options left. Oh man, he's gonna risk it in neutral against Sandstorm now, putting him on even footing despite the huge advantage he had. Hopefully Hardy can get a KO here. Otherwise, Sandstorm's gonna push the lead even further. He's maintaining weapon control. This is good. Off the side still. Oh man, he is just not letting well, now nobody has weapon control. Okay, Hardy. Lucky on the weapon spawn, still maintaining weapon control, but there's a weapon right there. What is this? Sandstorm's like, fine, I'm gonna do it unarmed.
Dude, Hardy is it's something to be said. When Hardy MJ is weapon starving Sandstorm, it is such a different game.
Yeah,
it's so very clearly that Hardy has just got complete momentum, and he's just stopping from getting when Sandstorm
he
picks up the
spent 30
scythe.
seconds there just denying weapons, and it did lead into a KO. It was totally worth him doing that.
Yeah. Oh, but Sandstorm with that sidelight kicks him up with the weak hit, gets the cider afterwards. Hardy getting hard punished for that recovery as that nair comes through, and Sandstorm's looking for these recoveries to catch Hardy as he floats around through the sky, trying to follow with these down airs. But nice job. Every time Sandstorm's gone for a weapon throw, Hardy MJ's like, I'm dodging it and I'm hitting you for it. But unfortunately, that time he couldn't deny Sandstorm from getting the gauntlet.
Yeah.
So now I'm scared.
I think
I'm scared for us.
Oh,
okay,
good
okay,
punish.
all right.
Good punish. Woo, Hardy
Huge.
MJ, perfect capitalization there.
Huge. He's still going. Oh, side light, strong hit. Let's see.
Tricky from Hardy.
MJ.
He went for the speedy recovery there after stalling on all his previous recoveries. It's a good mix up from Hardy.
He's low
He's
on
gonna have to mix it up
jumps.
again. He used his dodge early. He's still alive. Oh, Hardy. Sandstorm snatches the weapon from the corner before he even made it up to the top, and he takes the stock. Oh, man, this is Hardy MJ's last stock of the set. It's his last chance to prove he can defeat Sandstorm on the Mordex. Imagine, if he wins this, he's going to top 8 winners side and taking seed 1's position there.
It's close.
This is it. We're down to the last stock, Taza. It all comes down to this for Sandstorm
it's
versus
huge.
Hardy MJ.
Good nair, and the weapon starve is so good for
he's
him
got
here.
weapon
This is
control
exactly
now.
what he needs.
Oh, and
Neutral light, double neutral light, side light.
So many reads, Hardy MJ.
Keep denying
And
it.
now
Go
with
back to
weapon
guitars
control again. And
the guitars are primed.
Yep.
So, but Sandstorm
that
sneaks
was a good
through,
one.
double
Good
nair.
timing on Sandstorm for the weapon spawn. Oh, they are both so equal right now.
Oh, the down air catches him, but he avoids following in. He didn't dodge in.
Yeah,
Sandstorm's
could've
looking for
been
that dodge in. That time he even tried to catch the dodge up, but he diagonal dodges away. Weapon throw, not dodge, but Hardy gets the nair. Second nair misses, but that nair from Sandstorm takes it even more damage. It's so close. Dodges exchange.
They're playing so differently now that we're on the final stock of the set. It is so intense
okay.
here. Oh, that would have gotten a KO.
Side stick avoided.
Oh, Hardy's got to be careful
no.
with the downlight. He dodged early. He's got no dodge.
That's it.
Oh, no!
That's it. Wait, can he make it
He's
through?
Done.
That's
Game
he's
over.
gone for it.
Sandstorm wins. And I think it all came down to that early dodge that Hardy MJ did there. In my opinion, there was no reason to dodge that early. You do that when you're knocked so far off the side that you're convinced you're going to get your dodge twice in the 3 seconds it takes to recover back to the stage and get your dodge back again. But in that case, he was right in front of Sandstorm. Look at this. Dodge right there. That was the win for Sandstorm.
That was
you dodge like that against Sandstorm. He is hyper aware of the dodge cooldown and when his opportunities are to score the KO. But that really came down to the wire there. I know we just saw Sandstorm get 2-0'd on Magyar, switch to Mordex, and then win 3 in a row, but you have got to recognize just how close Hardy MJ was to winning that one. It is never guaranteed. Victory is never guaranteed, and especially in North America, anything can happen, and upsets are more realistic than ever. Well played to Hardy MJ, but congratulations to Sandstorm now, moving on to top 8 on the winner's side.
Yeah, and that means we've got the matchup that I have been talking about all day, Foda.
We get
I'm
to
excited
cast that?
for this.
This is us?
I believe so. I think this is Moist Esports Boomie versus Cody Travis. I'm like, it's what's next on the screen. Unless we skip around, which
This
it's
is our
fine,
last set.
But I really want to watch this one
Let's
because
go.
it's going to be the two best Blasters players in the business going against each other for that winner's side top 8 to fight against Sandstorm. What a crazy route all of these players on this side of the bracket have to take to get into winners finals. And man, it's going to be, yes, it is. Okay,
this is going to be quite a treat for us here. I mean, man, this is just, I feel lucky. I feel blessed right now. We are about to watch Boomie versus Cody Travis. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not even in top 8. That's the state of North American tournaments right now. It's all over the place. There's so much talent. Boomie and Cody are fighting before top 8. This has been grand finals of many tournaments in the past.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And it could be this Reno versus Barasa matchup, which would be incredible. Cody has experimented with the Reno, not to too much success, but Boomie, I can already see locking in the Reno for this game number 1. Oh, look at that head-to-head. It is 4-4 in lifetime
It
score.
doesn't get any better than this, man.
Oh, okay.
They are both completely equal on their chance to win this game right now.
Wow.
Boy,
that is
$142,000. Boomie's doing all right. Brawlhalla Esports. Get it. Get it. Get that money.
Boomie is doing.
Holy cow.
Doing incredibly. And like we were talking about a little bit earlier, the winner of this is going to be going on to fight against Sandstorm, which was Boomie Sandstorm was the winner finals of Summer Championship of the Mammoth Invitational. Shook up seeds so much that they're going to be encountering each other a little bit earlier on the bracket. Doesn't mean they won't see each other again.
Right.
But Boomie has to win over Cody to even have a chance for that
Yeah,
rematch.
Boomie's got quite the path ahead of him. I mean, he barely dropped in seed. He's at seed 4 right now from probably would have been seed 2, I imagine, with more expected results from the Mammoth Invitational. But that's just it. The Mammoth Invitational, Boomie performed less than ideally by his own standards, I'm sure. And it didn't affect him that much, right? Just down to seed 4. That's still way up there. But that small shift has got Boomie now fighting Cody Travis, and if he wins this, then Sandstorm. Arguably the two most difficult people in this bracket. I say arguably because that's not what the statistics say. It's actually Phazon, who's seed 2, Stingray, who's seed 3. You still got Snowy in the bracket. You got Blazey in the bracket, all on the top side. I guess there are no easy guaranteed matches anymore. Once you get the top 24, no matter who you are, even if you're Sandstorm, it's never guaranteed. We just saw it go down to Game 5 last stop.
And when it comes to Brawlhalla, when we're getting to these top 8, top 16 players, a lot of the times we have to look at player matchups more than we have to look at the seeding and the PR, right? When it comes to the history of these players. And seeing that Cody and Boomie are 4-4, I'm curious to see what Boomie and Phazon's history when it comes to head-to-head matchups. I imagine, at least in my memory, Boomie has a winning history against Phazon, whereas Boomie and Cody has been a lot more
It's perfectly even, 4-4. Yeah. That's so exciting. We can't even go off the stats to say who's going to win here. There is no precedent for who's going to win right now, except that I guess the best precedent we have is that Boomie has placed higher more recently than Cody Travis. But, like, that's true. Who cares, right? Cody Travis could easily win this. Boomie could also easily win this. This is going to be quite the match, and we're not even in top 8. Just blows my mind.
Yeah, so excited to see how this is going to be playing out. I already see, yes, it is the Barasa locked in for Cody as they're going to be going up against Boomie
This is going to be good.
The Reno. So game 1, we'll see where we're going. I feel like Boomie has been really encouraging these small Brawlhaven picks, but Boomie's doing the map bans, and there it is. Cody was left with Brawlhaven, Small Enigma, and Miami Dome. Of course, he's going to go to Brawlhaven as we're going to have stocks flying all over the map here in game number 1 of this best of 5.
Yeah, clearly, Boomie wanted to send Cody to a small stage, but it helps Cody just as much as it helps Boomie. I think. Is not. No one is at an advantage because we're on this stage. What's going to happen is that we're going to have a wild fight where stocks can get taken very quickly here. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man, this feels like the main event, but we are in top 12. It's a battle to get into top 8 here with Cody Travis versus Boomie. Amazing.
You know what, Foda? Every match that we're casting is the main event, okay? And with Boomie and Cody on the screen, that's exactly how it feels right now. With that neutral coming through, the neutral sing in, the jump, Boomie with the double neutral sing.
He's
do
gonna
the
get
triple.
The finisher
Get
here.
the triple.
One ground pound, there it is. Textbook, perfect. Oh my God, the bread and butter. Boomie just, dude, he laid it out there.
How does he make that move
awesome.
look so good? That move is quick, and it's particular. Where it hits, you have to be accurate with it. And he gets 2 neutral sticks into that quick jumping ground pound from the orb.
Cody can just equalize right now, despite how quick that all happened. Ooh, he was pixels away from just ending Boomie's stock right there. He used the gravity cancel. That's risky. Wow, wow.
He's been trying to get that neutral stick. He's trying to get the spot dodge.
That almost worked, too. Boomie was, I mean, that was like a frame of invulnerability. One less frame of invulnerability, it wouldn't have worked.
Cody's drifting out with his jump now instead of jumping straight up to avoid the neutral signature. We'll see if Boomie's able to get those again. Cody's really been in control of the second stock. Even though Boomie's getting hits here and there, well, I say that Boomie can turn this around.
Boomie's starting to run away with it. It's incredible how far Boomie has extended this first stock because he has been one hit away from death for a long time. Yeah, there we go.
Did you see that down air? That was crazy. It just barely eked over the edge so that it connected with Boomie.
Yeah, his line of sight he had was like 1 pixel wide. Oh boy, but Boomie again, just takes it just like that. Oh man, and that's he's styling. He's styling. He's profiling. This is Boomie. This is Moist Boomie. A new level of Boomie here since joining Moist Esports. It's clear
for Boomie to do the down air side sig. Reno, as a character, is actually interesting with his side sigs. You get so much distance with these signatures that you actually, most of the time, don't want to dash first when using them because you'll dash past your opponent when trying to punish him. So he did a down air, just raw side sig, 3 nairs in a row.
He's
means that Boomie's on the verge of 2-stocking Cody at this rate as that down air comes through. I was expecting the down sig, and so was Cody. Slider comes through, but that's like you remember when Volkov came out with slides down sig.
Cody just missed input right there, I think.
Yeah. Oh, the weapon throw combos into the side air, down air, Boomie,
that was
quick
aggressive,
two-stock.
dude. He dove down there with that down air.
Yeah. That's how you like to see orb down air used. That and bouncing it off the stage with the spike.
It's so
look at that! Look at the double neutral sig.
And then
this was so
this
cool.
ground pound was perfectly placed. I mean, Cody did everything he could. He drifted away. He delayed. He mixed up his timing and positioning as much as possible, and it just didn't matter for Boomie. Like, Boomie was aware. He got the read. He knew what Cody Travis was trying to do. And he pinpointed the perfect time to land that ground pound.
And that ground pound also showed a mastery over punishing Blaster's recovery, because he knew with how much mobility you get with it, Cody still has to eventually drift to the stage, and he calculated the distance that it would take for Cody to drift there right into the end of the orb ground pound. It couldn't have gotten better when it comes to showcasing how to edge guard with orb. Boomie's just incredible in that game 1. And now Cody, after getting 2-stock, is bringing Boomie to small Enigma. And we're in game number 2 with Cody having a better start than game number 1 as that sidelight hits Cody on that fastball.
I have a good feeling for Cody Travis playing on small Enigma here. The Axe neutral sig with these platforms so close to the ground, I mean, they're in perfect Axe neutral sig range.
Even Blaster's neutral signature. And you saw him going for that for the sidelights as well. Oh, like there. But Boomie's just dodging straight in. If Cody hard reads the diagonal dodge in with down sig after sidelight, he could get it. But that, I mean, you got to be pretty crazy to down sig
how about you
after
hard
a
read
sidelight.
the down sig? Oh my good, target acquired. He nailed that.
Yeah. That was great. Using the down signature off the edge of the stage, forward facing spikes Cody. Not a super powerful move in its own right, but the angle that it knocks you back is similar to Blaster's down air, to where you just get so rewarded for it if you get it off stage. Cody equalizing way faster this game than game 2, which is pretty big, because Boomie went from brought Cody from white to red before he lost his first stock last game. Oh, wow. Huge. Huge damage.
Cody's taking a damage
sidelight
lead now.
there, sidelight. Nair, neutral light. Cody getting the down air, the dodge in, read into the side air. Cody's just getting it inside to get to 0 to death. Oh, what? Cody. That was shit. I mean, you were talking about how Cody reads to the sleep. I mean, come on. That
was sleep. Yeah, that was a lot of reads.
That was beautiful.
That was a lot of reads. Holy cow, that is huge. Well, you don't get too comfortable because Boomie can turn it around just as fast.
Oh, the duel with the Blasters here are so
this
cool.
Is
Boomie getting the nair.
Are they just Blasters dittoing? Cody hasn't wielded an axe at any point in this match, it feels like.
Gets picks up the orb, goes to the side. Say Cody gets a double on orb recovery.
And he avoided the weapon throw on the way to that recovery, too. That was pretty slick.
Oh, is it down air? Down air against the stage?
Wow,
yes! Down air
out.
catches him. Oh, I love that. The orb downer, and it's so difficult. It's such an amazing attention to detail, too, with how the orb downer works, because you'll still get that grounded, well, when you use the orb downer close up to the ground, your legend will bounce off the ground with their hand, right?
Yeah.
But if you use it against the stage, it still goes past the stage while you get the bounce. You get the momentum bounce while still getting the edge guard, and Boomie got that perfectly there. Such a hard spacing to connect with. And the neutral light, and he tried to chase dodge Granny, get to the side light. Oh! Boomie went for the neutral light punishment. Cody doesn't get it. Oh, man, it's so close. Is that it? Delay recovery just barely. Not enough to take off small Enigma, but one more of those would do it. But Cody could get any number of signatures off of any of his weapons, and that would be it for Boomie's his last stock. Who's going to get it, Photo? It's so close, and Boomie
again,
with the punish.
He goes out there way aggressive and gets the punish in the air, before Cody can do anything. That's not a punish, I guess. He's just going out there and getting it. It's a surprise. Everybody always stalls out the recoveries, and the edge guarder always waits for the final moment.
Let's see
but Boomie's gaining all this success from he just went out there and got it. But Cody had all of his recovery options left.
Yeah, I actually think that was technically, I'm air quoting a punish, because Cody just left Axe recovery there. I think Boomie punished the very end of Axe recovery.
He might have actually still been in the end lag of that move. You're right.
Yeah,
and it is,
which is amazing.
It is a very
that Boomie thought
move,
of
that recovery.
Yeah, a lot of players, and I mean, I'm definitely one of them, right? Like, you will use your recovery move on your weapon first if you don't think you're going to get hit by a weapon throw so that you get that extra distance. And then you can choose to use an exhausted version of it later. But Boomie read that so far ahead of time that he was there to meet him with the side air before the move even ended. And Cody goes down in game 2, and Boomie on the verge of 3-0ing Cody Travis to fight against Sandstorm in winner's top 8.
That's very impressive. I mean, I think a lot of people out there are expecting this from Boomie, but the reality is, their lifetime matchup history is equal. It's 4-4. I mean, this really could have and should have gone either way, but Boomie is dominating. I mean, he has leveled up recently.
Oh,
holy cow!
Downlight.
Oh my! It's the Boomie Show. Welcome to the Boomie Show.
Oh, and he's trying to follow with these falling side airs. Cody hits it with his own side air. Ground pound could be huge here, but no, Boomie doesn't even use a recovery. Cody doesn't want to risk it. He knows how low he is compared to Boomie. He's weighing out this wall
stalling
slip.
it out. Oh, man.
And he waits for the move, and he gets the punish,
Cody only had to wait like 2 more jumps for there to be no more opportunities left. But he was trying to read Boomie there, and Boomie he got the mix-up on him. And now Boomie, again!
How is he
just don't even
read
bother
the down
waiting
air
for their recovery options. Just go down there and get it, like Boomie.
So good with the orb. Neutral light gets punished by Cody's side light, but I mean, Cody's got to take the stock, take no damage, and then do the same 0 to death that he did in the game prior. Yeah.
And that's
just
to stay alive in this set, right? Because he's down 2-0 in the set right now. Boomie is well on his way to a top 8 winner side here.
So far, so good. Go over the down sig. I'm surprised he's not trying to slide charge.
Woo! There it is.
That's it. I was about to say it. There's a neutral grab.
Oh, he did it.
We got it.
Oh, my.
We did it.
He did it. He equalized. That's insane. I mean,
I accidentally said we did it because I really want this to go to game 4 and 5. So let's see.
I see you, Taza. You're playing vicariously through Cody Travis right now.
Oh well, it's difficult because you're
a Barraza main, and you're.
But it's my new character is Reno, right? That's who I'm trying. So I'm watching like my old main versus my new main fight against each other right now, and it's just awesome for me. Neutral hits,
and you were like, we did it. Oh no! Oh, Boomie, he's still. Look how aggressive Boomie's getting off stage. I love this new.
Is this
it? This new meta that Boomie is defining here of the most aggressive offstage interactions ever.
He avoids the neutral side light. Doesn't get the nair. Cody didn't expect it to hit. The neutral light misses, and the D-light recovery seals it. Boomie with the 3-0 over Cody Travis. Cody Travis, amazing 0 to deaths in both games, but he just couldn't keep it up as Boomie was just too consistent on the Reno orb, blasters, signatures, everything looking beautiful as Boomie takes that game. And man,
GG.
What a great set.
Yeah. Oh man, Boomie, that is so impressive. Every KO Boomie got is a highlight, man. I love how hard he was going off stage. He was just, you see it all the time. The players, the recovering players stalls out their recovery options, trying to bait the edge guarder into punishing early, and then the edge guarder now has to wait for all their possible recovery opportunities to get the edge guard ground pound, the checkmate ground pound or whatever to finalize the edge guard, and Boomie just threw that whole meta away. He's like, if you jump just 1 extra time than you should, I will get the KO, and he got it like so many times. I mean, he's just diving out there and getting the side air or getting the ground pound or even the down air, like way before, like Cody's like, hey, you're not supposed to do that yet. There's a whole chess game we're supposed to play before you finish me off like that. And I love it. Boomie is defining the meta right before our eyes, and I think we're going to probably see some more of that in this tournament. Man, what a good set.
I love the orb play, particularly the ground pounds. I think orb ground pound, definitely one of the harder ground pounds to use because you have to release you don't have to, but to get the most out of it, you release the move earlier to get the extra distance. And we saw him do that against the Blaster's recovery, an unarmed down air, and then the down airs on orb in general, catching him off the edge right as Cody ekes up above the stage. Amazing play from Boomie. And you're right, I think there's a lot of new things that we're seeing from Boomie on the orb that we just don't get to see very often in competitive. And this could bring Boomie really, really far in the bracket. But I mean, that winner's top 8 match. That's going to be the
We'll
match
have to see.
right?
Yeah, the next
Yeah.
match we watch Boomie play on this stream will be against his teammate and longtime rival at the same time, Sandstorm. That's definitely going to be quite a sight to see. But one more shout out to Moist Esports sponsoring Boomie. I mean, that pick clearly seems to be working out. Good pick, right? Good pick. Moist Boomie. Maybe he'll go to the top. He's got quite the road ahead of him. But before we get into all of that, guys, we got to take a quick break here. We'll be right back with more Autumn Championship action. Don't go anywhere.
The North American Autumn Championship continues. We've already found 2 of the top 8, and we're about to find 2 more ready to fight for us. Phazon, Blazey, Stingray, and Snowy.
Ooh. Okay, yeah, these are like where the matches are getting absolutely insane. I mean, we just saw some of the crazy highlight clips to get to this point. We know Sandstorm and Boomie, they're already sitting up in winner's side top 8, but who else is going to join them in that upper echelon of this tournament?
That's the big question, and it's so insane because, like, I mean, just talking about, like, the pre-show where Sparky and I were talking about it, like, all of these people have the capability. All of these people have been in the winner's side of top 8, so it's such a volatile region where there's just so many killers, and that just means we're going to have some really good Brawlhalla action in just a little bit.
Yeah, so this one I really want to talk about. You were saying that we got Phazon and Blazey that are kind of sitting on deck. They're one of the groups that still has to play. Phazon, you know, a ton of people very familiar, top 8s and BCXs, just absolutely phenomenal, wins doubles tournaments, phenomenal in singles tournaments, but the opponent that he's going up against, Blazey, not as long-running of a history up on those podiums.
Yeah, by and large, experience numbers would favor Phazon, but I mean, just looking at how he's playing today, going 3-2 against Megd, that one went down to the wire. On the other side, Blazey 3-0'd Zinker to get into this fight, and that's a much more confident victory going into it. Even looking at yesterday, Phazon did very well, of course, outplacing Blazey in the doubles, but even inside of those matches, Phazon was not putting out big numbers. He was not really shining the way that we expected from him.
And I mean, you can see it here in the numbers, just as we're looking at the docket for the rest of the day going into this. Power rank 4 versus power rank 20. This is the largest spread that is still on the board.
Yeah, that's pretty insane, and it's kind of funny because it's like we have 4 versus 20, 6 versus 13, and then power ranked 1 and 2 are going to fight for our viewing eyes, which is going to be fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, that's happening. That's already winner's side top 8, so it's farther into the tournament, so that makes sense that, you know, at that point you've only got 4 people left up in that bracket. You got to bump into those guys eventually.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to win a tournament, you got to get through everybody and become the crown victor. But it looks like we're ready to get into this match. We've got our players. Phazon locked in. Little bit of a surprise pick. Going to be coming in with the Mordex. Of course, we've known that he's got the gauntlets. We've known he's had the scythe, but he hasn't really bust out the Mordex in the past.
Yeah, it's, you know, everybody always loves the Phazon Giro. We see the Val, sometimes like Wushang from him. So it's got the gauntlets, it's got the scythe. I'm curious to see what the marriage of those two look like. But Blazey locking in the Azoth, I mean, come on.
I think we're currently in the Azoth Renaissance, right? Bo, again, getting a lot of love. Axe getting a lot of love. And we're seeing the Azoth SIGs starting to get popularity. And it's kind of funny because it's not like those SIGs have really changed. It's just the people who have been playing the Azoth who are starting to hit those SIGs more often, get higher into the tournaments.
Yeah, oh man, I'm just looking at these stat slides as they're coming across, and Phazon with so many top 8s, so many top 32s, medals on the board. Blazey, you know, again, it's just been this recent rise for Blazey.
Yeah, really, really new to the top 8s in the tournaments and whatnot. It only has 1 top 8 under the belt. Hoping for another one here at the Autumn Championship. As we get into it, Blazey on the Azoth versus Phazon on that Mordex.
All right, so this is Apocalypse. You know, the walls, we just got to set the stage of the stage. Oh my gosh, and
Nice.
Phazon taking him all the way off the stage. That's what you get to do with the scythe if you've got the chops for it. Oh my.
That's a 15-second stock.
15 seconds.
That was a 15-second stock, and all of that off the back of Phazon getting that 1 jump read. Really good meta reads coming out from Phazon. Like, he just knows the initial habits of opponents.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get that scythe string again, because you only really get that at the lower damages. When the side air and the neutral air, you know, don't really knock them away too far, you can string a ton of them to go. Oh, Blazey! That bow ground pound, you're going to see a lot of that this set. It is one of the most deadly tools available to bow players.
Yeah, that's such a strong initial weapon. It gets KOs very quickly, and it's great early, too, so you'll see it thrown out in those offstage engagements. No
now
punish opportunity.
Yeah, they've had, like, I get a clip, you get a clip, and now it's just the question of, all right, how's this going to shake out afterwards?
Well, so far, Phazon is getting the damage advantage. Can make the swap over to the Gauntlets here. Ooh, good spacing outside of that D-Sig. Got a little bit of a punish, but again, Gauntlets, that string weapon, likely looking for a read off that sidelight.
Ooh, Blazey, you were talking about those Azoth signatures before, but right now it seems like Phazon has gotten pretty used to them with the rise of Azoth's popularity in tournament.
Yeah, Phazon clearly going to the lab, practicing up, trying to see the spacing of those signatures and knowing what his punish options are. Ooh, misses the end light, but he had the right idea. Thought Blazey was going to slide just a little bit more to the left.
Uh-oh, this is where Blazey's got the opportunity. Oh no, Phazon able to punch him in the back. These signatures are really getting Blazey in trouble.
Yeah, he's kind of going for them a little too much, looking like a, a Sig spammer, as some might say, and generally that just makes you predictable and punishable. Phazon, though, might lose the second stock first. A D-Light recovery for Blazey could do it. Doesn't get the hit, though.
Getting launched up, but that was at ground level, so it's the maximum distance that he had there to get to the top. I've got to see these damage numbers at the end of the game. Although, I really need to see like damage per stock at some point, just because that first stock was so early. This stock took a lot of damage, so it's got to average out, right?
Yeah, it's going to end up looking like a normal amount of damage dealt per stock, but like that second stock that was a very long stock for both players, right? Like Phazon really deep in the red right now.
Yeah, you know Blazey's trying to snipe him out. Wow, dash in with the downlight was enough to do it.
Basically any axe attack there besides like a sidelight or a nair would have done it for Blazey. He finds the hit, and that's going to put us into final stocks here in game number 1.
Yeah, and he managed to cut the damage gap way shorter than it was going into stock number 2. Blazey was already kind of in the orange when he ended up taking Phazon down, but here they're neck and neck.
Yeah, and Blazey's doing a good job making sure he's trading out this damage. Good 2-hit, getting onto Phazon, continuing this damage. Phazon! Oh! Blazey throws the D-Sig the wrong direction. Phazon with the softest punish possible, but the edge guard opportunity. Blazey!
Double
dunked.
dunked.
Wall touch. One
Triple
last touch, and
dunked.
Phazon gonna get the game.
That was such a clean finish. Oh my! Difference of 2 damage done between these.
That is, that's impressive, how close the damage done was, but I guess that kind of stands to the efficiency Phazon had in this first stock. You're seeing that quick clip of the nairs and sayers. And like I said, like he had that one initial read on Blazey, and that led to so much more.
That was just absolutely brutal. And this finish, it's just gauntlets on the edge. If you are locked into that specific angle where you're just, I can only go straight up, you're going to have a bad time.
I'm looking at that SIG accuracy, 0% on both sides. Phazon only threw out 3, so not really a lot of opportunities to up that percent. But Blazey throwing out 7, he got punished for a lot of them too. He might want to pull that back a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing, where Phazon was able to place his signatures kind of safely, fall around the corner, that kind of deal. Phazon, he ended up punishing like everything that Blazey had, because Phazon was always just outside or just inside the attack range.
Yo, but now we're back into the neutral game, and Blazey's getting a lot of great damage with this axe. Disarms Phazon. Great opportunity here for Blazey to knock Phazon down here in game number 2.
All right, signature now striking pay dirt. That one, it does last quite a while. You got to watch out for the ghostly gas.
Yeah, it's definitely going to go more than a 0% accuracy at the very least.
Oh, beautiful edge guard. Phazon just booting him out. Grip it and rip it back off the end.
Phazon babysitting. Blazey still getting these ground touches, so he keeps getting all his jumps back, and now he gets to extend this stock, extend this lead if he can get more hits on the Phazon.
Man, Blazey getting that extra credit. I really thought Phazon would have had it in the last edge guard. He caught him so many times, but Blazey was always able to land. Can't make it back that time. Phazon sealing the deal. Little bit of damage done. Blazey's got a slight lead, but really not that far.
Yeah, this is definitely evenable for Phazon. Like, just one good dodge read, and it's going to be basically even. But Blazey's back on the axe, and this is the weapon he's been able to build up a lot of damage with in the last game in this one.
Oh yeah, he's going to get those side light neutral airs to beef up the damage, bring Phazon into the red, and that's where you're looking for the big chunky axe swings to end his stock.
Oh, there's the D-Sig. Phazon gets disarmed. Big opportunity here for Blazey. He's got the bow. Can't get the spacing for the D-Light recovery, so he has to go for the close options. The Nair, there's the recovery. Blazey with the lead.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, catching Phazon as he was coming down, they were already halfway up into the sky. He didn't need too much damage for that recovery to knock out. That was very efficient.
Yeah, things looking really good for Blazey as he denies the weapon pickup for Phazon as well. We'll see what he can do with the bow, because for the most part, it's been the axe play for Blazey that's been doing the good job.
Man, this is really interesting to watch, just the bow versus gauntlets, because they both want to get their grounded starters. They want the side light to go into the setup for everything else in their kit for the big reward.
And it's also like a game of extremes, right? Like, bow has a very extreme range with that grounding kit, whereas gauntlet's not so much. Tends to be closer, wants to be close to the opponent.
See the damage just slowly marching forward, but the difference is in the stocks. Blazey up 2 versus Phazon's 1. Just made it back to the wall. You saw those sweat drops.
You saw Phazon trying to go as low as possible, and Blazey let loose early. Phazon does get the end sig. Final stocks here, but Phazon's gonna have to get a Gimp. He is so close to getting KO'd.
Has to play perfect. Oh, but the slide kick into neutral heavy. Blazey on the board. That ties up the set 1-1. We're in best of 5 territory, so we've got quite a bit more to go in this set.
Yeah, this is definitely a bit of an upset, right? Like, when we go back to those PRs, Phazon was by and large the favorite. Like, this was supposed to be a 3-0 and a handshake in favor of Phazon. And the fact that Blazey's on the board, that's pretty nice for Blazey.
Yeah, that's why, you know, they say any given Sunday, the numbers can tell you one story, but it's the players that make the real one.
Yo, it's crazy that today is Sunday and that phrase is about Sundays.
How does that happen?
That's wild. Like, I'm just saying, like, you don't hear every given Tuesday. It's like, that's crazy.
As crazy as Blazey right now. Follow him on Twitter, Crazy Blazey.
Is that actually his Twitter?
I'm pretty sure. I'm just pulling from, like, you know, peripheral memory, but I'm pretty sure.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know Blazey's Twitter off the top of my head, but right now, Blazey knows the axe like the back of his hand as he's getting this damage built up onto Phazon, but Phazon gets that stage control.
Oh, side light into neutral air. There was a little bit of a hiccup in between there. It's like Blazey was kind of thinking, do I want to go for a dodge read here or just the damage?
Yeah, that was kind of an awkward nair. He turned around inside of it, still managed to get the hit onto Phazon, couldn't really get much more off of it, but kind of interesting that he was thinking there mid-combo.
Going for the signature. Phazon didn't have the positioning to punish that time, but he does manage to arm up, sneak in a grab on the gauntlets.
Who does have the speed for that one. Gets the turnaround neutral light onto Blazey. Starting to get some more hits. Has not been hit by this D-Sig, which is something Blazey's really fishing for.
Ooh, great. Mixing up your dodges, because every time that Phazon hits that gauntlet side light, you know he's going for a read. He wants to hit gravity cancel side light, gravity cancel down light, maybe just a straight recovery or a signature. Oh my gosh.
That was the perfect dodge, too. He dodged up along the path of the recovery, which put him in perfect position for that nair to get that KO. Blazey with the slightest lead.
Hanging on to it, looking for a little bit of extra credit. Continues the weapon starve. Phazon left unarmed.
Ooh, off the weapon toss. Gets a down air, continuing the damage.
Yo,
D6
let's go.
connects. Blazey getting more. Side light, side air. Phazon's in trouble.
Yo, it is Spooktober. All right. Phazon cleaned it up there, but look at how much damage Blazey got. Pushed Phazon all the way into the red. His damage is matching his costume color. I don't know how to feel about it.
Off the soft platform.
That was gross.
Just the respawn pickup slide charge side sig for Blazey. Full stock lead over Phazon.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge. I mean, you can see that momentum shift in real time. Game 1, first stock, Phazon, heavily favored. And he just kind of continued that through. But Game 2, all the way through here, it's just been Blazey accelerating down the tracks.
Yeah, Blazey's just been getting better and better. Punish opportunity. Okay, Phazon opted to go for the edge guard there. You saw him thinking could have gone for like an N-Light or a D-Sig instead. Did that jump turnaround dare. Didn't get more off of it though.
Oh, now they're jockeying for position. The wake-up attack, catching Blazey. Side light catching him again.
Blazey, his dodge will come back up. He gets the wall touch. Phazon needs to continue this pressure, and Blazey can't get up high enough. Phazon going to even up the stock count.
But man, we still have that damage gap, starting with a big gravity cancel signature. That's a ton of damage. Phazon on his way to bring this back, but man, this is still a tall order.
Ooh, man, that recovery launching Phazon very high. Blazey recognizing another one of those could be the KO, and Blazey would be up in the set over Phazon.
Ooh, Phazon going for the big dodge reads. He's getting a ton of the damage, but man, Azoth, a lot of people don't remember, is actually a pretty high defense legend. He is the Lich Lord.
Yeah, I mean, despite the fact that he's just bones, he's still got a lot of, what? Not protein. What's the milk thing? Lactose?
Calcium.
Yeah, calcium. Nair from Blazey gonna take game number 3.
Yo, okay, so Blazey in this, you know, stark difference of a matchup, power rank 4 versus power rank 20, actually up 2-1 in the set right now. He's poised to take the whole thing.
Yeah, he drinks his milk.
You gotta
Is it
grow up
almond
big
milk?
and strong, you know?
Yeah. No osteoporosis for Blazey. Phazon now going to have to make the swap in characters for game number 4, hoping to take this to game 5 and potentially win out in the set.
All right, so I guess is enhancing your strength with some cybernetic forces enough to crack through the dense bones of Azoth?
Well,
Because we're getting Val. We've got the android on deck.
It's only enhancing from 4 to 5, though, versus, as you said, that high defense of Azoth coming in on a 6. It's not going to be that much better.
Oh, dodge read, look at that. Gets the 3-piece for it.
Yeah, I love the patience from Blazey. Just kind of did a dash and a wait, see what Phazon threw out. Phazon does have this edge guard and the weapon denial as well, as Blazey did throw away his bow. He was trying to deny that pickup from Phazon, but Phazon...
Oh, what?
Blazey, he tried to pick up...
I'm flabbergasted. I can't believe that he actually just like went back in. He had the weapon free and clear, and he was scheming. He was like, I can get a big unarmed string, can't I?
I feel like he thought he picked up the weapon and like tried to dash, but just kind of was a little too early. Either way,
Possible,
still does
yeah.
manage to pick up the axe. Damage still in favor of Blazey, looking for the signature. Ensig not going to connect.
Land into the neutral light, sends Phazon wide. We've got the edge guard opportunity. The back step for it, dribbles him off.
Ooh, the nairs. Damage building onto Phazon's first stock here. See him start to walk forward. Blazey, though, just jumping around, trying to bait something. I'm surprised Phazon not throwing out the Ensig. That thing can be quick and punishing on those jumps, but he does get the edge.
Yeah, Phazon has been playing this very short until he can go for the huge spike. He spent all that time just building that damage until just enough was there for the signature knockout.
I don't know if that was a read or reaction, though, because we did see Blazey start to throw out the recovery on the axe and Phazon punished with that side sig, but that was so, like, basically frame
so
perfect.
quick.
I don't know which came out first, the read or the reaction. Ooh, went for the Ensig.
All right. Yeah, you were asking for that before, and now he wanted to deliver. And he was pivoting that, too, just expecting Blazey to go up over the corner.
I mean, Blazey was in position, but he still had the dodge, so he was able to dodge down inside of it. But you're seeing Phazon start to lean into that Val kit. Did have a little bit of a warm-up on this because he was playing that Mordex.
Yeah, so this is what we were talking about, where we've seen Phazon play the Mordex weapons before. These are the gauntlets. You know, he's longtime Val player, always loves seeing what kind of stuff he can bring it with. But the sword has been doing so much more of the work this game.
Yeah, that might be why he switched over to this Val, as he was specifically looking for the sword in this matchup. That Neutralite, one more hit could do it, but Phazon gets the wall touch, going to sneak over to the left side.
Man, and now Phazon is not having any issues getting around that side signature. I know now that I've said that, he's probably going to get tagged by like 3 of them, but still, he's punished several. Oh, but Blazey again, these bow recoveries, man, how many knockouts has it been with that now?
No, there's been quite a few. It's one of the things that's nice about that bow kit is that you have that true combo into the recovery, but Blazey's just been hitting it in the sky. Phazon hits the side sig. He's going to even it up. But again, Blazey's one stock away from going into the top 8.
Yeah, Phazon trying to push this to a game 5. He managed to cut the damage gap. Blazey had quite a healthy lead for a while here. But now Phazon keeping the weapon starve going, keeping the damage going. Blazey just able to arm up, but he's got to get some sort of counter assault mounted.
Oh, these axe chunks, though. Phazon is not getting that big gauntlet string, right? He's not able to hit the D-Light in air or the Psylight dodge reads, and Blazey gets another axe down air. Make the weapon swap. It's still gauntlets. He was wanting a sword.
Yeah, I got the feeling that he was hunting for the weapon change. He was like, the sword's been working. That's what I need right here. But, you know, fresh gauntlets, that's okay.
Ooh, didn't get the follow-up there.
Oh, there's the dodge read. Finally hitting pay dirt. Starting the edge guard, forces the dodge, but Blazey fights his way back.
Blazey's so close. They're both getting into that KO percentage. Phazon has him in the red. He's underneath, throws out the N-Sig. No punish from Blazey. Blazey really trying to pick and choose his opportunity here. This side air.
That's absolutely huge. The weapon toss. Oh, caught him. Baited the side air. Slide kick, ground pound. That's Blazey with a 3-1 victory over Phazon.
What an upset. Blazey PR20 versus Phazon in the top 5 of PR. And Blazey is going to get into the top 8. Phazon goes down to the loser's bracket.
Jeez, look at this last clip here. Blazey, like, goes in, just out-footsies that side air, and perfect punish. Phenomenal play.
He got the extra size up on his shoes. Those toes went just far enough and got him that one. I mean, that was close, though. Look at the average damage per engagement. Basically the same. Look at how many light attacks they threw out. Just a few more in favor of Phazon, but Blazey was the one getting more damage, getting more KOs.
Man, like metaphorically and literally a game of inches. Unbelievable.
And just like that, Blazey continues on, and we will continue on in the bracket as up next we've got Stingray versus Snowy.
All right. This match, you know, I always love to see the kind of plays that Stingray has because he's such like a highlight monster, but my heart has to lean towards Snowy in this one. Just because I'm a huge Snowy fan. There's always a lot of off-meta picks, right, coming out from that player.
Yeah, definitely a decent chance of an axe at the very least, but Snowy's got some, like you said, kind of like fringe meta picks. Like he'll have that one thing that's meta, but it'll still be a character that isn't truly meta, right? Like he'll play the Zolt, he'll play the Rayman, something that is just a little bit like meta with a twist. On the other side, Stingray has been playing like hyper meta, right? Like he thrived in the Lance meta, which is when he burst out and he had the Orion. He's been doing very well when it was like Qatar heavy, so he was playing that Ragnir. He kind of picks a meta character and just does very well with it.
And, you know, honestly, I do like what that's done for him over the years, just because now he finds himself with this large roster of characters that he's very comfortable with at such a high level. So he can play, he can counterpick throughout a set and always feel at home.
Yeah, and we're getting ready to get into game number 1. It's going to be Stingray with the Zol versus Snowy on the Rayman.
Ooh, yo, Rayman. Yeah!
The classic. That's Rayman. Yeah, is like the thing that makes me miss LAN. Like one of the biggest things, right? Like that's the players love to lock in the Rayman. Yeah, so much.
Just over and over again, and Snowy says, yeah, I'm going in, grabbing first weapon, it's the gauntlets.
Yeah, but no damage put out. You saw him actually trying to throw away the gauntlets. Stingray gonna pick up the axe. Starting to get some damage. The weapon toss fake out. Stingray already going for some tricky stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have to. Zol, incredibly high force. I mean, highest strength in the game. But, you know, that does come at a sacrifice and cost to the other stats like dexterity and speed.
Yeah, he'll definitely hit very hard if he can get those hits. So far, though, it's Snowy who's been connecting, and Stingray's going to make the swap over to the cannon. Maybe looking for some string potential. Does get the punish. No follow-up off the down air, but holy cow, what a string.
Yeah, that's where Stingray knew he could eat. Take a big bite of damage there. Just because Snowy, he gravity canceled that attack. That meant his dodge was forced on cooldown for about 3 seconds.
Looking like Mr. Incredible putting the knife in the table because he's trying to eat everything.
Yo, delicious. What's it going to be? Slide kick into neutral heavy, but the axe versus axe. What is happening?
Nice two-piece from Snowy as well. Fighting back, gets that down air into the side air. Couldn't quite follow up, though, and Stingray gets the stage control. Backs off. Gauntlet side sig.
Yeah,
That
that's
sig's
the thing.
cool.
If you just tap that signature, Rayman, yeah, he just punches right in front of him. But if you charge it up, it gets all that extra distance.
Yeah, and you saw the way that Snowy was charging up. That one and the neutral are two that you can charge up for that extra distance, extra... Honestly, the fist gets bigger, too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it just gets so much larger.
Oh.
The damage, the force, everything about it.
Stingray, though, trying to force Snowy off stage. You see him getting some very extended strings with this cannon. Snowy's got to be better about dodging out of that.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the canon dream, right? I think this is a big reason why they kind of agreed to go to Mammoth Fortress. It's a lot of runway, and that's what canon wants, to just take you for a ride.
Yeah, being able to reset with those downlights, those sidelights on stage to get that extension in the horizontal carry can be very, very valuable. But now Stingray's back over to the axe. A side air will launch Snowy, and it'll KO.
All right, so Stingray, bit of a lead, and here's where, you know, if he ends up getting those hits, Zol builds extra credit really, really fast because those cannon strings add up really fast, and they're multiplied by his high strength, so it just spirals out of control unless Snowy can put a stop to it.
Yeah, Zol's got that teacher's pet on the extra credit, right? Like, he gets one question, that's what's your name, whereas some people, they got to answer a whole 100 question and put in the essay for the extra credit.
Snowy hunting with these signatures now. He's just keeping Stingray unarmed. But man,
Ooh,
Stingray,
nice.
unafraid, just fights his way back. Those gravity cancels to dodge the weapon toss and immediately punish.
Yeah, he's so good about that. Gravity canceling through the approach from Snowy and then getting that extra punish. He's trying to get that extra credit build up so that when he goes to the final stocks, it's basically guaranteed.
I mean, right now, some of Zol's signatures will just knock Snowy out.
That's something.
I mean, have you ever tried to run away from a Zol the wrong direction as he does like a side signature on you on the cannon, and it's just like, oh.
It hurts. It hurts the soul.
Yeah, it's like, wow, I really maybe should have just run towards him so I wasn't so close to the edge.
Yeah, just try as you might get out of the way because that's a run-in Zol. But Stingray, he's got some good damage built up here. Snowy, again, he's doing a lot of weapon tosses. Maybe just trying to keep Stingray at that extra distance.
Ooh, red for the down. The chase dodge is around the corner, but Stingray went high. And man, he is getting so much damage onto Snowy. Stingray's now looking for the knockout.
Ooh, the D-Sig will do it. Stingray takes game number 1.
That's what we're looking for. And they were efficient knockouts, too. Stingray just in control for so much of that game.
Yeah, he just was building up that damage, kind of like you said, right? Like, it started off relatively close, but of course, Stingray being the teacher, sorry, not Stingray, Zol being the teacher's pet, gets that extra credit a little bit faster, and that is going to give him game number 1.
All right, what are you assuming for map picks? I know a lot of people, they're just fine going back to Mammoth every single game of a set, but I feel like maybe something's got to change.
So my initial thought is like less runway. Have some places you can escape to with the soft platforms, but Snowy's banning out the soft platform maps. And honestly, I don't really blame him because a lot of the soft platform maps have a lot closer horizontal KO boxes, which is good for Cannon.
That is very true. So we're running it back. Game number 2, Mammoth Fortress. Stingray's up 1-0.
Yeah, Snowy's going to have to bring out something different here, but Stingray already starting off, picks up the axe. Here comes Snowy, gets the 2-piece, and Stingray finds a response.
Man, they are both just hanging right around each other so you can slip behind the shoulder blades as those axe swings are going.
I mean, That's one of the things that Axe will kind of struggle with in certain matchups is that it doesn't have the best stacked options, right? Like it's got neutral light and sometimes down light, but other than that, especially when you're in the air, doesn't really have that many things that stack up. Stingray gonna make the swap over to the cannon, trying to get this edge guard D-Light dare. Now he gets around.
Now they're both on their off weapons. Cannon versus Gauntlet. Snowy just immediately decided not going to toss that away. But Stingray, again, that down signature. He kept it for the last knockout last game and the first knockout here, back to back.
That's one thing that, like, I think a long time ago, Sparky used to really point out is, like, Zols love to charge it up, right? Because you charge it, you get the 1, 2, 3 for more range. But that quick single burst will catch a lot of people and still do a huge force dump.
Oh, yeah, especially if they're trying to, like, jump over an approach. Because, you know, the higher that they are when they get struck by that volcanic plume, the closer they are to that knockout line up top.
Yeah, you're just bringing yourself closer to the KO box. Stingray trying to get that extra credit. Snowy really wants to finish this
and
off.
does he ever?
He was going for a big play there, had that ground pound connected. The downlight not enough. Stingray's got so much damage built up on him.
All right, Snowy doing a great job. You know, he's using those mid-range weapon tosses to put Stingray on his heels. Ends up getting the knockout for it, but it is such like a high-risk medium reward? I don't know how to actually say that, just because if he loses his weapon like he has sometimes, we see him go unarmed and then Stingray just plows right through him.
Yeah, it's such an odd playstyle, right? You don't see a lot of people who really lean into that weapon toss juggling. The weapon swapping is working so far against Stingray, especially because it's denying weapons, but at the same time, like you said, it's not like weapon tosses do that much damage. If anything, it's just kind of like a momentum killer.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because Snowy, you know, he really likes playing with the gauntlets here, and they've been doing phenomenal work when he can get those hits into edge guards, and those are the signatures that have been landing. But they don't have that much range. So the weapon tosses do help supplement that a bit, especially when you're going against something like Axe. And oh, the big dunks. Snowy stealing away Stingray's momentum.
That was a really good ground pound too. Like he jumped and then did a wall touch with his back and was already throwing out the ground pound. So he made sure he reset all his jumps before going down with that swing. And Snowy's going to try to get the extra credit, but the side heavy from Stingray is almost enough.
Yeah, I thought that was going to knock out. I mean, Ogre Captain just giant punch. Real heavy duff.
You know who's also got a giant punch?
You know?
Just
you
saying.
say that. I do understand. I'm wondering, can Snowy land another one of those? The platform is up there.
Oh, snap. No, he does get the 3-piece, though, on the respawn. Starting to get some damage built up onto Stingray's final stock. The question is, will he be able to finish it off, though?
I mean, he's done a phenomenal job. These gauntlet strings now paying dividends.
I love that gauntlet play there. Snowy got 2 just immediate sidelight recoveries. On the third one, he waited, tried to go for the gravity cancel. Stingray ended up dodging down. He actually got out of it. But I like that Snowy's really mixing it up on Stingray.
Ooh, went for the sidelight into side air, but Stingray saved his dodge.
Yeah, that one can be tricky. Depending on how you hit the sidelight, you can get it true. Snowy with a great opportunity gets the sidelight recovery.
All right, so Snowy on the board. That's tying up the set 1-1. Proper rebuttal.
And again, great reads from Snowy. That's one thing about these string weapons, right? The more you start to read into how your opponent is playing, the better you're going to do. And that final stock there was Snowy hitting a move, and then he did like a chase dodge forward for the turnaround sidelight into the recovery, which baited out the dodge of Stingray.
Yeah, I like what you said there about the string weapons, just because they both have 2 of the best examples of that for how much you can actually get off of a dodge read in Brawlhalla. So Snowy with those gauntlets, Stingray with the cannon. I want to see, and I'm expecting as this set goes longer and longer and you start getting the download on your opponent, the reward on those weapons is just going to start increasing, whereas the axe is going to probably remain about constant.
Yeah, on the graph, you've got like an angle, right, where it's gonna increase, like you said, and then some weapons, they just start off big, and maybe they'll even fall off a little bit as the opponent gets better at reading how you're playing that weapon. But so far, they're both sticking with the same characters as we get into game number 3.
Yeah, No variables changed, only the reads and the play style.
Y equals MX plus B.
Got to keep that slope constant, but the gauntlets and cannon, they've got that curve.
Well, there's a big curve right there coming out from Stingray. Those nairs curving all over his head. He's looking for more as he does recognize Snowy jumping quite a bit, but no one is landing these axe hits.
Oh my gosh.
They're blind people in a forest trying to chop some trees down.
I mean, they're really just going for the footsies game, you know? They're just trying to, all right, I can hit him with just the edge of this, and they fade away at the last moment. And it's just kind of that game of poking back and forth.
Well, they are starting to land some of those pokes, those connections, and Snowy's going to make the swap over to the gauntlets. Stingray still holding on to this cannon. We'll need a little bit more before we can start thinking about that D-Light Nair for the KO potential.
Oh, there's the big
dodge.
punch.
He charged it up and everything. Read the dodge down from Stingray. Didn't lead to the KO, though. Lots of horizontal movement in that cannon.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. Both the cannon and the gauntlets, you're not going to knock them out horizontally just by starving out options too much, because both side airs can carry you quite a distance. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no! Just bonked his head on the corner a little bit. You know he wanted to scoot right around and then turn around with a side air to get back to the wall. Unfortunate.
Yeah, he was really playing around that weapon toss, right? You saw him fast falling, trying to make sure he got around it. Didn't want to burn anything to get around it, and unfortunately just fell a little too low. Here comes the edge guard. Snowy doesn't get the fast fall for the ground pound, and the weapon toss connects. Snowy is not going to get the distance on that one. Stingray going to even up the stock count.
Ooh, beautiful dodge. And Snowy, man, all right. I understand Rayman plays a lot of Kung Foot, but man, he is just kicking Stingray around like a ball right now.
Well, unfortunately, fists not really allowed in traditional soccer. They are allowed in Kung Fu, fun fact, but side light recovery is also allowed. Stingray close to the KO box, but he still has some health, and he has the weapon.
Man, Stingray, you know he's just looking for that one solid hit he can get where there's some runway and he can bring this damage back, but Snowy just slicing him down time and again. This is like a full stock lead. This is brutal.
And you got to give credit to Snowy, right? Like, of course, yes, the offense is going to level up as the set progresses, but at the same time, Stingray has not been hitting those big cannon strings that he hit in Game 1 and Game number 2. That is Snowy leveling up his defensive options as well.
Yeah, and a lot of times where, you know, Snowy would make himself unarmed and Stingray would really be able to press an advantage, Snowy's been slipping around all of Stingray's attacks and rearming himself without too much trouble.
And Snowy really wanting to retain this advantage. You see how long he's willing to sit on that left side wall, trying to bait Stingray to burn in action. Oh, he doesn't hit the GC side sig. That would have KO'd.
Oh, gravity cancel. Went for the two-piece into the dodge read. The uppercuts keeping Stingray airborne. Oh, another dodge read once again. Man, Snowy is all but taking this game.
GC sidelight. Stingray with the wake-up GC Nair. We're going to final stock. Stingray needs a big play, though. You can see he is bleeding out on this final stock in game number 3. Good dodge.
Beautiful dodge.
Oh, he went for the big plays again. That ground pound is just not landing, and Snowy's going to get game number 3.
Jeez. On that last one, that was like Pinball Wizard. Just hit him right before he could touch the wall. So many options, starved out. Snowy. So strong.
Snowy playing so well. He's been leveling up. It's so funny because, like, Snowy's actually really good in the 1v1s and has had a lot of tournaments where he did really well in the 1v1s, but his PR doesn't really reflect that. He's had some times where he's stumbled a little bit in the 1v1s, and I think that's one thing that Sparky and I talked about in the pre-show is, like, he's a little volatile, and it's kind of hit and miss on when he's going to pop off.
Yeah, well, I mean, today seems like the day because, man, Stingray is one of the best of the best, and Snowy, with the advantage, he's on set point.
Yeah, and it's forcing Stingray over to a classic. Going to be switching to the Ember for game number 4. He'll have Katars to respond to the gauntlets of Snowy and a bow for that range advantage.
Okay, yeah. I also like this just because, man, Snowy has been dancing circles around him, especially when unarmed. And Ember, a decent chunk more speed than Zul had. You do see Stingray stancing out of the speed just to get a little bit of extra defense, which I agree with because that's the one downfall of Ember. She is glass cannon, 3 defense, so bring that up to 4, give yourself a little bit more survivability.
Yeah, and she still has 6 movement speed, which is above average. That's a good amount of movement speed. I mean, you can see Snowy really wanting movement speed, in fact, putting into that stat. But for the most part, 5 and up is good enough for a lot of people.
So we got gauntlets versus katars. This is starting off with some close-range weapons. Both of them are going to be looking for extended strings.
Stingray gonna have a little bit of warm-up time. It's gonna take him a little bit to get those reads on these katars, similar to how it took Snowy a little while to get those reads with those gauntlets.
Jockeying for position. Stingray gets inside the range of the axe, even gets a little bit of the dodge punish. Doesn't get the full recovery, so it's not maximum damage on that, but it still hurts.
Yeah, you saw him patiently waiting out that spot dodge from Snowy. Stingray choosing his opportunities to go in, gets in, doesn't hit the second side air though. Snowy's got this wall. He gets back up on the stage. That's going to reset that wall slip counter.
Oh, both of them tossing the weapons, but Stingray gets knocked towards the other one, able to arm up with the bow. Significant range advantage. Goes for the signature.
Oh!
Snowy just around the corner with the ground pound.
Oh, but the nair. He gives him the touch that he needs to get back up. The chase dodge from Stingray, and they're both going to hold on to their first stock. Snowy had that one.
Man, Stingray somehow managed to slip by, but the ground pound covering the entirety of that wall. Snowy taking the first stock.
And it's worth mentioning that we're 3 games in on the 4th one, and Snowy has yet to use a D-Sig on the edge guard. Like, he's really not playing to the meta of Rayman. He's playing his own game with it.
Yeah, that's something now that you mentioned it. I'm like, oh boy, we've got to keep an eye out because you don't want that to strike when you least expect it.
And this is the map to use it on, too. Those short walls,
absolutely.
that D-Sig will take stocks.
Yeah, it's interesting that there was the legend change and the map change.
Yeah, I think Snowy was willing to go to this map once the cannon wasn't off the board.
Yeah, makes sense, because not quite as high of a reward available.
Yo!
He just
He's
got
in his
spooked.
head!
He just got spooked. That was a mind gimp right there.
He said trick or treat and then punched him in the face. He got the stock.
So Stingray, the chips are down, man. It is 2-1 in the set. It's 3-1 in the stocks. If he makes this comeback, that's going to be legendary highlight.
Yeah, this would take a lot from Stingray, but it's definitely doable. He is the favorite in this one in terms of PR, in terms of numbers. But man, Snowy making this one look clean. Stingray does hit the neutral air, but there's still 2 more stocks fresh for Snowy.
Oh man, Stingray was looking for the dodge read, but that's the mix-up. Snowy just punches him right out of it. You're going to wait, I'm going to hit.
The weapon toss from Stingray to stop the N-Sig, but Snowy, he knows that this one is basically in the bag. All he has to do is finish it off. That neutral air from below almost puts Stingray off screen. That's how much damage.
Yo, let's
they'll put on. Here's the
go!
string.
What a massive, massive punish on that signature.
Oh, but the D-Light recovery, and Snowy takes game number 4. He's going to be going into the top 8 winner side.
Man, the 3-1 victory. Stingray, he was starting to mount that comeback there. It was looking so good if he just had a couple more of those dodge reads. But Snowy, too consistent today to be denied.
Yeah, really well played by Snowy. I mean, just right there, that like fall from Stingray, that just shows how much in his head Snowy was. Just that fake threat of the ground pound was enough to get him that stock. And man, what a nice finish for Snowy. He's going to be going in winner's side. We've got 4 of our top 8. Sandstorm, Boomie, Blazey, and Snowy.
Ooh, okay. So this is where we're looking forward at this next match. Sandstorm versus Moist Boomie. Now, yesterday they had a phenomenal day yesterday. because they are 2v2 teammates, but, you know, only one can win today.
I mean, they have probably the most popular rivalry in Brawlhalla history right now. Like,
I would say so.
Everybody loves watching a Sandstorm and Boomie set, and it's unfortunate that they're running here in the winners semifinal, because time and time again, it's been that winners final grand final spot. Boomie, unfortunately, kind of dropped in seed for this tournament, didn't place that well in the Mammoth Invitational, and now they're running here relatively early, but it's fun because we get to see this match early and we get to see it happen. It's going to be a best of 5. It's going to be insane.
Yeah, so we've been seeing a lot of the Magyar from Sandstorm throughout the day. He did have to switch off onto the Mordex in order to make it into winner's side top 8 here. Boomie, on the other hand, playing a lot of Reno. So it's a large smattering of different weapons. There's no duplicates across the board. What are you expecting for legend lock-ins? Is Boomie going to keep going with the Reno? Does he have something else? What's Sandstorm's pick?
I think you kind of nailed it, right? I think they're going to start off with that Magyar versus the Reno. I think they've played against each other a lot, and especially the fact that they're coming hot off the 2s where they did the double Thor, the double Undertaker. They're going to retain some of that weapon knowledge, right? Sandstorm will get that hammer from the Undertaker, and Boomie will get the orb from the Undertaker. Kind of like a child, they split it 50-50. Someone gets the first half of the week, the other gets the other half.
Man, look at that. Sandstorm Power Rank 1, Boomie Power Rank 2. Massive earnings, massive stockpile of medals, trophies, placements, accolades. This is such a powerhouse matchup.
It's so funny because time and time again, it's like them denying each other those medals, but also they play 2s together and then they give each other medals. It's such a fun dynamic, but you got to look at that lifetime score. It does favor Sandstorm, a 10-7 lead to Sandstorm, but at the same time, this is a moist Boomie. This is Boomie fresh out the shower. He's looking moist.
Man, but how clean is he actually? Because Sandstorm not locking in the Magyar. We've got an Artemis on the table.
Okay, this has got to be like a pure counter pick against Boomie. Not going to go in with the Mordex, not going to go in with the Magyar. It's going to be the Artemis. We'll still have that Scythe, but this has got to be something else.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting, all right, yeah, the Scythe, because the Mordex, you know, he's played a lot of Scythe characters. That's one of the weapons that he was the innovator of. But the Lance? I don't know how much Sandstorm Lance I've seen over the years.
I'm not sure the Lance matchup into Orb, maybe that's what he's playing for. He's doing all right so far, but Boomie with his edge guard throws out the D-Sig and fan the blasters, but Sandstorm gets around it. Nice side air. One more hit. What's the play? Sandstorm gets the wall touch as Boomie was looking for that recovery early.
Yeah, I mean, this first stock, it was all just Boomie taking Sandstorm for a ride, and there it is, sealing the deal. The Artemis seeming like not a problem, at least on the Lance. Sandstorm wasn't able to get anything started. Boomie seemed to have a firm grasp on the matchup.
Ooh, that neutral light gonna catch Sandstorm's landing. Woo! Oh, great patience. Sandstorm throws out the spot dodge. Boomie couldn't get the punish. Spot dodges inside of the side.
That was so clutch. Oh no, oh no. He's got a chance trying to snipe out the recovery, but Sandstorm sneaking around.
He just barely managed to touch the wall there. I thought he was a goner. Boomie did too. Sandstorm got back up, but still damage being done. Side sig. Sandstorm evens up the stock count.
Yeah, that face laser. Love to see it.
Yeah, those, for some reason, lasers out of the face, I swear, they hit harder.
You know, it's the intent. You're staring at him the whole time, you know?
Yeah, I mean, she's basically bringing the whole galaxy out of her face. Like, you see the stars inside of it.
Well, there's a lot in the background, and Sandstorm's trying to send Boomie into the background once again. These Scythe strings starting to close up that damage gap.
Yeah, again, showing why he is one of the favorites of the Scythe players out there, getting so much damage built up. Boomie swapping over to the blasters, throws out the N6. Sandstorm's going to get a soft punish. The side
face
sig!
laser!
The face laser gives him the second stock. Sandstorm with the lead. Okay.
And Boomie quick to cut that short. He's like, where do you think you're going?
He's just watching Sandstorm dash dance and looking like Indiana Jones, just comes out, pulls the trigger, gets the stock.
And now we're back into this Orb versus Lance. So far this game, this has been heavily in Boomie's favor. Sandstorm hasn't been able to get anything started with the Lance, and Boomie just constantly hit after hit.
Yeah, Boomie's been doing a really good job of maintaining this pressure, but still, Sandstorm's like sneaking out these stocks from underneath Boomie and keeping this one close. Nice weapon toss to stop the side sig.
All right, now this is where it really begins. We see Sandstorm opting back over to the Scythe. Realizes the matchup was not in his favor.
Ooh, but the orbs as Sandstorm throws out the weapon toss. Gets underneath the end sig. Boomie's not connecting with these signatures. Sandstorm gets behind him. This could be bad for Boomie.
Boomie unarmed, Sandstorm looking for the side air, the uppercut, almost taking him out, swaps over the blasters, now they're the edge guard.
Doesn't hit the dare, Sandstorm gets the wall touch, second recovery. Lots of horizontal movement, he's not committing to those stairs, doesn't want to lock himself into the recovery frames and active frames.
Oh, challenges the side air, blasters have more range, my friend.
That's crazy. So few weapons can beat out a Lance side air. That thing's got priority, but Boomie's got better priorities as he takes game number 1.
Jeez, all right. That was such a lopsided game in the way that whenever the Lance was on the field, Boomie had such an advantage, took so much of a lead. But every time that Sandstorm was able to get his hands on a Scythe, he cut that away immediately and somehow wound up last stock red for both players.
Yeah, I mean, it showed in the stats, 607 damage from Boomie, 491 from Sandstorm. And Sandstorm's like, you know what? You're right. Scythe, good weapon. Lance, not so much for me. Maybe going to make the swap over to the Mordex for game number 2.
Yeah, and since we're still here on Demon Island, this is where things get really spicy because those edge guards with the small wall, Sandstorm's weapons do exceedingly well, but, you know, Boomie also has some serious dunk potential.
Yeah, I mean, those quick dash jump fast fall down airs can be really, really good at catching Sandstorm if he's not aware, but he's going to get the punish on that D-Sig.
Looking for the edge guard, Sandstorm. Just going for the corner guard with the side signature, but Boomie waiting it out. Just the perfect punish.
Yeah, and you saw Boomie going for that dodge down read. Sandstorm actually got inside of that side sig as he was moving forward, got the hit on him. Another recovery, Sandstorm going to take the stock lead.
All right, Boomie waiting to arm up, but Sandstorm able to tag him just as he grabbed the weapon.
Dude, that was like a frame-perfect punish. You have iframes until you do an action, and Boomie, the second he did that action of picking up, got caught by a D-Light recovery, and Boomie evens it up immediately.
Excellent. Charging up the throw to get that weapon toss high that delays the next weapon spawn, so he gets more time against Sandstorm unarmed.
Yeah, and he gets to get this orb damage built up. Gonna try to deny this weapon pickup. Neutralites on top of it, the longest active frame thing he could do, but Sandstorm still gets the weapon pickup.
Oh, Sandstorm again dodging down underneath that neutral signature. He hasn't gotten caught yet.
Yeah, he has a good mental read of when Boomie wants to do that neutral signature, and he's been underneath it every single time. The dunk down, Sandstorm takes another stock.
Man, so last game he had the face laser. Here he has the face grab. Just kind of palms your head like a basketball and dunks it.
He's a big fan of heads. He just does things with heads.
It's Spooktober, you know, it's very on point. Oh, and so on point with the ground pound. Didn't even need to do it again.
Really good recognition from Boomie. Didn't get close enough. You saw the way Sandstorm was playing for that neutral air for the chase dodge up, and Boomie's like, you know what? I'm going to back off. I think you don't have enough movement here.
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't want to let them get the tag, get the hit into a chase dodge. Whoa.
Uh-oh. This is a bad spot.
Sandstorm
just underneath
again.
it.
All right, Boomie now back over the corner. You know he wants to sit on stage because over the corner against Sandstorm Gauntlets, there's just too many attacks that send you downwards.
Yeah, just so many threats there. Sandstorm with the onstage gets the follow-up nair. Boomie's in trouble. A recovery from Sandstorm could give him the game.
Oh, beats out the recovery.
But the D-Sig comes out. It gives him the backstep to avoid the movement from Boomie. And Sandstorm takes game number 2, ties it up 1 apiece.
Yeah, so what's interesting in this set, now that we're winner side top 8, now that it's against Boomie, his teammate, you know, multi-time tournament winner, the switch over to Mordex happened very fast in this set. Yeah. He gave like one other legend to try, and then he's like, but the Mordex, that still works, right? And yeah, it still works.
Against Hardy MJ, he was like, I think I can do this Magyar one more time. But against Boomie, he's like, you know what? I got to respect it. This is PR number 2, my teammate, my friend, and my often rival. But here we are in game number 3. Sandstorm still on that Mordex.
Going for the bicycle
he
kicks.
didn't
Oh,
hit.
the ground pound just a little wide.
How'd he get through that?
Unbelievable. Sandstorm going for the scythe string to try and build more damage, but Boomie dodging out before it gets too bad.
Throws out the side 6. Sandstorm with the punish from behind. He's got the stage control. Back to the gauntlets. This is his edge guard tool, interestingly enough, and the neutral light connects from Boomie.
Side light to side air to send Sandstorm wide. Gets another shot at the edge guard. No, just misses it. But again, now the damage is building enough where anything sends Sandstorm over into edge guard territory.
Yeah, I'm not sure a side light side air would KO, but it definitely would put him in a good spot. There's the side air, not even going to put him off screen. Boomie with the down air on the corner. That down air is so cool. You can bounce it off the stage. You can also land and put your hand on the ground for like a little kick into that down air as well.
I'm just so happy that we have a bicycle kick animation in the game. Just 'cause, like, who doesn't love a good bicycle kick?
Someone on the animation team was like, okay, we're putting a sphere into the game. We got to have a bicycle kick. Ooh, the ground pound
It
from
was
Sandstorm.
Terry. I thank Terry for the bicycle kick. And I thank Sandstorm for tying up the stocks. Man, we're going to go the distance in this set. It's 1-1 in games. It's 2-2 in stocks. So evenly matched.
What a chase down from Sandstorm. The ground pound connected, and he followed through with the down air. And now we're evened up again. Boomie's stuck on this orb. Sandstorm is getting hits on him.
Oof.
Oh, again! He
Every
just
time.
knows.
Every time. Das Boot. That's too much. Can't make it back.
Oh, and you saw Boomie trying to take him with him. Went for the down air there. Was hoping it would connect. Maybe give him the chase dodge up. But Sandstorm gets around all of it. He's back on the stage, taking next to no damage on the second stock.
Uh-oh. Went for the big ground pound. Sandstorm now putting Boomie in
Backs
dire
off.
straits.
Sandstorm had the threat there, but he backed off, respecting Boomie's blasters on the edge. Boomie goes for the ground pound. Sandstorm turning it around.
Oh,
Sights in.
big catch with the signature. Not yet enough to knock out, but certainly the option for the edge guard.
Nice. That is where that SIG should be used. Over the edge, it spikes down. It has a little bit more downward hitbox as well, as it doesn't land on the stage, and Boomie's able to even up the stock count.
Now, the most volatile matchup here, Gauntlets versus Blasters. Sandstorm wants to get in close inside those blaster shots where Boomie can't really hit him, but Boomie keeping him at arm's length.
A nice 3-piece from Boomie, but Sandstorm getting some damage built up. You can see Boomie getting closer and closer to that KO percentage.
Able to touch the wall. Sandstorm looking for the corner, fakes the dunk.
Boomie's burning a lot of movement. Those exclamation points were coming out. Gets back up.
Damage in favor of Sandstorm. He just needs the recovery or a signature right now.
Boomie throws out the D-Sig, and Sandstorm with the punish. He's going to take game number 3. Sandstorm with the lead.
All right, this is 2-1, but still, every time we're going down to that last stock.
Those D-Sigs from Boomie, though, they are not hitting. He tries to do it on the edge. Like, that's where it was designed to be used, is because you can hold it for longer active frames. But Sandstorm, again, is just so good at playing around these signatures.
Yeah, so now he's got to figure out a better way to use that timing, some other spots for it. He's got the opportunity because it's the same stage, so he gets to try a couple experiments.
That was a greedy ground pound. Sandstorm.
Oh my,
Holy.
What? With the wall bounce
You got
too?
the touch. Scythe players love a good wall bounce. Oh, he reads the movement from Boomie, gets a little bit more, but Boomie with the edge guard hits the ground pound. There's the down air. Boomie, he's going to get the first stock.
Man, that was such a phenomenal turnaround. It looked like Sandstorm was going to get another of his classic scythe stocks, but Boomie cutting it short.
Yeah, I mean, time and time again, Sandstorm has been oppressive in the offstage against many opponents, but Boomie playing that Blaster's edgeguard so well.
Yeah, and I like the way that he uses that ground pound because if you're just holding it, you need to land like right on the opponent for it to automatically trigger and fire off the shot. But if you manually let go of the shot, you get a little bit wider of a hitbox than just the straight drop. So
you still
Boomie
get the
identified
force.
that. Yeah, he manually placed that shot off the edge.
That was really well done. Now Boomie's stuck on the wall. You see the exclamation points 3, and he'll run out of movement, but he gets back up just barely inside of the end light from Sandstorm.
So dangerous. If that wall slip actually activates, you have nothing left. You can only wall jump up.
Yeah, you literally don't get your jumps back when you wall touch. Once wall slip connects, Sandstorm gonna connect with the ground pound though.
Still a huge damage lead. Boomie. Oh, all right, yeah. He picked up immediately into the signature. He wants to end this.
He knows he's got Sandstorm in the red. Could get that finishing blow, but Sandstorm's adding up damage. Side light, side air. Okay, Boomie. One stock left to take this to game number 5.
Yeah, huge lead. It's going to take quite a lot for Sandstorm to bring this game back. I know he can get crazy 0 to deaths, but I don't know. Deeper in a set, Boomie just kind of starts adapting, and you don't hit him with quite as many.
Yeah, is Sandstorm going to the Asylum for the insanity? He throws out the D-Sig. Boomie able to avoid it. Now the recovery
double
needs one more.
uppercut? Into the dunk! Oh my god. All right, that was some classical conditioning right there. It's like I went for the uppercut upwards twice. Surely you're expecting that again, but no. No, you went down, that's where the dunk was waiting.
I get it. He's playing the dog character, so you're going to talk about Pavlov here, but Boomie making us talk about him with these blasters, getting some good damage built up, but oh no. He touches. And they're going to disengage. Sandstorm really respecting Boomie's edge guard with the blasters.
Oh man, keeping Boomie from landing. There he does, finally back onto the stage. But again, we're in that same situation. Last stock red.
This could go either direction. Boomie needs this stock. Sandstorm has him in the red. A signature would do it for Sandstorm. Throws out the N-Sig. Boomie has Sandstorm in the red. But the turnaround side Sandstorm takes it 3-1 to earn his spot in the winner's final.
That happened so quick. That happened so quick. I thought Boomie was going to get another chance at the edge guard, but man, he really just went out for it, and Sandstorm had the sidestep.
I thought for sure he was going to survive that side air. It was such a light tap, but the wind helped blow him further, I guess, because Sandstorm had just enough to get that KO.
Jeez. All right, yeah. You see the difference coming out there. 100 damage difference, which is kind of crazy. Boomie just had those really efficient knockouts that kept his so short, but I guess you really just saw it start spiraling out. 50% accuracy for Sandstorm, 30% for Boomie.
Man, that first stock from Moist Boomie really had me hoping, right? Like, he got such a good edge guard on that one, and just at the end of it, Sandstorm started to bring it back. He got that one single hit that he needed, and man, that's a heartbreaker, mostly because it's happening in the winner's semifinal now, and that means Boomie has to do a longer run than he normally would when he fights Sandstorm.
Yeah, so for those of you unfamiliar, this is still a double elimination tournament. So all these players that we're watching up on this winner's side of the top 8 bracket, they have not lost yet. So when they lose these sets, they go down into the lower bracket. They've got that second chance, but it does increase the number of games that they have to play through. It just about doubles it from wherever you get sent down. So it turns your sprint to the finish into a marathon.
Yeah, it just makes it that much harder. Of course, Boomie, no stranger to that lower bracket. I make that sound so mean. No, hold on. Boomie has done many a lower bracket run. He's an outstanding
he's capable of
player.
comebacks.
Yeah, definitely not sweating now that he's in the lower bracket. But we are going to continue on. We've got Blazey and Snowy getting ready to fight next.
Ooh, okay, so this will determine who fights Sandstorm in winner's final. Blazey and Snowy, I love this because these are, I like to consider them two of kind of like the up-and-comer new blood of the scene.
Yeah, it's cool because they're both double-digit PR'd players. No one really expected them to be here. Phazon was the higher seed in his match. Stingray was the higher seed in his match, but the upsets happen, and we've got PR20 versus PR13 ready to fight here in game number 1. Blazey actually with the winning lifetime score. That's interesting.
Ooh, 2-0. Is he going going to be 3-0 in a handshake in the lifetime score and the set score? I don't know. Let's find out.
Might find out just now. Snowy first one to pick up the weapons, though. He's got the gauntlets in hand. Blazey picks up the axe. We saw both of them able to build up quite a bit of damage with their axes, but for the most part, Snowy's going to be leaning into those gauntlets.
Oh, man, he had such the dodge rate. It was the neutral light into stand there. Blazey fell into his lap, and I think Snowy was surprised by it. He was like, wait,
you actually
really?
fell for that? Looking like those infomercials, right? Like the popcorn just spills all over him, and he's like, oh my goodness.
How do I hold all these Blazeys?
But Blazey holding the stage for a little while here, has those downlights. Fantastic anti-air tool. Snowy really using this movement. He's moving so much.
I mean, he's making Rayman look like a 9-speed character.
He's just dash jumping all over the place, and Blazey's just standing there. He gets the turnaround recovery. Nice neutral air. Going to go for this juggle here. Again, Snowy really aerial with the movement.
But again, those Azoth signatures, they've got a ton of active frames.
Yeah, that's one thing that's tricky about them. If you're not like used to that character matchup, is you'll try to go for those punishes and they'll stay active. The fire kind of lingers longer than you expect. The jump, he had him dead to rights.
Yeah, so Snowy, believing in the confidence, he was like, all right, I had the read on your dodges earlier this stock. I think I still do. And he still did.
I know. I'm in your head. It's empty. You're a skull. I know.
Oh, man. All right. Now I'm just imagining Rayman wearing a Azoth head as a helmet.
New skin idea. We'll jot that one down. So far, though, Snowy holding on to the skinless Rayman. Gets a nice approach in, gets a downlight, but Blazey with the wake-up recovery will even up the stock count.
Man, so we saw that even in his previous set. That's where Blazey gets a lot of his knockouts, chasing his opponent up into the sky. They try and run away from him, and then that bow recovery knocks out in neutral so much earlier.
Yeah, he's really precise with those recoveries. Like, there's so much airspace and there's so many places your opponent can go, but Blazey has been connecting with those aerial recoveries.
Controlling the ground, Blazey, he has that range. You see him going for those dash down lights, and that's where Snowy now tries to use those weapon tosses, but he finds himself unarmed.
Oh, he does have the axe now, though. Could get a big swing here. Blazey just outside this axe range. Like, really good footsies from Blazey to know that kind of spacing around the axe light attack kit.
Yeah, I mean, just because some of the attacks of the axe will reach farther than some of the bow ones, but the main threats, those combo starters, got to give it to favor of the bow. But Blazey now over onto the axe. He's searching for those knockouts. He wants those strong, strong side airs.
Yeah, and he's starting to chunk away at Snowy here. Snowy going to go for those weapon tosses again. That's something that worked really well in his matchup against Stingray. The weapon toss going to stop that D-Sig. D-Sig wouldn't have really hit anything, but still good interrupts.
He's making him think about it. I feel like there's some long-range scheming that's going on, because he's just like, look at these ghostly hands. They're everywhere. You don't want to land, and that's where he's going to hit him with the aerials. Yeah,
my man's watched Ocean's 11. He's doing the long con, right? Like, he's trying to get in with the casino, but Snowy with the neutralites, throwing hands, getting the second stock, getting that lead.
Yeah, that's the problem with the casino. The house always wins, and right now, Snowy's looking mighty at home.
Yeah, he's building a fort in this house right now. Nice recovery into the dare. I love the follow-up. Oh, Blazey with the interrupt. D-Light into the neutral heavy. Still not enough to finish the stock. Those side airs from Snowy were so goofy because it was like one of those things where you know he's trying to just jump side air and he's just not getting the height into that side air.
I mean, better that than getting caught in the down signature that Blazey keeps tossing.
Here comes the SIGs again. Snowy sneaks under it. Blazey goes for the neutral SIG. Snowy playing around the SIG kit. Wow, that's a lot of damage. The neutral air from Blazey to finish off Snowy's second stock.
Blazey just extending the weapon juggle for so long, saying, no, come all the way up into the sky and chase me, please.
That's what he wants. He wants to play that air game. Ooh, you saw him start up that D-Light, but Snowy actually beating it out in the startup.
Oh my god! Oh my gosh!
Holy, that stock is gone.
That happened so fast.
every single time, right? Like, it wasn't like a combo or a string or anything. It was just hit after hit after hit, and Snowy just maintaining that pressure on Blazey. Like, he's got some of these soul reads on him, and that's what's working out for him.
Yeah, I mean, it was just Snowy Rayman. He's everywhere you want to be, and there's just an axe in your face every time.
And just like that, Snowy gonna take game number 1, and we're getting right on into game number 2. No character swaps on either side.
Man, just looking at the accuracy difference between these two. Snowy, I feel like a lot of Snowy's space control comes not from, like, you know, launching attacks as deterrence. It's from his movement. He's so quick.
Yeah, you'll see some people use attacks to, like, keep the opponent out, but Snowy's just using his movement, like you said, doing those dash jumps. Like, he does a lot of movement. That's not really a stat that is tracked, because it'd be weird to be like, how many times did he dash? But, like, he's using a lot of movement, and it's baiting out a lot of these actions from Blazey. 13 signatures thrown out versus the 3 from Snowy.
Yeah, that 15% accuracy, you see, that was only early in the game. That's, you know, the long active frames caught Snowy by surprise as he tried to dodge through, and then he quickly learned his lesson and wasn't caught again.
Yeah, he actually started playing really well around those signatures from Blazey, and that's going to spell trouble for Blazey as we get into game number 2. We'll see if he can up that accuracy, maybe not fall for that movement bait from Snowy as much. Nice start for Blazey as he gets the 3-piece.
Oh, man. And with that gravity cancel, too, he knew he could tag Snowy.
He's getting some good connections here. Snowy not able to hit that downlight. Blazey with the neutral light gets a lot of stage control, but he couldn't really maintain that pressure. We were seeing earlier him go for the D-Sig off that end light. Doesn't really have the damage for it on Snowy right now, but maybe we'll see him bring that out later on.
Man, looking for these attacks. That side light neutral air, that's one of the Axe's main setup tools. It pops them up gently into the air, gets a good amount of damage, but then you're looking for, like, either a jump ground pound or the recovery, depending on which way you think the opponent's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, that's Axe bread and butter, but you're very often looking for that extra thing to go with that. Is it going to be the cheese? Is it going to be a bacon? I don't know what you want on that bread sandwich.
Snowy there. Oh, the gravity cancel side signature finally paying off. Just axe slide skateboard right into his face.
And Blazey kind of deer in the headlights that one. He still gets the D-light into the neutral heavy, but man, going back to that side sig, like, he had time to react. He just reacted wrong.
I do wonder, because a couple times Snowy has done that signature before, but he only does, like, the tap version. It goes longer the more that you hold it. So I wonder if it was kind of like they played chicken and, you know, Blazey thought he was bluffing. Snowy sure wasn't.
Yeah, Snowy was like, I'm gonna hold this as long as possible. You just, you do what you want to do. But so far, damage even here on these second stocks. Snowy still retaining that game lead, though. Okay, 2-piece. It's a side air, but he's going to back off. He's not wanting to keep this corner control on Snowy.
Man, Blazey has been landing way more of the grounded attacks, but Snowy, every chance that he gets, comes down with that down air, able to just pit in the pendulum swing right down onto him.
Yeah, and that's what's been keeping this damage even between the two of them. Blazey might start fishing for those signatures again, and Snowy, he's got Blazey one good hit away from going down to his final stock here in game number 2.
Whoa, okay, big slide charge attempt from Blazey. Snowy made the right call, went straight for him for the uppercut, but look at this damage, the side air from all the way across the stage.
That was a Hail Mary side air too. That was Snowy just throwing something out as Blazey was in his face, but it was enough to get the KO, and Blazey with the neutral light still not enough. He's struggling to finish the stock of Snowy.
Oh my gosh, double uppercut. Snowy, triple uppercut. He's
Talk
not
about a
afraid to
highlight
actually
machine.
just go in, get inside Blazey's attack range.
The second he's got a lead, he just becomes fearless. Like, he's look at the way he's playing with those gauntlets. Like, he just did a toss-up and was dancing around him unarmed, trying to bait Blazey in. Like, he's having a good time with Rayman.
Oh my gosh, is he ever? The hands into the dunk. He's down and out. Snowy's up 2-0 in the set just like that.
somewhere out there, Snowy has found the YouTube song of Rayman, yeah, 1 hour loop, and he's just playing that in his head.
Is that one like bass boosted? You know, do they remix it up?
It's nuked. It's like it's super.
Yo, but where's the Nightcore remix? That's what we need.
Yeah, we just need we need the dubstep remix, the Nightcore remix, the heavy metal remix as well.
Give
just
us the
all
full
of it.
playlist. All right, we're on track number 3 now, and there's a legend swap from Blazey.
Gonna retain no weapons from the Azoth as he goes over to the Tigress. The Asuri crossover will have a sword and guitars. Gets the first weapon pick up, but again, Blazey gets like this control and then backs off.
Yeah, he often favors that grounded gameplay. That's where he likes to set up his game plan, even if he goes for the knockouts as people try and run away into the skies once they're in high damage. But to get that damage, Blazey prefers the ground.
Yeah, and that's something that comes out of a lot of bow players in particular, right? Like when you have a really strong grounded approach tool like a bow downlight, you'll see bow players tend to play a lot more grounded. Good movement from Snowy to avoid that ground pound, fast falling underneath the stage.
Yeah, that was actually scary, especially right after a ground pound. He would have no way to avoid the coming weapon toss or down air.
Comes the two-piece from Snowy. The side air from Snowy. Blazey, does he have the movement? Snowy's
He got the slap! He got the chase dodge!
But Snowy gets back up. Blazey gets to hold on to the stock, but so does Snowy. Snowy, unarmed, doesn't care. Rayman never had arms to begin with.
Downlight, side air. Not enough? This is so incredibly tense.
And that's going to be
Blazey-
so frustrating for Blazey.
I know, and he needs this game to go well, too, because Snowy's on set point. Blazey, if he wants to take this set and move on, he needs to win a reverse 3-0.
Well, that's the first step towards it as he gets the D-Light recovery. Going to juggle weapons for a little bit here, but he needs to get this extra credit.
Goes for the dodge read. Snowy dodging towards the outside.
Snowy really playing back, trying to bait Blazey in, and Blazey's going to fall for it. The D-Light into the recovery. Snowy evens it up.
Going for the weapon starve, but Blazey steals it out from under him. Snowy, unarmed once again, keeps getting tagged.
Off the soft platform, gets the D-Light side air as well. Throws out the D-Sig, but Snowy able to fast fall underneath it. Blazey feeling a lot more confident, but so
Oh my
is
gosh.
Snowy. Holy cow, what stop?
It's like, you know, Blazey, how you said he always likes to get his hits and then back off. It's like Snowy is the exact opposite of that. He gets his hit and he's just like, yeah, I'm staying in. And Blazey just can't understand it.
He's like somebody who has never learned how to play Brawlhalla, right? He's like, what weapon system? I just want to hit my opponent, and he's doing a great job at it.
He's right there. My attack button still works, right?
Like, I can just keep hitting him, right? But the side air connects. Blazey's in trouble. The weapon toss connects. Blazey gets the soft
Oh
platform,
my
but
gosh.
Snowy gets the side air.
I thought that stock was going to be Blazey's for sure. He built himself a massive damage lead. He was juggling Snowy to high heaven.
Okay. The disco. Blazey evens it out. But like you said, Blazey had such a big lead at the start of those second stocks, and Snowy he just doesn't care. He is the most apathetic opponent ever.
Downlight side air hits the recovery. It's a good answer in damage, but Blazey's going to need more than that.
Good spacing from Blazey, but Snowy and some good hits out. Oh, Blazey recognizing the movement of Snowy. I love that back step. He saw that Snowy was going to come in, outspaced it. Blazey maybe starting to adapt a little bit.
Yeah, he's getting way better spacing. The aggression moving forward with that dash into downlight right off the edge.
Ooh.
Couldn't quite catch the landing.
Yeah, the active frame's just not long enough. Didn't reach high enough. Snowy still finds a weapon pickup.
Blazey found a ton of unanswered hits. Once again, he has a damage lead, but we've seen Snowy cut that short so quickly. So I can't make the call. I don't want to curse him.
Yeah, this is far from a confident lead for Blazey. You see him back off again, letting Snowy get back up onto the stage, wanting to play that neutral. The side air will stop the weapon pickup. This is a great spot for Blazey to be in. He's sitting on this corner, backs up, tries to bait something, the neutral light.
Goes for the edge guard. Snowy, again, back to touch the ground.
Back off a little bit here. Snowy stuck on this wall, but you don't see that wall slip come out because he's still getting hit. Oh, the recovery's going to drop.
Oh my gosh, wasn't able to steer it in there, and now Snowy back to his tricks, goes for the big gravity cancel. Blazey couldn't get the punish.
He hits the recovery. Blazey holds on. He's going to put himself on the board. Currently 2-1 in favor of Snowy. Can Blazey get the reverse 3?
I hope so. Personally, I want this to go the distance just because, like, I believe in Blazey, but man, it is just so incredibly close every time, hanging by a thread. This is too tense. This is way too tense.
It's tense, it's fun, and I love a Game 5 as much as you do. I want Blazey to get this one at the very least. Like, I'm going to go full bias for this because I want Blazey to take this to Game 5.
All right, now we've got the Rayman, we've got the Tigress again, Mammoth Fortress. Let's get another one. Come on.
We'll see if Blazey can do it. Starting it off, doesn't get the weapon pickup though. Had the side light, had Snowy in the hit stun, but didn't get the pickup.
Man, and Snowy, that's now 3 weapons that he's grabbed.
And he's getting so much damage as a result of it. Blazey going to be stuck on these guitars. We didn't see a lot from Blazey's guitars in the previous game.
Yeah, he had like a huge punish on one signature once, but like, yeah, it's mostly been the sword that was just controlling the neutral and winning out the damage exchanges last game.
Okay, we're starting to see the ideas come out from Blazey though. You saw him go for the dodge read there with that jump turnaround down air. Unfortunately, didn't catch the dodge that Snowy went for, but maybe starting to see this stuff come to life as the side air. Snowy could take this first stock.
Oh my god, the little fast fall that he did to try and juke out Snowy. He did it a little bit too early, put him too low overall to be able to clip the corner. That's heartbreaking.
Yeah, just couldn't quite get it. And now Snowy's got a big lead here in game number 4. This is very bad for Blazey, but he will pick up the sword. That was the weapon that did it for him, but it was still close when he was on it.
Yeah, this is where I want to see, you know, Blazey, you said he likes to kind of get his hits and then back off a little bit. Now would be the time to change it up.
No! Yeah, now's where he kind of has to play the aggressive.
Oh, yeah, he definitely was. Going for the big gravity cancel signature. Now he's got the corner guard once again.
Ground pound attempted. Snowy with a great nair. Keeps himself in it. Oh, the 2-piece, the 3-piece.
Oh my gosh.
Things looking worse and worse for Blazey. He's going to get the wall touch, but he has no weapon. He has no stage control, and Snowy just feeling more and more confident.
Yes,
okay.
The signature.
That's not enough.
Unbelievable. And he caught the recovery. Blazey knew he didn't have enough left.
The immediate GC sidelight to catch the recovery from Blazey, and Snowy with 3 stocks to the 1 of Blazey.
All right, neutral light into recovery. Blazey took a stock, but man, full stock lead for Snowy where Snowy's on set point. This is rough.
Oh my god.
What?
Oh
what?
My god.
Why?
What? He's so mean. Okay, a little punish from Blazey.
Jeez.
Side air.
Every time that Snowy like gets a straight, you know he turns it into like 3, 4, 5 hits. It's just so much damage so rapidly.
It's so crazy because like with unarmed, there's so many weapons that kind of just reset neutral, right? Like they'll send the opponent far enough that you don't usually have a follow-up, but Snowy's finding those follow-ups. He's just chasing for more and more, and he's getting such big damage. Like, oh, Blazey needs
Wait a
his
minute.
KO.
Wait a minute.
Air. Is it done? Yes, it is. Blazey gonna get the stock evener, but still needs a big play.
Do you believe, Duke? Do you believe?
I want to believe. I've got every bone in my body crossed right now for Blazey, and I don't know if that's the best way to jinx him or not.
I guess, you know, is it an even number or an odd number? That's the question.
I don't know. I don't even. How many bones are in a body? Like more than 10.
Was it like 206?
I'm not a doctor, though. Snowy is, as he is
Oh.
putting on a clinic. The recovery will give him game number 4, 3-1 in favor of Snowy, and he is going to be the one to go on to fight Sandstorm in the winner's final.
Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. I really thought Blazey was mounting the comeback there. He made it so incredibly close. It was really just that first stock deficit, too high of a hill to climb. Oh, so that's going to be Snowy against Sandstorm, winner's final. Blazey going down into the lower bracket. I'm staring at who else we have down there that we're going to be looking at in just a little bit. Zinker versus Cody Travis, and Experience versus Stingray. Boomie and Blazey waiting for their opponents.
And like the standout name for me there is Experience. Sparky and I talked about this in the pre-show. Experience doesn't really play ones. Yesterday did amazing in twos. Got second place. But when you look at his ones history, like he signs up for a bunch of community tournaments and then DQs out of most of them. He doesn't really have a lot of ones history. He came in seed number like 129 or something like that, and he's currently in the top 8. Like this is a great weekend for Experience.
I do want to just real quick say, I'm looking at his tournament run so far. He was coming from the lower bracket all the way through top 32, and he took out I'm Llama, he took out Java, he took out Phazon, and that's placed him into top 8. There's some electric matches coming up.
And it's worth mentioning, Experience lost to Sandstorm at like the start of the day and has been making this lower bracket run. Like that's going to be a fun lower bracket stream. Of course, you and I are not going to get to cast it, but we're going to be taking a short little break. I'm not sure if there's any parting words we have to say before we throw to that break, before we get another, the rest of our top 8.
Man, there are 206 bones in the human body. So what other fun tidbits and facts you might hear while you're watching all this amazing gameplay as the Autumn Championship boils on? Find out in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
shining in the dark. When opposite worlds collide, we know there's nothing but space between us. We will crash under the burning sky. Only when opposite worlds collide. When opposite worlds collide, we know there's nothing but space between us. We will crash under the burning sky. Only when opposite worlds collide.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the North American Autumn Championship. We're just now getting into top 8 with the winners' finals decided. Sandstorm and Snowy will be duking it out later in the day, but Flambeau and I are going to be casting the lower side of top 8 as we find out who's going to be qualifying to get into that top 4 and get it closer and closer to the podium. Flambeau, we've got some really hard-hitting players here in the lower bracket, and I'm expecting to see some interesting results as Experience, a player that we talked about just briefly at the beginning of the day, knocked out seed number 2 Phazon to qualify into this lower side of top 8. What do you think about that after seeing him play in yesterday's 2v2?
Well, I'm not surprised, I guess I would say. I feel like
Yeah.
the consistent theme over the past few weekends has been, because, we've been running 2s first and then singles either the next day or the week after, depending on your region. And every player that has performed well in 2s has once again performed well in the singles environment to support that. So, I'm here. I'm all for it. Phazon, I think, is, of course, one of those players who can have, really off days and then also really amazing days as well. So falling down to Experience, not something that surprises me too much. And also Experience is just good, so
Yes.
no shade.
Yeah. It's talked about quite often that Experience is definitely one of the youngest, winningest players in the scene right now, getting into the scene around the age that Boomie got in the scene at the beginning of Brawlhalla Esports. By the way, we're on year 6, so
Very different Boomie, by the way.
It's been quite a while, and that's what's terrifying about Experience is that you don't just drop a set to him and then go, oh well, I'll get him the next time, because he has been improving at such a rapid rate that he may be the one contesting Sandstorm and Snowy in top 3s in future tournaments. But that's not the next matchup we got coming up. No, the one that we got coming up is Zinker versus Cody Travis. Zinker, a player who knocked out Megd and RDMJ to get here to fight against Cody Travis, which is exciting because he had that winner side top 32 match where I actually need to double check who he got knocked out by. But it's cool to be able to see him make it all the way to top 8 after losing that best of 5.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, because I'm wondering, has Zinker made top 8 before? I know he always gets just shy. I'm like, he might have done it once. but man, Zinker's crazy. He is one of those players who, I'm always like, wow, this person's amazing. He's been playing Koji since the dawn of time. If the Land Before Time movies were about Koji, it's all about Zinker. He's just been so dedicated to this legend. On top of all of that as well, has been a consistent threat on the ranked leaderboard and even in bracket, usually taking out a couple good names before he goes down, but generally not making it this far.
Yeah, taking a look back, in fact, it's the winner of this match fights against Blazey in a best of 5, and Blazey was the player that knocked Zinker down to the lower bracket 3-0 in winners round 1. So looking for that rematch potentially if he's able to take down Cody Travis. But you're right, he usually does take down a few notable names, and this time he didn't lose a single game to Megd or Hardy MJ on his way into this top 8 position. So excited to see how he's going to play against Cody Travis, who, like Zinker with Koji, Cody is very well known for his Barasa. He has, over time, experimented with other legends. We were seeing a little bit of that Legend Crisis in the 2v2 yesterday, switching off to a bunch of different things. Ending with the Koji, we weren't really happy with it, but you know what? He was just trying to see what it would work. But today, it's been mostly on the Barasa. Had some amazing 0 deaths against Boomie despite going down 0-3. But I've been enjoying the gameplay from him so far, and actually, well, we'll talk a little bit about it after we see the stats from Zinker. You're right. I'm not seeing any top 8 placements on that graphic, Flambeau. You're absolutely right. This is the first time we've seen him this far in the bracket.
Because he always performs well. He almost you saw he has 6 top 32 placements. He usually, I feel like, gets knocked out somewhere around 13th, maybe 9th, just shy. But man, I'm happy to see him make it all the way to top 8 today. It's been a long time coming. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cody Travis got quite a bit of work to do here. Now, granted, we've been seeing him on this Reno a little bit this weekend, and it's definitely one of those legends that when first got announced, everyone was like, this was made for Cody. So hopefully, today we get to see some of that.
Well, and what's awesome about this, I was talking with Photo about it in the Boomie versus Cody head-to-head earlier on, was that there's a potential that we get the Reno Ditto because Boomie has been focusing so hard on playing Reno in this bracket, but Cody didn't bring it out against him. But now bringing out game 1 against Zinker. Oh, Zinker, no! That's okay, well, it's not a great start to this set. But you know what? I believe he can bring it back. But anyways, I was talking about is that Cody it looks like he's warming up the Reno in potential for that rematch with Boomie, which could potentially happen in the lower semifinals if they're able to get in the top 4 spot. But Zinker, despite losing that stock super early with that gravity cancel sidelight, Cody does dodge and touch the stage, but he's making this comeback look pretty good considering that he lost that stock to himself, basically.
Yeah, I know, really. He just kind of messed up going off stage, didn't get the wall touch, and lost his stock extremely early. But now, in this match against Cody Travis, seemingly doing a pretty good job. But the moment Cody got sent to the second stock has just not been touched at all. Already carrying Zinker into the orange. Finally, the first blow from Zinker, but he has a lot of work to do to bring this game back.
I think the most terrifying position to be against Cody's blasters is on a fresh stock. I've noticed this against Boomie and against other players as well. Cody has the most security in how he wants to play any weapon matchup when he has blasters against somebody else and they're at fresh damage, right? When they have a lot of damage on them, maybe it gets a little weird, but I've seen Cody bring people from white to red in a blink of an eye so many times when he gets that first hit, and usually off of the blaster's sidelight. Now over to the orb. Let's see what he's got on this weapon, as most of his damage has been dealt with the blasters so far. Nice! With that dash forward neutralite, surprised that knocked out. Mammoth Fortress giving him a little bit of an assist there.
Yeah, and just like that, I mean, Cody, pretty decent lead so far. I mean, Reno shouldn't be living too much longer here, but Zinker has shown that he's been struggling to get the hits. And you were talking about Cody being tough to deal with when he has those blasters and a fresh stock from the opponent, but it looks like it's also working for the orb as well. No answers from Zinker as he gets yeeted down, and that's a corner guard. Cody Travis takes game 1 convincingly.
Down sig for the dodge in, neutral sig for the jump up, and then the down air to catch him trying to use all of the remaining recovery tools he had to get back to the stage is a 2-stock for Cody Travis. Amazing orb play. All right, and okay, that's good to know. I didn't actually remember what stance Boomie selected for Reno. I think most people opt into the force stance. There are a few that like to go for the movement speed because then you get that amazing 6 defense, 6 movement speed, right? But you end up having 3 force and an orb of blasters. That's not like, I'm sure you might play Lucian, but it's not the greatest place to be in. But no, he's going for the 5-6, 6-5. So Cody on the Reno. Great job with the sidelight so far. Falling down here, didn't quite hit him. Goes for the sider instead. And Zinker, you may have lost that stock to an accident really early on, but Cody's looking like he's just going to take that stock right there with that D-Light dash up recovery. Definitely Blaster's best knockout option.
Yeah, right now Zinker's getting cooked. Like, there isn't really a way to mince words on that one. He's just having a tough time getting in, and that's the Cody Travis like buff, you know, like that's what makes Cody Travis Cody Travis. You can fight any Blasters player you want, and you can think you have all the matchup experience, but there is no one, and I repeat, no one that has the sauce the way Cody Travis does, man. I know Boomie's Blasters, they're cool, but they're still not Cody's, and even Boomie knows it.
Well, they're totally different for sure. And one thing I always like to highlight when comparing the two is how masterful Cody is with Blaster's sideline in particular. And that's something that we've been seeing a lot throughout this matchup here. But Zinker could take the stock back from with that recovery. Cody falls all the way back to the stage. I don't know why I felt like he was going to gravity cancel side sig, but he went for the neutral sig instead. It hits Zinker. A sidelight Sarah away from being down 2 stocks, as that neutralite does way more knockback than I was expecting. But Zinker could still even up the numbers.
Okay, that's not going to KO. Another Nair should do it if he can land it. D-Light, of course, going to lead to a guaranteed conversion as well. There's the Nair. Zinker manages to find it. Behind by quite a bit, but Koji is one of those legends that I'd say has access to the flow state a lot easier than a lot of other legends. His moves just kind of flow together. If Zinker just gets a little bit of momentum going, we can see a lot of damage racked up onto Cody Travis, but it's going to be difficult. We've already seen how hard it's been for Zinker thus far.
Sarah finishes him off, but I liked the one of my favorite things to see from players that play Bow is gravity cancel downlight as a recovery tool, where even though it didn't hit Cody, he touched the stage with the landing, immediately turned around with an end light, got a little bit of damage, but he was just so damaged that Blaster Sarah finished him off anyways. D-Light down air. Oh,
yeah, it's
not the right read, Cody. Cody gets the landing, but here's a little bit of that flow state you were talking about. Nice. Okay, I think that's just it.
Yeah, I think the weapon throw is going to go ahead and seal the deal there, stopping all vertical momentum from Cody and bringing it down to a final stock here. Zinker's actually not that far behind. Opts to go for a follow-up. I thought he would have maybe gone for the weapon throw and go for the starve, but that means Cody now has this orb, and orb is like, it's like a sword you can throw. You know, like there's very low recovery on all of these moves and some very great hitboxes to match.
Yeah, and similar to Sword, off of the side light, you have the two options that you could go for depending on what follow-ups you want, the side air or the down light. That will be true no matter what. Side air comes through, gets the dodge from Zinker. Will he go for the down zink here?
Smoke.
Yeah, yes, there it is. There it is. That's like absolutely what the move was designed for. Incredibly obvious, but Cody made it a little less obvious by getting into that down light, neutral light, side light rhythm that he likes to do with edge guards on Barasa so much, but that time interrupting the rhythm with a nice little jumping. Did he gravity cancel that down
I
to
think
make
he
it
did.
a little bit higher?
I think he did. I think we're going to catch her at the end here. Last replay.
Yeah, yeah.
That little bit of height.
So not quite how I expected him to use the D-Sig, but you know what? That's why Cody is fighting to get in the top 5. And like he's really great with blasters, and being able to use that down so you can get a knockout with it is great. The longer you charge that move, because it's a chainsaw effect, it doesn't get stronger with its knockback, but it just lasts longer, so you can potentially catch somebody. Cody with blasters on a fresh stock. What am I saying? What else can I say?
And it's like, it's oh, hold on, turn around. Oh, he misses the second ground pound. Oh, that would have been huge because you know that bow has the highest base force on that ground pound. Doesn't scale as hard, but that's the trade-off. Could have potentially been an early KO.
So I'm going to give shout-outs to Egg Soup right now. He has a Reno guide on his YouTube, and something that I was seeing from watching that Cody's doing, which is awesome, is off of Blaster's side light, there's two signatures that Reno players like to go for. If you go for the neutral sig, it covers basically every dodge except for dodge down, right? If they dodge up, in place, towards you, away, you're going to get them with the neutral sig. Whereas if you go for the side sig that's covering the dodge down, we've seen Cody go for both of these signature options after a blaster side light already. Them not really succeeding, but something to look out for while watching this Reno gameplay that I'm noticing Cody is utilizing. Zinker taking the first lead of the set, however, pretty good look for him.
Oh, okay. Gonna get that dodge back in time here. Dodges up, nice turnaround, goes for the quick turnaround and is unable to find it. That's gonna be 2 ground pounds now from Zinker that could have potentially led to some early knockouts that he's not quite going to be able to find, but not in a bad spot here. But then Cody, once again, once he has someone at these low damage ranges, is really good at finding the hits. And one thing I will compliment that makes Cody a cut above is actually his movement on the ground, right? One of the tough things about playing blasters is getting neutral light, side light, or D light. And there you go. You were talking about that setup before, right? Side light into the neutral sig. If you can't land against blasters and they just catch your landings over and over with grounded options, that means they get all these opportunities to follow up. He drops the true conversion there, but not without dealing so much damage.
Yeah. Okay, Zinker really holding that out. And Cody almost fell into it. Takes a lot of self-control to not, because some players might just fast fall and reaction out of there or something, even though he's like expecting the sig to be released. But no, he waits out the entire move, gets the stock. Another thing terrifying about playing against Cody is because he's so well known for tapping you with 3 side lights in a row because you might dodge down against it. So many players want to dodge away or jump away. Those neutral sigs are going to come out pretty handy, I feel like, if he continues playing with the Reno.
There's a dodge down.
Goes the down air instead. And that was because Zinker got hit by the neutral sig before. It's just so tough when you're playing against somebody who's got the reads like Cody Travis.
Oh, man, yeah, Zinker is struggling here on the verge of getting 3-0'd. Cody at this point, you know, probably one down air or even just a stray hit should lead to a D-Light recovery now, because Cody not going to live. It might actually KO now. The D-Light damage itself might put him in the danger zone and lead enough. That side light will definitely do it.
Well, now he's in a place where the next down light that hits is, oh, never mind, doesn't even need it. Zinker gets right in position for him, just let me do that for you. As the recovery hit to Cody Travis takes it, Zinker off the top.
And congratulations to Zinker for making it into the top 8. Got 3-0'd, which, you know, never feels great. But, I mean, considering this is his first top 8 ever, I think getting 7th is not something to be ashamed of. And especially how often does he get to even play Cody Travis, you know?
The head-to-head was 0-0, so literally never.
Good reason.
like unless they're they encounter each other on ranked or in sparring separately. In terms of official tournaments, that's the first time that Zinker's had that opportunity, and I'm excited for many more because we were just talking about it, right? First top 8 in official tournaments, great time to be snagging that top 8 placement right before BCX. So great play coming out from Zinker, of course. Cody Travis on the Reno looking great as well. I'm wondering if he's going to be sticking with that going up against Blazey in the lower quarterfinal matches. We'll have to watch that in just a little bit because the next match we got coming up is Experience versus Stingray. we were talking about this earlier. Experience just finished knocking out Phazon, seed 2 of the tournament. So pretty big upset. But is it really that much of a surprise to you and me after watching him play in 2v2s? Not so much. He's really just been playing out of his mind this weekend.
Now, Stingray is another one of those players who, like, you can expect to make it to grand finals of any tournament, but generally tends to hover somewhere around the, like, 5th and 3rd placings a lot of the time. You know, sometimes maybe hits that 9th place. It's really tough to say. He's kind of he's been more consistent than I think Kosalix in recent times, right? Like Kosalix is someone you're like, you see him in top 8, you're like, yeah, of course he's here. But then like at a tournament like this one, he's not there, right? Wrenched isn't there. There are players that like you expect to make it that far that just aren't there. Stingray's been more consistent than that, but you can also see in the lifetime head-to-head that Stingray has played Experience once in bracket before, but got the dub.
This is Experience's first top 8 as well.
Oh yeah,
in singles. That's pretty crazy that we had 2 of those at the same time. Man, Brawlhalla, people are just stepping up, really. And this matchup, this is pretty cool. We got Cassidy versus Fate on Small Brawlhaven here. Cassidy coming out from Stingray, game number 1, Experience on the Fates, putting out the orb down there already as Stingray is trying to catch up with those blasters, gravity cancel down lights, and Experience is just staying right inside that blaster's dead zone. Too much pressure for Stingray to really be able to break it. Nice. A huge advantage, and that was a crazy down air after that down light. Nicely done from Experience, and that's gonna disarm him. Let's see if he can get the stock. Oh, he's low on jumps.
Experience is like looking so good, man. Like I can't even front. Experience is looking just a cut above today, and I think Stingray is caught a little bit by surprise as well. I know. Oh, dodge down. That could be a neutral light. Holy cow! Experience is just moving, dude. I can't keep up.
Yeah. The style breeze. Okay. Stop neutral 6.
That's Cassidy.
Cassidy classic.
Yeah.
That's doesn't get much better than that. And now, with Stingray on the hammer, putting out those siders, trying to punch him, pick up the weapon. There's the nair. But if Experience can get Stingray off stage, I feel like that's going to be his forte. But, oh, man, landing with that stuff. Interesting. Oh, no, what's happening? He's getting so many of these in a row. And it's like that additional tilt value, too. Hammer Cider is already pretty rough to get hit by. But when the lasso comes out, you have to wait that much longer to watch them smack you towards the top of the stage off of getting that stomp. It's brutal.
Yeah, and it's a light attack, you know, even though it's not actually, it may as well be. Wow, nice catch with the Warp Star there, caught at the very tail end. I think Stingray thought the hitbox had gotten past them already and was going to get back on the stage. So Experience, man, just to get a little bit of a cheeky one right there. But these stomps into neutral sig are paying the bills for Stingray right now. I can't remember if that conversion is still true or not, or if it's one dodge frame. I actually don't remember.
Yeah, I can't say.
Because they tried to patch out most of those, right?
He's making it look like it's true still. I'm not exactly sure. But either way, Experience, if it is dodgeable, he's not dodging out of it. And Stingray's hit about, like, what, 6? Stop neutral 6. Experience doesn't really care, though. Hitting him with an amazing orb string. Neutral light comes through, tries to charge that neutral signature, and the ground pound actually dodges out of the way of the hammer recovery, which could have been a huge turnaround for Stingray. And Experience is on the verge of getting, that's it. Sideline, side air, Fate. May not look like it, but the highest, I think, tied with Petra for the highest amount of force on orb in the game. It's definitely highest, or up there, top 2.
No, that sounds correct, because Fate hits like a truck. Like, I don't think you expect that she will.
He's even taken out of the force stance, actually, and you still have 6 force on orb, which is big. Something that players talked about a lot when orb was first coming into the game. There weren't that many orb legends, is that the highest stat that a lot of players value on it is force, because you really want sidelight side air to knock out as soon as possible. And Fate's got it, for sure.
Okay, we're going to see how Stingray is going to be able to answer in Game 2. This time we're on Demon Island, right? So it's essentially the same layout as Small Brawlhaven, a little bit more space, but less wall to work with. And so far, Experience is going crazy on the Scythe. Honestly, Stingray's been struggling a little bit here, both in terms of the Scythe and the Orb matchup. But then when Stingray gets a hit, it's been like 4 or 5 unanswered, right? Ensig. Maybe do it again. Jumping is an attractive option in this game, so I don't blame Stingray for going for the button. I should have checked the stats on the last one to see the accuracy on it.
I think we can take a look, actually. Shots production. The accuracy was 7 signatures, 57%.
Okay,
so
not bad.
Hit over half of them, 4 out of 7.
Oh, and Stingray.
And he goes down.
Yeah. He got hit by the tippy toes. They can never sleep on unarmed down air. Just that move that will take your stock ever so gently, but it will just kind of tuck in at night.
Yeah, same thing with gravity cancel unarmed sidelight. Oh, it's my favorite edgeguard tool for sure. When you have like just enough damage that the knockback's pretty significant, and you get them right at the end of all their jumps, and they just fall. That's it. But the deal recovery from Stingray will even up the stocks. And Experience back onto the scythe, catches one land against that dodge in place, and you see him go with it. But Stingray, wake up down air into the neutral sig, says get back down here just so they can send him back up in the air to get another landing neutral sig. Yep, there it is. Stop neutral sig. Okay, I'm gonna just say it. It's true. It has to.
Right?
There's no way Experience ain't dodging out of that after the 7th time. Okay, he goes in for another one. Oh, he's going for the side sig that time, mixing it up, and Experience dodges it down here, comes through Stingray with that dash jump, pivot side air, forces the dodge, picks up the weapon, spawns perfectly in place. The D-Light recovery will take the stock. Stingray with the lead in game number 2.
Okay, and so far, Stingray catching jumps today with that lasso. Such a good signature on Cassidy. And it's one of those, Cassidy's one of those legends that like, it's kind of like Scarlet. Wow, that NSIG did not KO. That's crazy. It was charged and everything. You saw the extra stars, but just didn't have enough oomph. But as I was saying before, is that Cassidy, hold on. You might have a stock here. Yeah? Yeah, beautiful.
Oh, yes. Weapon toss picking against the down air. Stingray just try to get, I guess, an extra 2 points of damage with that weapon throw. He didn't even get above the stage, and now Experience even it up. But as you were saying,
yeah, Cassidy's just a different breed. You know, like it's like there's certain legends in the game that force you to play the game completely differently. This isn't the Hammer matchup. This is the Cassidy matchup. You see Stomp and Sig again.
Well, he dodged one of them. Gotta be frame perfect on it, apparently. Experience putting out the neutral light. Stingray dodging through the weapon throw. Stop neutral sig again. Stingray.
Because
we're gonna need a new signature counter after this one, specifically for Stop NSIG.
It's because also that like Cassidy has one of the highest dexterity stats in the game.
Yeah.
She has 8 base, I'm pretty sure, somewhere around there. So like, it's like, okay, well, that Stomp means it's gonna end a little bit quicker and give her more time to start up the windup for that neutral signature. And it also means just in general when Cassidy's whiffing all these attacks, there's just a decent amount less end lag, which makes it harder to punish.
For sure. Let's see if Experience can bring this back. However, Stingray's been in the lead the entire time. Experience the most damaged, but if he gets him off stage, wait for that chase dodge side air. Doesn't hit, avoids the neutral signature, and it kicks him off. Neutral light, nair, brings it back into the weapon throw. This could be it. Avoids the recovery.
Watch the NSIG. Wow, goes for the down air, turns him around, sends him off stage, and misses the edge guard there. Has the dodge? No, not in time. And Stingray is going to snatch game 2 there. It looked like Experience kind of had it at a few different moments there, right? We saw Stingray get sent off stage, I think at least twice in those final moments, and just the edge guard was not secured by Experience.
I was so scared for a second at the end here when I saw Stingray go off these blasters, like, oh no, is he going to fast fall off the stage faster than Experience falls down? But no, he jumped. He saved himself there. 2 damage difference. Damage per engagement, literally the same. But the signature count for Stingray, so much higher. And Experience after that one loss is saying, all right, back to the cannon. Amethyst is being brought out for game number 3. Now the scoreline is 1-1.
Okay, let's see. Experience on the Amethyst. We saw some of the Amethyst yesterday in the 2v2s, and it was kind of who I was expecting to be the first pick coming up right now. But now I'm happy to see that the Amethyst has finally been taken out. I mean, speaking of getting taken out, Stingray's first stock just got completely demolished.
Yeah. Experience on the cannon now, getting hit by the neutral light. Oh, okay. Try to mix him up that chase dodge down and dodge straight down afterwards. Or chase dodge up, dodge down. Nice down air from Experience. Oh, man. Experience gets the ground pound. Weapon throw, dive kick. Oh, I thought that was it, but Stingray dodges through the crucial move after getting hit by that weapon throw. Didn't let him catch him off guard. Stomp Cider sends him off stage. Oh, and that side sig gets punished. Experience just moving with the Amethyst and picking up the axe means it's a down air, and he almost gets a cider, but nope. Stop. Neutral sig true. Confirmed.
Confirmed.
By production.
Confirmed
by production. Yeah.
You know, it's a little wild.
It's kind of wild. It's wild. The fact that we don't know about it means like, what
I remember when like Core and Jala and everyone had their true convergence. They all got patched out, but it looks like Cassidy gets to keep it for now.
Sneaks by. Yeah, well, I know that the D-Light side sig on blasters was a thing. And that disappeared pretty quickly, but okay, sidelight into down air coming out. from Stingray here as that downer hits. And oh, he gets the chase dodge, and he delays the cider just enough to catch Stingray off guard. Instead of flying off the left, Experience takes the lead again.
Okay. And there we go, Experience. I mean, the axe is absolutely cooking Stingray right now. Stingray backing up quite a bit, wants to bait Experience to jump some more because you know that neutral stick is going to come out. And if he's able to kind of get the 50-50 on if he's going to approach aerially or grounded, he can just go for the stomp instead.
Man, Experience really reading Stingray here so far. I guess the cider, no. Cider hits him instead. Oh, the neutral light goes through, but he landed right in the dead zone of the sidelight, and you're probably right. But the D-Light recovery on the platform, that's certainly going to take him out. Now 1-1. Stingray, well, he's 6 stomp and 6 away.
Yeah.
from 2-1.
Yeah, that's
one. All right.
Oh, ground pound. That's good damage. Hold on.
All right. Stingray really getting the most out of his hits.
That is a Zol, by the way, so it won't take a lot.
Oh, that's it. Nicely done. Yeah, that is a Zol, by the way. 9 force, by the way. D-Light there off the top. That's almost a 200 damage differential of Stingray, while showing us some new tricks on the Cassidy. Might have to switch over to one of the other legends, and granted, Stingray's got like 12 that he's won competitively with that he can bring out. Let's see if he stays with the Cassidy going against Experience, now that he forced Experience onto the Amethyst.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think I see a Koji here from Stingray. I was going to say, like, when we were talking about Phazon yesterday, we were talking about how Phazon's one of those players who has a very deep pocket of picks. Yeah. And I think Stingray might be the only player I can think of right now that might have him beat in terms of the amount of
when it comes to players placing in top 8, the only two that I can think of that are, like, maybe comparable is like Tiffany, and then if Wilson gets to the top 16 again. It's been a long time. But those are the only two that I was thinking, like, wow, he really has a legend for every situation. But Stingray now on the Koji, back against the wall, 2-1 on small Brawlhalla. I mean, this is where your stock flies to his old side sig at yellow. You got to be careful about that. Although Experience isn't the most signature heavy cannon player out of all of the cannon players that I've seen. He's really focused on just weaving those light attacks with Stingray. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow! I can't believe that. That was the fastest sideline I've ever seen on a hit stun. Wow.
And I'm like a little bit surprised too, because you know in that Koji side stick he does a little roll forward. Like I was surprised that the side light didn't just like whiff a little bit.
Oh, because there's that dead zone on top of you where you can't like hit it stacked. Yeah, that had to just barely hit. Experience surviving barely in the face of 2 Koji side sigs. Third one goes the wrong direction, but Experience doesn't get the punish for it. And there's a lot of footsies going on right now as that weapon toss goes straight down. And Stingray stops it from picking up and takes the stock with the nair. Experience down a stock now to Stingray.
Okay. And here we go, Stingray trying to go ahead and bring this to a game 5, and so far doing decently, but this is a Koji. Experience needs like one clean hit. A Sayer from the corner, though, I don't think will KO, even if Koji gets sent all the way to the other side. You want to hit it in center stage or from the opposite side of the corner like Experiences, and now the Endlight's going to send to the opposite side. Disarm Stingray at the same time, goes for the reversed recovery for the edge guard, which honestly is like a pretty good option a lot of the time. The Sayer's going to find it, and now we're back to even stocks here, and since we were talking about this is Zol, right? That's a lot of force. Is it just like, sidelight nair maybe? A couple of those and we're back in it.
Right. I mean, at this point,
oh, that'll do it.
Sidelight cider.
Yeah, we're even now.
Okay. Yeah, downer, downlight. It's all you need to bring Stingray into the orange. Weapons coming out. He dodges one sidelight, then dodges the neutral light. Stingray expecting the fast fall back down, and that D-light recovery could just take it. I mean, talk about glass cannon. Experience down to that D-Light recovery off the top of the stage, and now he's on one stock. Could potentially be a game 5 if Stingray keeps playing like this. And Stingray's not going for the side 6 anymore. We were talking about the axe side light. You were saying you were surprised it hit when it hit that side 6 from Koji. This time, Stingray has just been going for the side light follow-ups instead, and when Experience went for the wake-up side light, it just went right over him. Didn't even have a chance to hit. And Stingray's been getting a lot more damage ever since he stopped trying to land that signature.
And I think Stingray is actually being a little bit more content with just icing out Experience a little bit and then just trying to go for these punishes. I mean, that's how you have to play when you have a lead, right? To make sure they don't just give it up for free. And Experience is having a tough time finding those raw hits in the neutral game, trying to get that D-Light, wants the nair to get the KO off the top. That's another whiffed D-Light. The option is a little bit obvious now. That's 3 in a row. Stingray was not born yesterday. He's not allowed. That's 4 now. 4 whiffed D-Lights from Experience. Experience needs to try to set up finesse in some other way because Stingray's just not biting.
Yeah, you can see Experience is trying to bait out. He was trying to bait out a million options from Stingray, where he'll do these neutralites. Great edge guard from Stingray. I'm noticing Experience likes to do these candid neutralites where he does not plan on them to hit, but in fact he's putting out the move to bait somebody to try to go after him so that he can turn around and hit him really quickly. And several times throughout the game, Stingray watches him use these neutralites and goes, I'm not going to punish that, I'm going to wait for the next thing that you choose to do. And he ended up doing that quite well and gets the 2-stock going into game number 4, and now we've got the Mordex from Experience coming out against Stingray's Koji in game number 5. Winner of this moves on to fight against Moist Esports Boomie.
Which, this is a little bit of an interesting pick, right? We saw the Fate earlier, so we already know the Scythe from Experience is insanely good, but the Gauntlets is kind of what I'm looking to see for here, because that's essentially what this pick means to me. It's like, you want these Gauntlets, so let's see what you got to bring here, because Stingray is looking pretty good on this Koji, all things considered. Bow, I've been saying it, and since like the last patch, I was like, this is the best weapon in the game. That is my opinion. I think this weapon is so good, especially Koji. This legend, he just be swinging. He got coverage. His SIGs are good, and Experience is having a tough time getting in on him.
Yeah, sometimes when fighting against Bow, I feel like this is blasters without the dead zone. You know? Like sometimes I feel that way, because when you're shooting the arrows, the neutralite, sure, it doesn't cover a huge area, but the distance is amazing. And the better you are at the game, the more accurate you're going to be with hitting that move. And the same thing applies for downlight and so on and so forth. So Stingray, doing really well here on this first stock. Experience out on the Scythe over the Gauntlets. He said you wanted to look for them, and so far they didn't really. All they did was get Experience a heap load of damage onto himself. So now he's back over to the Scythe, and this looks a little bit better. So lucky that recovery dropped, but nice weapon toss after that side air, and Stingray has got a pretty good stock lead.
And so far, Experience hasn't gotten too much started with these Gauntlets, kind of biding some time off stage, trying to see if maybe they can bait Stingray to come off and maybe get like an early KO. But Stingray not falling for it. The unarmed, though, seems to be the weapon of choice here for Experience. Going for the sidelight, that means Stingray's going to be able to come on stage and continue to starve them. Experience not able to get a weapon, waiting for that spawn, saying, please, Jesus, something. No, why on that side of the stage? I'm going to stay here a little bit longer. Please, on the left. Please, on the left. And it goes to the right again.
Oh, that's awful. But you know what? He's doing a great job navigating all these attacks. There it is. Finally. It was going to happen. Oh, and of course, the first thing he does is he side sigs. He just hopes that Stingray's going to fall into it. It's a little uncharacteristic to me. But that just must be that pressure in singles that Stingray is able to bait out of Experience. Is that I'm seeing a lot of these attacks from Experience just hoping that Stingray falls into an attack. That time, great reaction to his recovery, gets the downer to get the attack, but that side stick was definitely just hoping that Stingray was going to do something. And when he didn't, and he got punished for it, well, of course, Experience is now in the orange.
Yeah, especially against a weapon like Bow. It has these disjoints. It was perfectly content trying to bait you out from half screen away. Oh, man, that Sair was like...
Almost worked.
It was this close, man. It was this close. Almost shot the arrow right through the apple.
If Experience Saired a little earlier, it would have missed Koji. He would have fallen straight into that, and that would have been it. Really close. Oh, the down sig. So lucky for Experience to be able to get that sidelight interrupted. We could hear the sound effect, but the Sammy match just didn't come down. And now Stinger with that weapon throw coming forward. Weapon spawn works out for him. Experience gets a punish. But so far, Experience is kind of reverse icing him out here. He's really trying to take the momentum back so that he can basically play the entire game with Scythe.
Yeah.
I guess when he switched to the Mordex, he just wanted Mordex with his Scythe signature kit.
Oh, I can't believe that. That should be enough. That was Fate, though. That would have definitely KO'd. Off the wall. Goes for the true conversion generally, but not this time today. Maybe a weapon throw might have been a safer option, but Experience, Experience has been struggling to find the KOs. Right, this game, the game previously, we saw a bunch of D-lights coming out on that cannon. You can just tell that Experience feels the pressure, but despite that, has been able to keep it close in this game number 5. Now, will Experience be able to hold it together and get this massive upset and continue this crazy run we've seen today? That's a big dodge read. That's a lot of guaranteed damage.
Recovery.
You have to burn your dodge.
Be careful about not going too far. Okay. I don't know why I still get scared by things like that, where it's just at the last minute the combo gets reversed and Experience is gone in yellow, right? I was worried that something like that might happen, but Stingray, no. He took all the hits, recovery connects, gets him into the orange, but now we're back to neutral, and Stingray with the sword switches back over to the bow, wants to get that side light, maybe a D-light at range, but Experience is staying close on him. Nairs and neutral lights are coming out, however.
So close. Oh,
we got the recovery!
Experience takes out Stingray. 3-2. And a beautiful, beautiful read at the end there. I mean, we've seen so many like Hail Marys come out from experience, right? Like, D like this, I need to get the KO, I need to get the KO, I need to get the KO.
Yeah, side stick at the center of the stage. Yeah, things like that. I mean, Gauntlet ground pound in that sense. It was a really good reaction to that dodge up, but still risky. But man, that was an amazing read coming out from experience. And that last stock, like you were talking about, didn't feel like every stock that we had watched before as experience was struggling to close out these games. He had a real good game plan with the scythe there. And it was clear, it was evident, right? You were asking, oh, well, what about the experienced gauntlets? We know what happened with the gauntlets. He got a ground pound, he threw them away, he stayed on scythe the rest of the game, and he succeeded with it.
Oh, man, and now, you know what I want so bad, Taza? Like,
what's that? What do you
I want the player that no one expects to be here to win the tournament. I've yet to have that happen. I've had that player get second so many times, and it kills me. It absolutely kills me. And it's happened again even this tournament, this weekend, right? And twos yesterday. They just won't let it go.
Yep, there's always one veteran team there, one veteran competitor that's just like, look, I know how cool the story would be, but nah, we're going to win this. And they're going to take it. We can always talk about how much potential that they have
like
to make that upset. But then there's always that one of the same 4 or 5 that have always been winning it. So is this one it? I mean, experience looked a little shaky against Stingray, but let's face it, it's his first top 8. We saw how amazing he was in 2v2s yesterday, and now he's going to be going up against Moist Esports Boomie for 5th.
Yeah.
The winner of that going into the top 4 and fighting against the winner of the next match we got on stream. It's Blazey versus Cody Travis. Blazey on the Azoth. Cody was playing the Reno. Will it be the Barasa? I have no idea. We have to wait to see what they lock in at that Legend Select, but I'm excited either way.
Yeah, man, this one's gonna be interesting, right? Because we got like Azoth, you know, is Azoth. We've seen a lot more Azoth recently.
What's the other legend that you could say that about? Taros? It's like, Taros is Taros.
Taros is Taros. Azoth is Azoth. Scarlet is Scarlet. Like, probably those 3, right? Those, or Vrax is Vrax. That's the other one.
He's a little bit more rare when it comes to encountering him in the wild. But when you do see a Vrax, it's Vrax for sure. But we've got, it's Cody versus Blazey here. Azoth versus Reno. Cody bringing that out for game number 1. He's dead set on carrying this legend throughout the rest of the bracket after the Barasa failed him against Boomie in that best of 5 on the winner's side. And we're opening up with a slight lead for Cody as Blazey tosses the axe straight into his face, tries to get that pickup sidelight, and the neutral light actually catches Cody backdashing. The first swing didn't hit, but the second one did. Wow! Unfortunate drop. Graspy hands connect, but the last hit doesn't.
Oh, weapon throw. That should
sniped
do it.
him.
Dodge ain't gonna save you here. Go ahead and
oh wait, that
almost gave him the touch.
He almost gave. Yeah, that was the worst thing Blazey could have done there. Because if that dare hits, chase dodge activated, Cody's back. But you know what? Blazey did the good thing first, and that was the weapon throw to get the dive kick. Cody sleeping on Blazey's ability to throw weapons at him, and he loses the stock for that.
Yeah, oh man, Azoth is so good, right? He doesn't have that dexterity like a lot of other bow legends have, but it doesn't really matter for any of the conversions. The only thing that Azoth doesn't get true that most other legends get is D-Light into dash jump ground pound on bow. That's 1 dodge frame for Azoth, but everything else he got it.
There's something about Azoth players, too, with their signature mastery. We saw the side sig hit into the down sig. Azoth, uncharacteristic to every other legend in the game, basically, is that he has lingering hitboxes without chainsaw effects, right? There's no Olgrim down sig here. There's no Reno down sig. Those things, the blast just lasts a long time. As long as you can see the necromantic energy there, Azoth's going to be hitting you. And we see Cody get hit by the tail end of those moves twice now, and is still down a stock after that D-Light recovery. Blazey playing beautifully in this game 1.
Yeah, the way I always like to describe it is that Azoth's signatures are smelly. You know, like, it just kind of lingers for a little bit. It's like, ew.
The sheer stench just knocks you off the screen. You know, that's a pretty good way of thinking about it when it comes to the effect of getting hit by one of those. So yeah, Blazey really putting it on him here on this game number 1. As sidelight comes through, doesn't neutral light. The D-Light does hit. Cody, man, Cody's so good at those pivot nairs after the D-Lights. He hits them every time, no matter how low to the ground he is. Whoa, recovery.
Wow. Oh.
Barely misses, and he gets punished for it.
Oh, I'm surprised we didn't actually see like maybe a a reverse snare from Cody there, because we saw that he did catch the dodge from Blazey, so any follow-up he wanted to go for there would have had a pretty tough time getting out of if you're Blazey. But either way, I mean, Blazey's done most of the work. Even if Blazey loses this stock, this is whatever. You know, you can go ahead, come back, start throwing out some axe neutral sigs because it's so instant. You can start throwing out that down sig if you want to catch the landing, or if you go to bow, you just pick one of the heavies.
There we go. Cody finally, after the 4th Sair, takes Blazey down. Now I'm telling you, when it's Cody Travis, the worst place to be at against his blasters is on a fresh stock. He has so many conversions, and he'll get it 90% of the time. I feel like he'll get it right, no matter who he's fighting against. The first hit, that's what I'm talking about. It's like the first hit that he gets, suddenly you find yourself in white to orange. The next hit, you're going to find yourself in orange to red. But the recovery just barely doesn't knock out the carapace on Reno, making him live a little bit longer, but that neutral sig is more than enough. Yeah, Reno deceptively tanky with that 6 defense. Still, though, he's out of there after that neutral signature. Blazey really put on a show with the entirety of Azoth's kit. We saw that weapon throw knockout there that almost saves him, and then this knockout as well, D-Light recovery. Great job, Blazey winning game number 1, and immediately forces Cody off of the Reno. We're going to be going on to back to Barasa. But yeah, it's not an Azoth game if the signature count is not double digits. I swear.
You're just not playing the character at that point. You know, it's like, did you want to win? You know, it's like, when you got good options, you got to use them.
Yeah. Oh, and Cody coming back with a vengeance here on the Barasa. Neutral light hits, but that's just about it for Blazey. And Cody has been getting about 2 or 3 hits for every single engagement.
Okay, we'll see.
Doesn't hit.
Blazey looking pretty good on this bow, but there we go. Cody Travis gets the conversion, gets that gravity cancel side light. Is looking for a little bit more there, but Blazey doesn't go in the direction he was hoping he would. But either way, we're like a D-Light recovery territory now. Cody's staying grounded for that reason. He'll jump and maybe gravity cancel it if he feels like it makes sense. But Blazey, I think, has also caught on to that and is playing grounded as well. Goes for the neutral signature. It doesn't KO, but Cody's retaliation doesn't KO either. And just comes down with a Sair.
You saw him winding up for the D-Light on the landing as well, and Blazey just landing with a Cider Calm off guard, but Cody returns the favor, hits him with a Sair on the axe, switches back over the blasters, and has an axe prime in case that gets knocked out of his hands. Blazey just walked around the stage. I can't believe that downer didn't hit. Blazey literally just strolled underneath him, was like, oh, where's my weapon?
And Blazey,
Cody's going to keep denying him.
Being really careful right now. Doesn't want to, like, miss a punish, right? He doesn't want to be a little bit late, so he's being a little bit more wary about when he wants to put out his hitboxes. But I think Cody is sniffing that out and is getting a lot of extra damage. Should be able to dodge here, touch the wall. No edge guard from Blazey. Blazey was late.
Yeah, that's all there was to it. He put out a signature, was kind of weird, and then by the time he got in position to down air him, I mean, there was only one place Cody could touch, and that pivot down air. I've seen so many Kojis knock people out with the down air as they touch the stage. Whoa. He misses it there. And Blazey dodges on accident after the D-Light, probably looking for the neutral signature and just didn't get the inputs incorrectly. And that means Cody continues living on this first stock because that axe downlight's not even going to be enough to take down this legend.
And I'm actually surprised that Blazey's not using the axe neutral sig a little bit more. You know, it has a decent amount of active frames. It's quick, has low end lag, and you can do a reverse N-Sig to catch a lot of people off guard, but instead, using that Axe D-Light a little bit more. Gonna go ahead and see if you can try to bring back some of this damage deficit. Granted, I mean, Cody's gonna find the KO right here.
Yeah, we see Cody miss about one D-Light recovery every 100.
Yeah.
Right? So when it connects, it's so nice as a caster. You can be like, I'm going to preemptively call this knockout. So there it is. D-Light hit. Oh, but Blazey, whoa! Down air almost connects and sends Cody off to an early stock. D-Light and a neutral light. Try to get the nair afterwards, but Blazey just dodged straight down. That down air leads into a nice side air follow-up. Man, when Cody gets the rhythm going, he's chase dodging left and right over and over again, setting up for another 2 or 3 hits. Oh, but that side air in the wrong way means Blazey gets that neutral light.
Hey, we got a freebie.
That's just it.
Yeah, the weapon throw was just enough to send Cody just so low enough that the jump he'd get after being hit wouldn't carry him high enough to get the wall touch. Now Blazey able to have this be a one-stock match, but honestly, I'd say this has been the Cody Travis show the entire time. He's really going to have to play out of his mind to bring this back, and this is a good start. We see he goes for the sidelight, waits for the dodge, but then doesn't react accordingly.
Ooh, went
Nice.
for the cider read, and Blazey was right there ready to fight him. Weapon toss up, and Cody with that downlight, sidelight edge guard, went for the neutral signature, doesn't hit. Oh, the sidelight maybe meant to downlight there. Blazey doesn't get hit by it, but the downer comes through. Cody not with the right follow-ups.
Cody, be careful here. You have dodged up the past 3 or 4 times you've been hit by both sidelight. And if I'm Blazey, next time I'm just going to dash in a direction and end sig and try to end the game. That's what I'm going to go for. So you have to be careful. Ooh. Cody has not dodged down on that, but it doesn't matter because the stray Sair is going to be enough, right? And that's like the Blasters Classic where you just rack up all this damage and you're unable to find the D-Light, so you just end up closing out the stock with a stray Sair.
Yeah, I was a little surprised it actually did knock out as that early.
Yeah, same. It
last
felt early.
Last time we saw Cody having to hit like 3 or 4 of them, but that cider just had to have been the right amount of damage to get him off the left side of the stage there. And much to my surprise, we're seeing Blazey use less and less signatures as this match develops. We're going into game number 3 now. It's 1-1, but that one win for Blazey was against Cody Travis's Reno. But over on the Barassa, Cody Travis looking much more dominant against Blazey's Azoth.
And I think especially for Cody, the Barraza is a pick that, you know, it works against the people it works against, and then it doesn't against the others. Like, there's certain people he's played in tournaments so much at this point that they kind of have a feel for it. They've learned the matchup to say, but that's why he's been trying a couple of new legends. Ooh. But someone like Blazey doesn't get a chance. He's getting cooked.
Yeah, it's that moment where Cody's got you on a fresh stock, and he's like, if one of these hit, I've got a bajillion one options to figure out how to follow up and get you down to...
It's been a while since I've seen that.
Oh, he took a weapon throw worth of damage, downsig off the top. And I swear, I mean, I remember when Cody was getting early knockouts with that downsig so much that I feel like that move got nerfed single-handedly.
Yeah, 100%. That was the Cody Travis in the pass notes. Free.
And he's still getting it, though. It's still a strong move for sure. It's just got so much force attached onto it. And as long as you know how much damage you need to have in your opponent before it hits, you just make sure that the first time you hit it is the last time that you need to hit it. And Blazey is down a whole stock of some change now as he gets hit by another cider. Man, he's not giving him a chance to breathe.
Yeah, because the thing about Cody that you keep highlighting is that his flow chart at the low damage ranges is impeccable, right? He's like, is exactly where he wants you to be. And look at him go. He's just down there, sir, down there, sir. You're going to recover high. I'm going to follow low, maybe recover under you. I thought he was going to go for the recovery there. I really did. Wow, what a dodge.
Gee. Okay, side stick put out from Blazey. Cody ready for it that time. Avoids recovery. I feel like Blazey, at this point, Blazey's only...
Dang, he was so close. He was so close.
It was the read, but there Azoth's speed on the signatures kind of screwed him over there. But yeah, I was thinking, at this point, all Blazey actually can knock out with is bow neutral air. That's the only thing that he's been able to find on Cody that's been taking stocks recently. I think he's going to have to work towards that again. That time, he doesn't even mess up the neutral signature off the downlight, and it's still not enough. And Cody's like, all right, it's flowchart time. Ground pound misses. I don't care. I already got you in orange. I'm coming in with that D-light. Pivot air, down air, side air. Okay, well, he missed, but...
Cody Travis on the verge. Cody. Okay, I was about to say we're heading close toward 3-stock territory, but Cody finally gets taken out by the breath from the depths, that Azoth down sig. But at this point, it might be a little bit too late. Cody has been cooking Blazey this entire time, and the retaliation from Blazey has been mid at best, right? He's been getting like a hit, and he's been trying to follow him, and then respond, and his reactions aren't there. Cody, one hit away, the Sair finds it, and that's
crazy.
It.
Cody is so crazy. That sidelight into, not dash jump, but regular jump, no fast fall side air to catch him off guard, to be able to get the babysitting side air at the end, to end that stock and get the 2-stock. Cody just absolutely playing insane. Force and Blazey over the Koji. I want to see this. Do we get the... We don't. We just get the cider there. But right before that was a really insane position to get that edge guard scenario. Curious what the light attack accuracy for Cody was that game. Maybe we'll see the stats from production in a bit. But we're going straight into game number 4 because that's just how quickly these players want to go head-to-head. And Blazey, what is it about Koji, Flambo? You're right. If your opinion is that bow is just the weapon of the game right now. I feel like a lot of players are like, oh no, if I lose one more, what am I gonna do? Koji.
Yeah, that's just facts. I mean, Koji is good. He's quick. And also, you know, especially when the last character you were playing was Azoth, that's considerably slower than Koji is. So you're thinking, oh man, you're thinking, I need help. That's what you think. You know, I need healing. You're like Genji right now. You're like, oh no.
Yeah.
This is not good.
So interesting note, Cody Travis had 49% light attack accuracy.
Oh, that didn't KO.
In that last game. Which is cool because something that I was talking about with Photo a little bit earlier is that we were saying Blaster's accuracy we would just imagine is a lot less because you're just zoning so much with the weapon. But Cody
he don't miss.
Didn't care that time. He got that 50%. Every other attack that he was putting out was connecting with Blazey in that last game. Blazey with the D-Light Sider, however, avoided damage the entire time and evened up the game after Cody got that super early neutral sig turnaround. And the game's 2-2 now.
Let's see. I mean, Cody, he's doing great right now. I mean, Blazey was able to go ahead and bring that back. And it's racking up a little bit of extra damage here. The Koji might be the answer, but now this axe from Cody Travis is proving to be something that Blazey has to deal with. And he's having quite a tough time. Finally manages to get a stray hit there with the dare. Goes right back to a new sword. But he hasn't been hitting Cody. He's there we go. That's something. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, but then Cody just wakes right up with a side air down sig, trying to catch Blazey going on the stage, puts it out in a way that was reactable, but Blazey's just narrowly avoiding these axe side airs, trying to bounce him into the Sarah combo. Blazey dash forward, dash back, tries to get the neutral sig. I think that one might have knocked out.
Wow,
side air
that hit. Oh, man, Blazey must be upset about that one. I was like,
one more and a weapon's gone. Okay,
he's
well,
gone.
He's gone.
Yeah.
I thought it would just be a weapon from that side of the stage, but no, Cody gets some good Sairs, and now Cody is one stock away from winning this match and set 3-1. Blazey has to win this to have a chance to move on into the lower semifinals.
Oh, and Blazey trying to slow it down, but like Cody's advantage state is so filthy, man. He has it down to a science.
How does Cody make blasters? It's like, oh yeah, you get hit by blaster sidelight, you're going to get hit by 5 moves. No, that's not how it should work, but it is with Cody, I swear. Side air hits, waits for the jump forward. Blazey with the hard read, however, gets the down stick in the perfect angle to the right side of the stage. If he hit that in center, maybe Cody lives, but that time Cody goes down. Blazey took a lot of damage, but there's still a chance.
Okay, let's see. Blazey gonna try to bring this back. It should be a D-Light guaranteed. Goes for the Nair instead of the Sarah. Wants to send Cody Travis up instead of off stage. I think he wants to play this game in terms of juggles, but so far that's 2 Nairs he's gone for to send Cody up, and then immediately gets retaliated on. I have to go for a gravity cancel D-Light? No, just goes for the dodge and gets hit by the weapon throw, and that's going to be it. Cody takes that set 3-1 over Blazey in a pretty convincing fashion. Blazey had some moments, but that's kind of it. Had some moments, not enough.
Yeah. I know what the viewers might be thinking. Why did he have to do it to him with that weapon throw there? Well, I'll tell you. If he did a ground pound or a down air, there's a chance bow neutral air catches you. And that's the last thing that you want. The safest thing Cody could have done there was just drop his weapon down. And he got him right before he touched the stage, too, so there was no chance of Blazey coming back. And that was the 3-1 for Cody Travis, an amazing victory over him. I'm a little, personally disappointed I didn't get to see the Reno throughout the rest of the set, but you know what? I'd rather just see Cody doing what he's doing best on Barassa Blasters than losing, trying to stay to a new legend pick. So great job from Cody, and that means there's a chance he gets that rematch with Boomie, the player who knocked him into the lower bracket. But before that, we have to see if that unicorn story that you want, Lambo, that is going to happen here. Is Experience going to knock out Moist Esports Boomie in this 5th place matchup? Because that's what we got coming up next. Experience, first top 8 in singles, now in top 5, going up against Boomie. And the winner of this set will be fighting Cody Travis in the 4th place spot in lower semifinals. It's going to be exciting for sure.
Yeah, this is where, this is how brackets can be so volatile, right? Experience never made it this far, but I've been waiting for the day where they would, Similarly, Java was one of those players where I was like, when's Java going to peep top 8? Then he gets 2nd, and it's like, all right, cool. So that's another one of those players. Megd is another one of those players that I'm still waiting for in singles to have that really good performance, but hasn't really quite done it yet. And Zinker was another one of those characters like, dang, you've been playing this game for so long, you've been so nasty for so long, and it took this line. Oh,
look at the head-to-head. Experience's PR doesn't even.
I know, it doesn't fit.
He's in the triple digits because we're just not used to this much of a discrepancy. I promise you that PR
one
changed
top
after this
32
event.
placement.
Yeah, and now it's gone to a top 8, and by 8 could even potentially be a top 3, depending on how this goes here. But man, Moist Esports Boomie is a force to be reckoned with, and Boomie has been taking everybody to small Brawlhaven that he possibly can here on the Reno, as he's opening up an experience. We're not seeing him start with the Faith this time. He's opening up with the Amethyst, and he'll have to be forced onto the Scythe if it goes poorly. Here, let's see what it got. It's Boomie versus Experience, game 1.
Oh, and so far, I mean, this orb from Boomie is looking great. You know, I know one of the things that Boomie in particular likes to go for is N-Light into N-Light over and over. Mainly 3 max, but he'll go for the reverse N-Light to catch some different dodges, and the N-Sig is going to be enough. That's not a lot of defense on that Amethyst, and Boomie's able to soar right into the lead.
Yeah, Boomie has been so great with the Reno neutral signature on Orb over every other signature, and the Orb ground pound as well, but Experience trying to get with that side on the way back to the stage. Ground pound does hit. Weapon toss stops Boomie from touching, but he just goes right through it anyways. Oh no, Experience gets him with the ground pound. He was sweating on the way back up there. I thought he was going to lose an early second stock, but no, he makes it back, and Boomie's still on that recovery as he picks up the orb, and he gets that Delight neutral air. True combo, really great to get at low damage because you can just get so much more reads off the Nair on the orb. Let's see what Experience is able to do here on the Axe, though. He wants to even up these stocks pretty bad because, all right, there we go. Just narrowly avoids the neutral signature. If he was any higher, that would have been a 2-stock lead for Boomie.
I definitely can understand why Boomie went for it, and at this point, Delight recovery will still be more than enough on a stage like this. Experience gets the touch! Oh, it doesn't reach! Oh, man, that stinks!
It was so close to being amazing, and Experience just barely didn't hit him, and now Boomie, Boomie is just like, you tried that on me. He hits him with like 5 blasters attacks in a row. Neutralite just barely out of range, but the gravity cancel sidelight to wake up hits Experience in the face for even thinking about trying an offstage attack like that. Downsing unpunished, but the Dare side air means Experience could get around. Ooh. He weaves underneath the neutral signature dive kick, hits, and Boomie touches, and he gets the down air. That's so unfair.
No! That's 2 times! 2 moments
How?
of almost absolute brilliance. And just like, I feel like...
we need to see the last stock production. I know they're speed running the next game, but how did Boomie had to have barely just touched to get that down there? Man, Experience off of the back of 2 almost amazing offstage plays. Look at that. It was criminal. Oh, he just barely touches. The dive kick misses, and the down air spikes Experience at like low damage. All right, we're back on the Brawlhaven. That was, well, you know what? We'll say it's unlucky.
Yeah.
We'll just chalk it.
I'll say that, especially like for Boomie. Boomie kind of got away. You know, he's the one that got away. He's like, oh, woof. I was close, but if I'm experienced, I'm feeling pretty good. These plays were smart. You know, the accuracy wasn't quite there, barely. And you also have to give some credit to Boomie, because on that last stock, he did fastball after he touched the wall to make sure they didn't get clipped by that unarmed dare. But I will say, it feels like Experience's unarmed dare doesn't have the magnets that everyone else's has.
Yeah, there's something about that for sure. And Boomie has actually been really taunting him off stage. There's so many of these moments where I feel like Experience just barely didn't get Boomie, but really, it might just be Boomie having that off-stage prowess that's been really trumping him. Trying to go for the side air there. We saw Boomie punish Cody Travis with orb side air on Axe recovery. Players will use Axe recovery right away after getting out of knockback. And it makes you linger for so long that an orb sider will just catch you at the very end. You have no risk as an orb player, and you'll get that stock out with the really great force on the edge. And you were talking about those neutralites earlier on. Boomie really opting for that.
Especially at the low damage ranges, but there we go. The D-Light Nair from Experience. Gonna find the mark and secure the KO. On to Boomie. Now, Boomie has been looking pretty good, all things considered. Despite the fact that Experience almost clipped him twice, he's maintained his composure.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, they became Boomie clips because he was going for it, right? So the down airs and deciders come through. Oh, that's huge. There's a hit. Boomie goes for the falling down air, and Experience gets the pickup orb or pickup ground. Oh, pickup cannon down air, and I can't stop going, man. Boomie is so good off stage in these pressure scenarios. Any other player, I feel like against Experience, would just be losing their mind, and Boomie's just turning it into opportunities to take early stocks.
Oh, man. Oh, 3-4?
Oh,
Quattro?
come on. That, 4. Oh, no, Experience. He's going to get him again.
Oh, he's just smashing that N-Sig button now.
Oh, nice spot dodge. Experience might be feeling it at this point. I think that was so sick, and it doesn't work. Finally, Experience gets to turn it around at him. All right, Cannon 0 to death, 1 dodge. Let's go.
Yeah, this is the stage for that.
This is it. This is it.
Oh, looking for the end light.
Misses. Oh, Boomie goes for the down air, misses.
Can't get hit by Sidelight in the corner. Sidelight will KO.
That's the stock. Yeah, you're Amethyst. You have no defense. Boomie takes game 2. Oh, these have been entertaining.
Electrifying.
I'm feeling a little down because I want this to go to game 5. That's how I feel like with every one of these games. But Experience is going to have to take a game for that to potentially happen. And Boomie has just shown that no matter how much crazy pressure Experience applies off stage, Boomie is ready for that and then some. He's turned almost every single one of these offstage engages into a stock for himself. And Experience switching over to the Volkov for game number 3. That's kind of a wild pick.
I like that.
I'm excited.
I do. And the only reason I like it is because I've seen what Wes can do with the Volkov from South America, and I know that this legend can definitely cook. Now, granted, Boomie, you know, it has proven to be a formidable. Oh no! Please! Okay. Oh no! Please! Experience.
Okay, he made it back. Okay, we're fine. All right. Okay, what were you saying?
I was gonna say.
wait.
He's been
We can't talk about it because he's
plays,
on
right?
stage.
So get a scythe if you're gonna do that. That just makes sense, right? Grab a scythe if you want to play like this.
Oh, he's going to get another side air. Doesn't get the nair afterwards. And yes, you're right. And now that I think about it even harder, right, the one weapon that he was trancing over that he was doing well off stage with against Boomie was Axe. And Volkov gets the Axe in this kit. Side Sig uses that active input to spike him down instead of bring him back onto the stage, picks up the Axe. And that recovery almost came through. And Boomie, after Experience picked up the Scythe, it's a completely different game. Oh, no! How does he keep doing it to him? Wait, he touches? He's alive?
Ooh, I love the weapon throw.
Head.
But you go right into next week, Boomie, with the neutral sig set. I can see into your brain.
I can't believe it. Every time I think Experience is going to get out free, Boomie has another thing coming for him, and that neutral sig gets him. Second one just barely misses. Experience retreats to the platform for safety. Chase dodges down. Sair allows Boomie to get back to the stage, and he dives down. What? No!
Oh, Boomie! Boomie, you know, just knows.
I feel like Experience might be lacking a little bit in his name right now. There's some stuff happening off stage right now where I'm just like, you gotta fight Boomie 100 more times before you have a chance of winning one of these offstage engages. Okay, there he gets that downer recovery, but I mean, goodness gracious!
Grab that scythe, grab that scythe. Yeah, you know what time it is. You gotta bring this back, boy. And Boomie's just looking at him. Said, I got the lead, bro. You gotta approach me. And then he just comes down from the platform, punches him in the face, and then just, oh, careful. Oh. Okay, hold on.
Is this it?
Still has a dodge, though. Yeah,
somehow Experience is going to lose this. He's going to lose this stock. I know it. And every time he's off stage, Boomie makes it back. Sidelight punches him. Doesn't get the next one.
Won't dodge.
Okay, double headlight.
He's being greedy with it.
All right, recovery hits. Hold on, slide charge side sig.
Can you close one out? Oh, watch out. Gonna make Experience needs to win one of these offstage engagements in order to have a chance, right? So that's why he's sitting here. That should be a weapon throw, maybe? No weapon throw, even though that was a gravity cancel. You can throw it, and boom, he's gonna get the turnaround. And Experience is not gonna be able to make it back, but he gets on the chase dodge, and no, it doesn't matter. He does the gravity cancel down sig, the orb laser to take out Experience 3-0. What the heck? That was sick.
Wow. That was pretty sick, yeah. I mean, talk about a demonstration and everything that's possible off stage in this game, right? Look that there was like a moment where like Boomie had no jumps. I think it's right here, right? Does he get the nair chase dodge up side air, and then he slide charges up to the down sig just to get hit and down sig again?
What? Gosh, that was crazy, dude. I love that. I'm sad that was a 3-0 because Experience made it this far in bracket. Playing like that, you know, the confidence from Experience never stopped, and that's what I love to see in a player. You know, like, you go for all these offstage engagements, they're not working, and then, like, you keep going for them anyway because you believe that you can come out on top in one of these engagements, and unfortunately for Experience, the answer was just no. Boomie just kind of leaned in and said, yeah, I'm better.
Yeah, it did. But, I mean, it's so awesome to see that Experience wasn't phased by any one of the 9 engagements that he lost off stage. He kept going for it. And then they kept getting crazier, even though on Miami Dome there was like 15 moments where you and I were literally crying, hoping that he wasn't going to lose the stock. But he made it back, and he made the game last a little bit longer than 50 seconds, which, way to go! And he gets 5th at this event. His first top 8, knocking out Stingray in Game 5, fighting against Boomie. And both Zinker and Experience have a lot to say about this, as they previously had never gotten to the top 8 before. And one lost to Cody Travis, the other lost to Boomie. The 2 players that are going to be fighting in the lower semifinals. Not bad, Flambeau. Not bad at all.
Yeah, I mean, especially at this point, looking at the top 4 we have in this bracket, right? It's Sandstorm, Snowy, Cody Travis, and Moist Boomie, which, like, if someone told me this was the top 4, I'd be like, yeah. You know, all of these players have been consistent. And Boomie, I know Boomie always goes in waves where he'll like win a tournament, buster a tournament, then completely buster. Like it'll be like he'll win, get 2nd, then get like 13th, and then come back and then be in this spot. So like
You're literally talking about Summers into the Invitational, aren't you? That's basically what happened. But that was what was so interesting about Summer Championship, right, is that Boomie didn't make an early lower bracket run like this. He instead played 14 games with Sandstorm in winners, grands, and then in the grand final reset. Are we going to get a repeat of that Summer Championship experience again, or is Cody Travis going to bring out something a little bit better in the lower semis? I can't wait to find out.
Man. Well, you're going to have to wait to find out, because that's going to be it for us, right? That's the end of our block. You guys stay right there, because we're going to get a fresh pair of casters to go ahead and bring us on home. Taz, is there anything else you want to say to the people before we go?
Look forward to this top 4. It's going to be great. Duke and Sparky are going to be bringing it to you guys in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
Estamos aquí. We are here in the top 4, the final 4 potential sets for the Autumn Championship. At the end of this, we will find out who will be the North American Autumn Champion.
We've narrowed it down to these 4 players on the top side of the bracket. Winners finals, Sandstorm and Snowy. Both of those players are guaranteed top 3, no worse than that. It's going to be a nice finish for either of them. Then on the bottom side of the bracket, down in losers, in the losers semifinals, we have Cody Travis and Boomie. That is going to be a juicy one. You see it right in front of you there. Sandstorm and Snowy, the winner of that moves on to the grand finals. Waiting for the bottom side of the bracket to finish up. Cody, Travis, and Boomie, the winner of that moves on to the losers finals to fight the losers of the winner's side.
All of these sets could be prefaced with a clip of photos saying, we've got a treat in store, because there's some very sweet sets that are going to be happening. Of course, like you said, we've got Sandstorm and Snowy sitting in the winner's side of things. Sandstorm, of course, the top seed. He's amazing at the game, and of course, the favorite of the tournament. But at the other side, Snowy coming in, upsetting opponent after opponent. He isn't even PR'd top 8, and he's here guaranteed top 3.
Man, it must have been some brave hero that predicted Snowy to be in the top 3. Maybe he saw into the future. He must know something that nobody else knows. Snowy here, man. I'm feeling good about this Rayman, but, like, it's Sandstorm. At the end of the day, it's Sandstorm. We saw the Artemis earlier from Sandstorm struggle a little bit. He even tweeted that it needed maybe a little bit more time in the crock pot until it was ready to come out and be consumed. So I don't think we're going to see that right off the bat. We are seeing maybe some hovering on the Undertaker here coming out from Sandstorm. That was, of course, what we saw in the 2s with the double Undertaker from Boomie and Sandstorm. We'll see if that continues into the 1s or if this is sort of just like a fake out in the beginning.
Yeah, we've been seeing Sandstorm throughout the day kind of start off with an interesting pick. He'll play something that maybe isn't expected, and then when things start to go awry, he'll make that shift back to the Mordex, and that's kind of what I'm expecting here with this one. Of course, the Undertaker did well yesterday. I honestly wouldn't say it was as good as if he was just playing Mordex yesterday, but at the end of the day, it's what won him the Autumn Championship doubles, and that's what he seems to want to win Autumn Championship singles with right now.
Yeah, until we see the Thor come out and actually do some work onto Snowy, your thoughts are the same as my thoughts on this one. Is I would almost prefer just going in with the Mordex. But again, like you said, it's game 1 that gives him time to experiment on this. This might just be throwing something at the wall, hoping that it sticks, because he knows that he can go back and rely on the Mordex.
Yeah, he's definitely got some room to play with again in these best of 5s. Lots of opportunities to adjust, adapt, and overcome. Snowy going to start it off not able to pick up a weapon, but he does get the axe. Gets a neutral light onto Sandstorm, but not able to maintain that pressure.
We're seeing the axe come out from Snowy. There's a side air from Sandstorm. We'll see how the damage output continues throughout this game. Something that Snowy was maybe struggling with earlier that we saw is he was taking a long time for him to finally knock his opponents out. They were in the red, and he was struggling to find some side airs in one of the previous sets he was playing against, partially against Blazey, just because he was jumping around so much. We'll see if he maybe has a better chance with that here, if he finds some more signatures on Sandstorm, because it is the Undertaker. That is a very high defense legend, so he might struggle to find those knockouts. May need 1 or 2 more axe side airs to get the KO.
Yeah, that's one thing that Rayman as a whole is going to struggle with, is that not having that clear KO confirm, right? The way that Sandstorm, if he gets enough damage onto Snowy, can go for a D-Light Sair or a Side-Light Sair. Snowy doesn't really have that as a consistent option. He does have the damage lead, but he threw away the axe. He does like to go for those weapon tosses in neutral.
That down air was almost close to hitting Snowy on that. It wasn't really a weapon toss, but he did technically toss the weapon towards Snowy, using that right over the corner. That's a neutral signature, a little bit of a weak punish. I think Snowy just wasn't ready to have a punish moment there and didn't feel comfortable maybe thinking that extra frame or 2 that he needed to find a D-Light that would lead into the recovery. Does eventually find the recovery on the gauntlets when he was unarmed before. That's going to give Snowy the lead here.
Yeah, I'm surprised that recovery was enough to KO. Like you were saying earlier, Sandstorm on this Undertaker, one of the highest defense legends in the game. We've seen Undertakers survive for so incredibly long. The chase into the recovery, trying to even it up. But
I thought he was going to get hit by that, Duke.
It was close. There's a lot of active fames in that spiral, but it's going to be the side sig that evens up the stock count.
Still just a little bit of a lead here for Snowy. He's going to spawn right back in, grab weapons very quickly. We didn't see Sandstorm attempt the weapon starve or anything like that to keep Snowy at the weapon disadvantage. See when the next spawn comes in, if either player makes the move towards it. Snowy finding some good 2 hits there. Nice little string option. Does land, hits the side air. Sandstorm tossing his weapon away. Nice side sync came out from Snowy, hoping to cover the weapon toss. Possible big opportunity here for Snowy. Sandstorm completely dips away from it, knowing how strong Snowy is on the edge, knowing how strong Gauntlets are on the edge.
That's crazy that Snowy went for that D-Sig. 1, because Sandstorm's been so good against playing around everyone else's signature kits, and 2, because Snowy didn't do that D-Sig in any of his previous sets today.
Yeah, we'll see if he continues to do that on the edge, because it is one of those signatures that kind of hits in a unique way over on the corner. Like, not a lot of characters have, like, down at a 45-degree angle that they can throw over and still put some distance between them and, Snowy. Another nair. That's like pretty good, but he needs the KO option. Weapon toss. That was something. Oh my gosh, the weapon tosses made Snowy like look a little bit not confident in some of his previous sets today, where like that was the primary ending point of a lot of his stocks were weapon toss, weapon toss, weapon toss, weapon toss.
Yeah, I mean, weapon tosses are definitely like a war of attrition tool, right? Like, they hit, they give you that range, they'll stop the opponent, but they really don't do a lot of damage. What in the... That was an on-stage ground pound to bounce Sandstorm for the KO.
On a Thor, too. That's crazy. We rarely see ground pounds on stage with a bounce to get the KO off the top. That's pretty crazy. I can't believe that actually KO'd there. Snowy's still in a pretty good spot. I don't know if a Stomp Sayer will knock him out. I think it might. If Sandstorm hits it in the middle of the stage, we might see him go for a dare to send off the top. That was something that Sandstorm and Boomie, I think maybe just at least Sandstorm was doing yesterday in 2v2. Doesn't even have to worry about the stomp setup. They were really high in the air, so of course the dare is going to take off the top there. But again, Snowy has a similar lead that he did when he took the first stock off of Sandstorm.
Yeah, Snowy looking pretty good here. Gonna back up though. Retaining these gauntlets gives him a lot of opportunities to build his damage. He's been doing a good job of getting that second hit, something that's not always guaranteed with a weapon like the gauntlets.
His 2 pieces have been nice, and they have been plenty today. Almost like KFC sending out those 2-piece buckets.
Yeah, he's pulling off of the, I don't think it's the dollar menu, but there's definitely a menu where you can get those 2 pieces for cheap. Snowy, though, gets back that soft platform, helping him out. You saw him in the sweat beads, but he had movement to get to that soft platform.
Snowy really starting to fall behind here. Sandstorm finding good damage. He's really close to the territory where he can find that easy stomp side air and get the KO. He already found a nice neutral signature on the orb earlier. I was a little bit worried that even might KO just based on where he hit it. Snowy without a weapon. Sandstorm, he sees Snowy backing up, quickly throws his weapon away so he can starve the field.
Yeah, I love the way Sandstorm decided to push that, right? Like, he got the weapon and immediately dashes forward, and he's like, Snowy, if you're going to back up, I'm going to take all of this stage that you are giving me. But at the end of the day, they're both relatively even in damage. They both have the weapon.
Ooh, that was a slow weapon toss. He didn't get a dash to up that speed on it whatsoever.
Oh,
I thought we were going to get another down air as a spiking maneuver, but Sandstorm got up. Neutral light from the middle of the stage, just a little bit to the right, maybe 10% to the right. Not enough. Snowy finds the ground pound on the edge. Game 1 goes to Snowy.
Oh my goodness, what a play from Snowy. And it's crazy because his play was to do next to nothing for as long as physically possible, right? Like, he just had to be in Sandstorm's face long enough that Sandstorm just got faked out, burned the dodge away. There you're seeing that dodge, and Snowy's like, now's my opportunity. Hit the ground pound, take game 1 over the top seed.
Once Sandstorm got the lead back on that final stock and we were seeing Snowy get deeper into the orange and then turning red, while Sandstorm was like at the later stages of yellow, beginning of orange, I was like, yeah, this is curtains for the first game. No shot he brings this back, but he did, man. Snowy is clutching up today. Such good work from him. When here recently, he hasn't really brought his games deep into the bracket, definitely not this far in quite some time.
Yeah, Snowy has not historically done this well in the 1v1s, and when he does, it's like almost always followed by a not great performance in the 1v1s. He's very hit and miss, but today he is on. He is hitting, and it's on Sandstorm to make the adjustment as he goes over to the Mako for game number 2.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice. We've seen it from Sandstorm in the past. Of course, we saw his great sword earlier today on the Magyar pick. Did we see the Mako pick from him? I don't remember.
I want to say not today, but it is a history book character for Sandstorm. Again,
certainly,
like you said, greatsword, a great weapon for Sandstorm. He's so good at getting those dodge reads. On the other side, guitars. I don't think Sandstorm's really known for being a guitar player, but he definitely has the guitars.
Yeah, when he plays Mako, one of the things that Snowy is certainly going to have to worry about is the signature kit that he doesn't really use as much when he plays like the Magyar. So the possibility to get an early stock without having to find a greatsword string that leads to an actual finishing move, that might be something that really plays into Sandstorm's favor here. But earlier today we saw in the Magyar he was having to kind of fish a lot for the recovery as the KO option, and he wasn't really finding it too much because it's not the same recovery that we saw at the World Championships last year. It's been a little bit neutered since then, not quite as strong. So now he has the signatures. This might work out much better than the Magyar did earlier today.
Yeah, that Mako signature kit gives a lot of dunking potential, especially off of both of those N-Sigs, but wow, the control from Snowy. He throws out the D-Sig barely off the mark. Sandstorm slipped by that one, but still, Snowy's the one keeping the pressure on top of the Shark.
Given that Snowy isn't top 3 here, let's look just a little bit back at his history. This year, he's only placed inside of top 3 in an official tournament one time. He already gets the stock here. That's while he is still in yellow. Massive lead for Snowy on this one. Feeling good on the dome. The only time he's placed top 3 this year was Parsec Invitational. Sandstorm, he's hoping that he can add up this damage very quickly. Has Snowy in the orange. We'll see if he can knock Snowy over to the wall, maybe attempt the surf off stage.
Yeah, that surf has a lot of priority. It can be really good, especially, again, lots of horizontal distance traveled before it does the launch, so that can be big. But right now, Sandstorm just struggling to find the hits. Like, he's gotten a couple of the greatsword strings. There's the 3-piece, but even then, that's not enough to put Snowy into that KO percent. It's not enough to finish this stock and even it up.
That was from the wrong side of the stage, unfortunately, for Sandstorm. It was a little bit dry, so that was a 3-piece white instead of a 3-piece dark meat.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's not what he ordered. He's going back to the menu, or the register, to see if he can get the correct order. Right now, Snowy looking good, though. He's getting this extra credit onto Sandstorm, and Sandstorm trying to control this middle stage. He knows that a Dare Nair will do it.
There we go.
There we go.
You know he was definitely hoping for that, but Snowy was just up elevated on the Miami Dome. We have those two soft platforms. That's kind of where Snowy was living. He felt comfortable that he could react to the recovery in time. The Nair wasn't too much of a threat to him, and Sandstorm couldn't get above him to throw out the Dare for the true Nair follow-up.
Sandstorm was really going for that chase there. Snowy really backed up. Here comes the 2-piece. There's a third one. Not going to be the big hit. Dare again. Snowy's adding up this damage. Things are looking dire for Sandstorm.
I really like that Snowy went for the second Nair instead of going for the recovery, just hoping he would find a KO there, because Sandstorm was certainly not in the position. So Snowy waited, added up that little bit of extra damage that he was going to need. There's no way he was going to hit the recovery there. So that was just kind of throwing something at the wall, hoping it would stick. Whereas now he has more damage. Even I think a Gauntlet recovery might KO here if he picks up a side air in the right place. Down signature, you saw Sandstorm dip down low. Snowy not charging that up very long, but long enough to get max distance.
Yeah, but Sandstorm really playing that footsies around those hitboxes. Snowy hits the recovery. Snowy's one stock away from taking game number 2. Snowy's looking good.
The fact that he's this confident looking in game 2 is very impressive. Like, Sandstorm is the one who is on the back foot, and that's not a phrase that I think very many people have ever uttered in their entire lives since Sandstorm started playing this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's the multi-time world champion. Like, he's destroyed many an opponent and earned his spot in those grand finals, but it's Snowy right now, someone, again, double-digit PR, who has Sandstorm on the back foot.
Still in the red. Sandstorm was struggling to find KOs before. You've seen the Nairs come out. He tosses that weapon away again. Another slow one. He almost made a move to go re-grab it, but Sandstorm was too close. This time he gets the Dare into the D-Light. Not enough to KO. That side light off the stage. Oh my gosh, even that didn't KO. Nair is not a KO option anymore.
Sandstorm is struggling. He didn't get the gravity cancel. His double downlight unfortunately skipped the bridge, which means it had less force on it. Like, Sandstorm is just struggling to find that finishing blow. Snowy going for the edge guard, feeling real confident, but it's an end light recovery for Sandstorm to even this up.
Now, even though Snowy started this one off with a huge lead, Sandstorm made it quite a bit smaller, but this is still the same lead that we saw towards the end of the last game that came out with Snowy on top. So Sandstorm's still struggling. He's still having the same issues with finding those KOs. Snowy's been playing really defensive all day with his positioning, like staying far away from his opponents, using a lot of weapon tosses to get in rather than like dodging in, dashing in, anything like that.
He's got so many zoning tools. Really good dodge there. Sandstorm didn't try to take the bait, go for that second move, or that third move, that closer, but still, Snowy doing such a good job of not allowing Sandstorm to get that greatsword train and run over his opponents.
See the D-Lights coming out. Nice three-piece there, almost sending Snowy off screen. Snowy still does have the damage lead. He's getting Sandstorm deeper into the orange. Weapon toss comes out. Sandstorm still in the orange. Neutral light. Second swipe turns him red. Snowy's going to be looking for the KO here pretty shortly.
Snowy. He's in a great position. Might get a couple more dares onto Sandstorm. That's generally what's been happening, right? Is he'll get like a couple of dares, just make sure Sandstorm's very damaged, and then hit that finishing blow. Sandstorm really trying to chase, but those Miami Dome platforms helping Snowy stay high above this shark.
Even though Snowy is sort of on the defensive when he's up on these soft platforms, that's going to be it. That is it. Sandstorm finally got it. The second Snowy dipped down onto like the main platform, that's where Sandstorm had the confidence to get the dodge, finish that one out strong. When Snowy's up on those soft platforms, Sandstorm basically has nothing. Even when Snowy is completely disarmed, completely at the weapon disadvantage, you see Sandstorm just jumping around, floating, hoping to find a recovery, not finding a recovery, hoping to find an air. Even if he does find an air, it's not leading to too much. No juggle opportunities, no KO opportunities, nothing.
That was such a perfect finishing string from Sandstorm as well. Got the end light on the dodge read, which makes it a 50-50, and then went into the unjumpable, finished it with the side, which has the better force direction. That was perfect from Sandstorm to finish that one out and clutch up in game number 2. Now we're going to game number 3, and Snowy's got to be thinking, I kind of like soft platforms. He's got to be playing into those soft platforms.
He's thinking about which final map to ban. It is going to be Mammoth Fortress, leaving Small Enigma, Crystal Temple, and Miami Dome open. He early took out Small Great Hall because the way the soft platforms are kind of set up, those two on the left and the right, you kind of can't just sit there the way that you can on the two soft platforms on Crystal Temple, just because they're pushed so far out to the outside of the center of the map. If he gets hit by something in the orange there, he's actually kind of in danger.
Yeah, that greatsword N-Sig from Mako can actually snipe people off those soft platforms and get some quick KOs, and that's something that Snowy would have to look out for. So instead, go into Crystal Temple for game number 3.
Now, in case the viewers at home didn't happen to notice the stats on the last game, Sandstorm threw out 110 attacks. I'm sure you saw almost every single one of those nairs he was throwing out, the recoveries. Snowy's throwing out a lot of attacks. This game, a lot of them are connecting, but even last game, he also threw out 96 attacks. That is a lot more than we usually see from players.
Yeah, both of them really trying to fish for those attacks, but Sandstorm having the control of the weapons here in game number 3. Snowy, that's one thing that I'm going to be critical of Snowy for, is that he throws his weapons and sometimes leaves himself unarmed for a while, and you're seeing Sandstorm really try to take advantage of that.
I'm wondering if the fact that we're on Crystal Temple, given how low those soft platforms, if that's going to work a little bit better for Sandstorm, because Snowy can't actually put as much distance between him and Sandstorm to react to things in time. Sandstorm's jumping with a nair, like he's kind of right there. Neutral Light's going to send Sandstorm over the edge. Weapon toss to protect Sandstorm. Almost gets that one. Dodge came through, perfect timing. Gets the dare.
He has the jumps.
There was a touch. Oh, he didn't get a dodge off a cooldown in time.
I thought he had the movement. Sandstorm knew better. He backs off after he hits that dare. But like you were saying, the soft platforms are lower. Sandstorm doesn't have to burn as much movement chasing Snowy, which means he can maintain that pressure just a little bit better.
Gets the three-piece on that one.
Side.
Yeah, it was like the bottom back side of it. Interesting spot to hit while Snowy kind of moved back towards the wall.
Yeah, Sandstorm, you're seeing him, for the most part, go straight into the three-piece. Like, it's very rare for him to go for the reset. Oh, he was trying for something tricky, but Snowy with the wake-up, gravity cancel, end light.
Ooh.
There's the wake-up
again.
He
gets the turnaround. This is bad. Oh! That's the stock. Sandstorm really coming back this game. Crystal Temple making such a huge difference. Snowy is still playing around those soft platforms, but he doesn't have the time to react before Sandstorm starts to push over.
Sandstorm's so quick on that adjustment. Just a minute ago, Snowy did that wake-up gravity cancel end light, and Sandstorm was like, oh, you're going to probably do that again. And that's what led to the quick KO of the second stock. He got the read, got the punish, and now Snowy is going to deny the 3 stock, but he is very much behind.
I feel like we've seen more hits from the Nair on Snowy's second stock than we've seen from like the entire last game that came out, man. Crystal Temple was a great pick from Sandstorm. Snowy might end up blocking that one out, maybe leaving like a great haul open just because it might be better than this stage. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, really, Snowy's just hoping that Sandstorm will pick Miami Dome. That's the map that I think plays the best to what Snowy's going to do. But kind of like what you're saying, I expect him to leave at least 1, maybe 2 tri-platforms. But here comes the punish.
Yo, he was
Sandstorm
so ready.
Yeah, he saw that coming and was like, I have the perfect punish for this.
And that's what's so tough about that signature. Like, it does have a lot of strength on it if you get the hit, but also, like, when the wisps come out, like, the animation of the sig, you don't even have to, like, know where he's going. The wisps literally lead you to where he's going.
It gives you a dotted line of trajectory, and if you're not inside of it, you're like, oh, okay, let me just hit along it.
Sandstorm looking to close this one out here, playing very carefully. He does have the Katars in hand. He might attempt the swap over to the Greatsword. There is one here. Oh, Snowy just runs away from that one. Overspaces it with his movement. Neutral Light has Sandstorm in the red. Snowy hoping for the KO here. Only had the Sidelight Neutral Air as the option. Yo,
what?
That actually KO'd. I'm a little bit surprised.
The wake-up ground pound, I am equally surprised that KO'd, but still, Sandstorm, he knows that he's like 2 hits away from finishing this stock of Snowy, and Snowy going to try to maintain this pressure, try to make sure that Sandstorm can't get the weapon that he wants.
That neutral air, that sent Snowy pretty far.
That'll KO.
And it's done.
Yeah.
That game is going over to Sandstorm. 517 damage, so a very efficient game coming out. I'm going to pull out the calculator for this one, dude, because I can't do simple math in my head. 517 averaged across the 3 stocks. That's 172. That is a good spot to be in. You turn red at 150. Rarely are you actually KOing right when your opponent turns red, unless you hit something like, oh, you're hitting them with a big side air all the way on the left side of the stage or something like that. So just a little bit past 172 is solid.
Man, that is crazy. On the other side, Snowy had 450, and I was rewatching that second stock, and I didn't realize Sandstorm, I think he had a second reset inside of that, right? So he chase dodged through, got the turnaround end light, and then I think he did sidelight bridge, and then reset, dash forward to catch the jump out from Snowy for a second end light, side light, and then a side finisher. So really good job from Sandstorm, getting that reset for the extra horizontal distance into the KO. Well done to Sandstorm, and we're going to Miami Dome. I'm surprised Sandstorm took this one.
You must be feeling confident after that last game. We'll see if that's well placed. So far, might not be well placed. Does find a nice 3 hit there. Ooh. Oh, and a 4 hit. And back it up. 5, 6, 7 hits maybe. I lost count. It's too much for my brain.
See the side stick come out from Snowy. Sandstorm got the recovery. He's going to hit the down finisher, continuing the pressure. Down air doesn't get the bounce high enough for the Nair, but he's still keeping this damage building onto Snowy.
Snowy does have the axe in hand, so his potential to build up that damage very quickly with just a few chunks might put him back. Was that a ground pound on stage? Bro, who even uses that move anymore?
That was like a pixel off of the ground. What a wild ground pound from Sandstorm. But still, he's not finishing the stock of Snowy. It's giving cracks for Snowy to get in. That's a punish opportunity, but he doesn't hit it. Edge guard. Oh, the weapon toss. The weapon toss on both sides.
Oh, Snowy's trying to get a little bit saucy on the edge. He has weapon disadvantage here. I don't know if he can grab it while still being on the wall. Sandstorm going forward and then pulling back on it in case Snowy goes for the dodge through.
Yeah, you've got a lot of movement control with that down signature. You can go forward, or you can kind of pull back a little bit like Sandstorm was doing. He's trying to bait a little bit onto Snowy. The weapon toss rockets past Snowy. Recovery, and Sandstorm takes the first stock, but he took a lot of damage.
That was a fantastic dodge from Sandstorm after his weapon toss went out because he expected Snowy to also get the dodge there so that he wouldn't get the response hit, but he does eventually get the stock pretty quickly after that. They're back to even, ladies and gentlemen. This is a good spot. We're over a minute and a half into this game.
Yeah, and Sandstorm over to the Katars now. Gets the dodge read, gets a nice recovery after the end light. Snowy back onto this corner, and Sandstorm lets him get up safely. You didn't see those down sigs that he was doing a second ago.
We saw the second on-stage ground pound coming out from Sandstorm as well, this time with the guitars in his hands. Weapon toss, he backs up, expects Snowy to immediately push, punishes the sidelight from Snowy. Big slap, has Sandstorm. Here's the power position for Sandstorm. He's backing up, really prioritizing that weapon spawn.
Yeah, didn't want to go unarmed against Snowy. Gauntlets knows that if he plays a little too wild and crazy that he'll give Snowy opportunities to get back in. He hits the recovery, not enough. The high ceiling of Miami Dome helping Snowy live longer.
There you were seeing a rare occasion where,
he missed the save.
He didn't have the timing on it.
The nair from deep, not quite enough. Snowy still living. What is going on?
I'm sure every Greatsword player out there is crying, hoping for a force increase on Greatsword Nair.
Oh, but they don't need a force increase on that down air as Sandstorm gets the KO. And on the other side, I'm sure everybody who hates Greatsword is very happy that it's taking a soldier. Like,
every time a Nair hits and doesn't KO it, Snowy's like deep red. The cries heard around the world, tears of joy coming out from all Greatsword haters, including myself.
Sandstorm hits the sidelight opener, but unfortunately goes off into the air. Ooh, can't get the follow-up. Snowy getting some decent damage built up. He might be able to finish the stock off and make this an even final one, but what was that weapon toss?
Could have been a misinput. Still gets the KO there. Snowy not too far behind. Despite Sandstorm opening this game pretty confidently, Snowy has done an incredible job of bringing it back. You're seeing those weapon tosses really come back into the play style. Goes for the spot dodge there. Sandstorm just backed up. Oh my goodness! Stuck under the stage and he can't get back!
First off, down finisher, which is the slowest one, and it bumps him on the head. Second off, gravity cancel sidelight to the back of the head of Snowy to stuff the recovery and push him under the stage of Miami Dome. Like, what a wild sequence to finish off game number 4 and give Sandstorm the victory.
He started doing some weird stuff in Game 3. Snowy was completely unprepared for it. What a beautiful GC sidelight there. Knocking out the recovery, sending Snowy under the stage as well to completely take that one. Look at the damage that Sandstorm did compared to Snowy's 200, actually technically 199 more damage coming out. But also look at the attacks. You aren't seeing as many attacks coming out from Sandstorm like we did on a previous game on Miami Dome. We were looking at 110 before. Now we're looking at 82. He's hitting 38% of them as well.
Yeah, and not really swinging at ghosts the way that he was earlier. And that's just a kind of testament to how Sandstorm was able to adapt, recognize the movement of Snowy, recognize the situations where he's going to have those opportunities to get those string extensions. 41 average damage per engagement, so he was getting extensions on those Greatsword strings.
And that's like, some of that is he'll get a move, and then a lot of time will pass, he'll get another move, some time will pass, he'll get another move. But it's also those strings, those beautiful, like, really quick strings with the beginning, middle, and end on them that a lot of Greatsword players don't hit that frequently. Sandstorm is nailing them. He knows his spots to get in. He hits it so well. His execution is so strong. What an incredible player. That's why he's hands down the best player that Brawlhalla has ever seen.
Well, we'll see if anyone can make you eat your words. As Sandstorm's in the grand finals, but we've still got two other people still ready to fight, biting from below. We've got coming up Boomie versus Cody Travis. This is the matchup that Taza has been drooling over throughout each of his blocks. He's so excited to see the potential of the Reno Mirror.
Yeah, this is going to be really sick. Even without the Reno Mirror, I tweeted about it earlier at WhoIsSparky on Twitter, that I'm so glad we get to see so many blasters today. The fact that Cody's playing blasters, making it deep into the bracket, Boomie's playing blasters, making it deep into the bracket, it's so refreshing. We've had so many axes and hammers, heavy weapons in 2v2. We've seen a lot of sword in 1v1 for Lord knows how long. Look at this set count, though, between these two. It's 4-5 in favor of Boomie. It hardly can't get more even than that.
Yeah, man. It's surprising considering Boomie's higher PR. He's got more gold medals, silver medals, and all these accolades. But at the end of the day, Cody and Boomie have been going neck and neck. But here we go. Game number 1 of the best of 5. Winner of this gets into the top 3.
These are two truly history titans of Brawlhalla. They've come up against one another so many times, both 1v1 and 2v2. We don't see the Blaster's Mirror just yet in terms of the actual weapons on the field. Cody's doing his best to swing with the axe, has Boomie in the yellow. Seen Boomie throw out a lot of attacks, now has Cody in the orange. Oh, the late blast on that, actually catching the hit. Recovery, not going to take off the top just yet, even though he picked it up high. Neutral Sig sitting on that spike, Duke. I love that signature so much. You can hit it so far back from the wall, and because it's up in the air at a 45-degree angle, you can still get the spike. It feels so good.
It's a very good signature. Of course, you can use it on reaction, comes out quick, and like you said, it's got that spiking potential. But I want to go back to that other end sig, the Blaster's end sig that caught Cody, and I guess that might be a little bit of matchup inexperience because it gets those 4 shots, right? Like Reno brings out all his arms and all his blasters for each of those shots.
Orb now coming out for Boomie. Cody has him in the red. Cody's taking so much damage. You see every time he gets hit, you see exactly where his damage is at. He's in the orange. It's not going to take much more damage before he's in the red. Boomie's going to be looking for the KO shot. Over on the wall, taking time to get back. Cody thought he could get the read with the GC down signature to the left.
But all of these options have been relatively safe, right? Boomie hasn't been able to punish, and he hits the side air. That's been something that I've been watching Cody struggle with a little bit, is getting those finishing blows. He's been having to finish with a high damage side air.
Boomie has such a nice lead here, and think about this. Earlier, we saw these two players fight one another in a top 8 qualifier match. Boomie came out 3-0 over Cody Travis.
We'll see if Cody Travis has any sort of adjustment. So far, he's doing okay against Boomie. He's definitely behind, and Boomie's going to get this KO. He's so precise with it, not dropping a single D-Light dash jump recovery.
That's the easy pickup for Boomie there. That's basically a D-Light recovery on Sword, except it is technically a little bit harder to pull off compared to the D-Light recovery on Sword. Boomie nails it every time. One of the best Blasters players to ever pick him up.
Absolutely. Never misses a shot. He's like Deadshot from the Marvel Universe, but Cody Travis trying to find the answer to Boomie. Boomie on the orb, trying to warm it up a little bit, hits the down air, doesn't get the follow-up down sig.
Cody trying to be very mobile, again with a gravity cancel down signature. This time it's the axe in his hand, and he doesn't actually turn it around, but he does do it a little bit back from the wall. Oh, there's a decent punish. I think he wanted to pick up the neutral light as it's sort of a KO move. Didn't feel good enough about hitting the side light into a side air based on where Boomie was. Cleans that one up nicely, not too far behind. If he can control the weapons, that should be a very important focus for Cody Travis. Not only does it limit Boomie's priority in terms of hitbox size, but it also limits the damage output. Oh, the D-Light ground pound, not close enough to the edge to actually get the spike down past the corner.
D-Light dash jump recovery, high ceiling on Miami Dome. He goes for the end sig read, goes for the D-Light dash jump recovery again, and Boomie takes game number 1.
And they're running right into this. That is not surprising whatsoever. This is a classic Boomie move, and Cody is more than happy to move on with this speed as well. We're going to see these replays here. I don't know if we're going to get through all of them before the game actually starts. Cody and Boomie ready to get moving, schmoving, and grooving.
And I love that Boomie opted to go to small Brawlhalla for game number 2. Cody left it on the board, and Boomie's like, oh, so you know how those downlight dash jump recoveries weren't really KOing fast enough? Well, they will here on small Brawlhalla.
We really weren't seeing Cody hit any major KO moves when Boomie is like right turning red or in the orange, to where being on this map would kill Boomie that early if Cody has like an axe in his hand or something like that. So I think you're exactly right. The small Brawlhalla is really going to help Boomie way more than Cody.
Yeah, but we are seeing Cody start to back up a little bit. Boomie immediately comes in, hits the sidelight side air, stealing out the weapons from Cody Travis. Punish, just a down air.
Cody hits a falling side air, sends Boomie over to the right side wall, hoping to find another one. Oh, Cody didn't actually go with a recovery, trying to hit the bottom side of it for a spike down. Just wanted to get back over, touch the wall, reset his jumps, get back to the main platform.
You can see the way they dance around each other in these edge guards. So scary. Oh, Boomie. Thanking his lucky stars that sidelight put him forward enough that he didn't get caught by that end sig.
If he uses a downlight, if he uses a neutral light, I think he's dead there.
Might be dead here, but he dodges through, and he gets the turnaround. Boomie going to get the first stock.
Going to have his choice of weapons. Oh, that was kind of a late throw. I almost expected him to just hold on to the blasters, maybe afraid to get disarmed in the process. Ooh. That actually hit. I wonder if Boomie was hoping that it wouldn't hit, so it would actually go through Cody, and the next pickup was going to be that new weapon instead of the old weapon.
I think he was definitely trying to deny that weapon pickup from Cody Travis, but unfortunately he was still stacked up on his weapon spawn, so it prioritizes the one that you were just holding. Boomie in the red means Cody Travis could get this KO. Doesn't. Okay. He's going to go for the D-Lights there. I was like, I don't think a D-Light dash jump recovery would quite connect at this angle.
Yeah, that was just a weird spot for that to pick up. And even if a D-Light recovery would pick up there, it's smart for Cody to just go for the D-Light side. They're going to be easier to input, and also you're so close on the right side of that stage to that blast zone, it was certainly going to KO.
Yeah, and we're seeing Cody start to even this up a little bit. Doesn't hit the nair, but one down air on top of Boomie, and he's keeping this damage even. Oh, just high over that N-Sig.
Cody's damage output is pretty good. He is behind, but it's not going to take too many hits. Yeah, right
Oh,
there.
no.
Oh, this might KO. Not quite. Cody setting up for the edge guard situation. Has a dodge. He just burned his dodge. No gravity cancel that came out. Nice bonk on the head. Boomie going in with the down air. Cody completely disengaging. Has his chance to get the weapon advantage. He still has it. Wants to press this as hard as he can. There's another spawn on the field. He's not worried about taking that away from Boomie. Moving back onto the main platform. Hoping to catch the high recovery.
Outspaces the down sig. Boomie with the stage control, the dodges. They're just fighting each other as the down air connects, and Cody Travis gonna get this stock lead over Boomie.
Taking the lead here and now has the axe in hand, hoping to add up as much damage as he possibly can. He's found a nice 2 hits. That's going to be a punish. Nothing huge, just a down air, but that did turn Boomie yellow. D-Light recovery, that's going to be that stock. So he was able to put a little bit over 50 damage out onto Boomie. Even though you're going just from white to yellow, think about that being 50 plus damage. That's still a big chunk.
Yeah, especially on Small Brawl Haven, where you can get KOs at like 130, 140 with the blasters. Like, that 50 damage is going to really start to show.
Cody's keeping it moving, too. D-Light
snap.
recovery. Turned red on the final hit! You're exactly right. I was a little bit confused on the numbers that you put up, but no, you were exactly right.
I go to math class.
He turned red on the final hit of that. That final hit put him over that 150 threshold, and he was done.
That's that D-Light recovery. It makes Small Brawl Haven such a great map for blasters. Cody Travis was not really throwing out those D-Light dash jump recoveries. Boomie, on the other hand, had been, but Cody hits the one that he needs to take game number 2 and tie it up.
Now, one thing that is interesting is Cody put out 599 damage. Let's just add 1 to that to make the math easier. That's 200 damage per stock on Small Brawl Haven. He did come out victorious, and he did get that final stock at like perfect efficiency. But the rest of the time, he kind of had to put a lot of damage out onto Boomie. So hopefully he can tune that up a little bit, maybe tighten it up a little bit, find those KOs a little bit earlier so he doesn't have to find that super efficient KO on the final stock.
Yeah, I'm like mentally rewinding to that D-Light Sair he hit on the right side where he had Boomie deep red, but that Sair is going to KO quick. Boomie is getting taken out so fast.
Game 3 Cody, kind of nasty.
Did he swap to strength stance or something? Like, I swear he's KOing like right as Boomie hits red.
He's just finding the right hits exactly where he needs to, rather than just hitting down airs on the stage or anything like that. But Boomie is going to answer back very quickly, find the KO, kind of in similar fashion to the first KO he found last game, getting that orb side air over on the right side, really close to that blast zone. Has weapon control. Cody actually backed up from it right when it spawned in. That gave Boomie plenty of time to find that one. Is he going to throw his weapon away? No, he's going to keep the pressure up. Continuing the pressure.
Okay. Ooh, dodges inside of the N-Sig, but still not able to get to the weapon. Boomie with the Starvation doing such a good job getting this damage built up onto Cody while he was unarmed, but Cody's now got an axe, and we've seen what he can do with it.
Nice punish from Boomie, just barely outspacing that Neutralite. I'm going to have to look at that one later.
Yeah, just pixel perfect on it. Side light, side air, hits the nair, but Cody Travis, oh, the N-Sig! Boomie running out of jumps, the ground pound comes out. He got the wall touch. Another ground pound, and Cody Travis with the lead.
Weapon spawn coming in. Boomie grabs the blasters very early on. He could take out the stock pretty quickly. He could have gone for the side air. I think he was maybe hoping for a better setup that would immediately lead to a kill. He's just going to go across the stage, hit one side air, then move further across the stage and get that second side air for the cleanup.
Yeah, Boomie's doing a good job of adding this up again. Goes for the double end lights. He's really been on that. I think Flambo's the one who called that out in the earlier block, is Boomie loves to hit end light, dash end light.
Ooh, the D-Light not actually making contact. Does get the falling side air. Doesn't outspace the side light this time.
Oh,
that's a big setup. This puts Cody in a huge power position. Dodge has been burned, but Boomie fights the down air. That was just a devious lick. He straight up stole that one.
He went into the bathroom and stole the whole toilet seat. What a devious lick, like you said. Boomie stealing that stock in game number 3. It was all a bait. He let himself get taken by that N-Sig.
Going back to small Brawlhalla. We're going to run it again. Boomie now up 2-1 in the set as we head into Game 4. No character swaps from either player. We know Cody has a possible Reno in the back pocket. His Barraza is playing so good now. I would be afraid to kind of mess with that formula because we have been going back and forth between these two players.
Yeah, especially when Cody Travis is doing work with the axe, right? Like, both of the kills in the last game were off of the axe side air and then the NSIG ground pounds.
So let's talk about the damage numbers from Cody last game. 430. That's all it took. He almost had the final KO on the Boomie. So we can sort of spread that out among Boomie's 3 stocks. Comparing that to the 600 that it took earlier, that's going to be a stock for Boomie right there. He is in the orange, which is a good spot. Cody did step up the efficiency heavily last game. We'll see if he can find it here. Boomie is in the orange. An orange KO would be fantastic for Cody here. Does have the axe in hand. You see how far that side air sent him, even though he was sort of grinding along the stage.
Yeah, if he got it on the right direction, right, if he threw it to the left and not across the entire stage, then I think Cody would have evened it up immediately. But another side air, and Boomie is gone. We're going down to the second stocks, and Cody's got the weapon advantage.
Oh, that spawn's going to come in right to where Boomie is respawning. You know Cody wanted at least the chance to deny the weapon spawn, but Boomie spawns in with those iframes. He's also spawning in with some hitboxes. Big damage coming out. D-Light side air putting Cody in the orange. Goes for the GC side sig read.
Yeah, he was really expecting Cody to dodge up on that one, but Cody didn't panic, didn't get caught. He's still taking a lot of this damage, but will get a punish on the back end of Boomie. D-Light dash up recovery, ultimate efficiency, but Cody's just a little too tanky.
I was almost expecting the recovery to come out. GC bouncing, not quite enough to take off the top. We are dead even in this game. Cody needs a victory here.
Boomie stuck on the edge, gets the D-Light side air. He'll even up, or he'll take the stock lead, but man, he is so damaged.
Has the orb in hand, neutral light. There you go. There it is again. Turning around for that second neutral light. Expect 2 of those in a row. Maybe go up next time, but then also you might get hit by that neutral signature. Cody Travis with the Barraza, evening these stocks up as we get towards the end of game number 4. Boomie's up 2-1 in the set. Cody Travis needs a victory here to continue it into game 5. He's starting to add up that damage.
Boomie does pick up the blasters, though. Again, this is small Brawlhalla, but Cody, he just has to get enough damage to get a side air and take this to game number 5.
Started off really strong. Now he's finding a bunch of whiffs, and he's getting hit by Boomie. Again, another whiff! Not quite enough just yet! Boomie has the orb in hand. That means the sidelight side air is a true combo KO option. Also throwing out the dares over the corner. He knows how to space it properly.
Cody's not really
I can't believe we didn't see a sidelight there from Boomie.
He went for the immediate dash end light. Cody hits a nair. And he's going to steal it!
He didn't get it before, but he does get it that time, and what a time to hit that. We're going to game 5.
Game 5. Moist Boomie versus Cody Travis. And Cody is, he's just barely hanging on game after game. He is stealing stocks from Boomie on small Brawlhalla.
First weapon goes to Cody Travis. It's the axe. You see him chase dodging all the way across the stage off of the neutral light to find a D-Light. Oh, this damage. Boomie can't get anywhere near that weapon spawn on the right. He gets a hit, but then Cody finds 2.
He was trying to continue it, but Cody with a wake-up down air. Oh, my goodness. It's a borderline perfect stock if Cody can finish this one, but Cody can't continue the pressure, and Boomie's now picked up some weapons, but the recovery, and Cody gets the first one.
This is huge for Cody. What a massive lead going into this one. Cody would love to send Boomie home here, deny him the top 3 while also securing the top 3 for himself.
Boomie really wanting to get that podium spot. Cody Travis goes for the big read there with the NSIG. Boomie charging up the NSIG of his own, but Cody's going to get the punish side sig thrown out. Side light, side air, still not enough. He's got to chase it. Down air, he misses!
He goes for the down air. He tried to cue that one up early enough to hit Cody out of that recovery that was coming. Didn't quite have the aim right on target. Cody still with a huge lead here, continuing to add up this damage onto Boomie. It's almost looking hopeless.
It's insane. Boomie's hit so many of those orb down airs, and Cody Travis is able to avoid it. Cody Travis about to lap Boomie while still on his first stock. The end light. He's so close to taking Boomie down to his final stock here in the loser's bracket, and that side air will do it.
It almost seemed like Cody was going to completely disengage from that and not go for the side air, but it was only a matter of time. Cody had his sights set on Boomie, hit the side air. Still a massive stock lead as Cody respawns into this one. Boomie finally got that first stock. Might be too little too late.
Okay. Ooh, didn't get the dodge read with the recovery. Cody Travis does pick up a weapon, but Boomie starting off pretty good on this final stock. He needs to play it perfectly if he wants to close this set out. We're in Game 5. Winner goes into the top 3. And
this is looking so good for Boomie. That even sent over the corner. Oh my gosh, dude. Boomie is insane. He's a second stock Samuel.
What happened to Cody's second stock? It was deleted. Boomie took like 2 hits in all of it, and now it's suddenly even.
That Cody axe is really scary, but after that second stock, that's probably what Boomie's hoping that Cody has in his hands, because Cody has the blasters, adding up the damage, just barely missing that D-Light.
This is very close to hitting that down signature. Cody Travis going for a bunch of dares. D-Light. I was so worried that was going to KO.
Oh, no. That side air sends Boomie flying. Does he have enough to get back without taking a down air? Cody just gets back to the main platform, keeping Boomie weapon starved. That's really important. The weapon toss might just clinch this one. Cody, again, avoids the edge guard, cares about the weapon. Boomie gets through that, almost took that side air, but got through it, picked up the weapon. That's going to kill him! Cody Travis takes it in Game 5, sending Boomie home.
Boomie gonna go home with a 4th place finish. Cody Travis jumping over the down air to hit the side air and close it out. And that gives us our top 3. Sandstorm in the grand finals. Snowy versus Cody Travis coming up next.
It was such a nice side air punish that he found. There's that side light. Almost picked up that side air, going back down to the main platform. He saw that D-Light come out from Boomie. The amount of time that you're stuck as that animation finishes, that was an easy punish for Cody Travis. It still took a lot of damage, but he added it up so well.
That's such a heartbreaker situation for Boomie, because with blasters you have so many long active frame tools that make you very punishable, and on top of that, like, a lot of the combo starters are off of that downlight, which is one of the longest active frame ones there. So he's throwing it out hoping he can get that damage built up, and Cody Travis is like, well, now that you missed, I get to hit you and KO you.
And that's one of the risks that you have to take. It's sort of a calculated risk because, like you said, the follow-ups for blasters are off of that downlight. Compare that to another move that has you stuck in place for a long time, Blaster's neutral light. Did Boomie even throw like a single one of those? If he did, it was like he's playing it back from the corner where he can just throw those out, hoping that his opponent is going to come over the wall and fall into it. But there's not huge opportunities for Boomie to get punished on that one. So I think you're exactly right, pointing out that downlight, because if you look at it compared to the neutral light, he ain't using inlights very much.
Well, unfortunately for Boomie, that means he's knocked out of the tournament. Cody Travis now gets to continue on, and if he wants to win this, he's in the hot seat. He has to get through Snowy in a best of 5 and then go into the grand finals to potentially reset Sandstorm and get another best of 5.
Now we're seeing same characters coming in from Snowy and Cody Travis here. Snowy coming in with the Rayman, Cody coming in with the Barraza. Lifetime score, look at that! That's almost crazy.
Wow. They've never played before. What?
I think most of that must just come off the fact that, like, Snowy's PR 13. So when they would normally go up against one another, it's like it's kind of early on in the bracket where there are so many other possible options for Snowy to run up against. Like, we've seen Snowy a couple times come out and like finish second, but it's rare. So this is one of the few times that they actually run into one another because of that. You see him jumping off the stage. That's why you're looking at our pretty mugs right now. It's because they got the wrong stage choice here as they're going to SD all the way down. That game does not count. We are completely wiping the board.
Yeah, it was in that initial 10-second range where nothing's really happened, and it's totally fine to just reset it, wipe the board, and we'll just go into the next one. Cody Travis banning out the same maps just in case it was something that Snowy was like, you know what, I didn't really want to go to that map. Just kidding, though, because we're going right back to Small Mammoth. I guess it was just a little bit of a tech issue at the start.
Yeah, it could have been a tech issue, connection issue, any one of those things. We'll see what happens, though. We are on the map. The players are about to land. We are getting into this losers finals here. An incredible best-of-5 set that we are about to watch in front of us. Snowy really choosing to go off stage unarmed right off the bat here when he's at the weapon disadvantage. Immediately picks up the gauntlets once he gets back on the main stage, putting out some good damage on a Cody so far. Already has him in the yellow.
Yeah, Snowy playing fast and loose, but some nice wake-up nairs from Cody. And Snowy still really wants to hit these ground pounds, but Cody's just shoving him away. He gets back onto the stage.
For how much space that Snowy was giving like Sandstorm early on in their set, completely different story, at least for the beginning of this set against Cody. He was playing a little bit more defensively, a lot of backdashes coming out from Snowy.
No, but he does hit the N-Light. This is the heavier hitting weapon for Snowy as Cody hits the D-Light dash jump recovery, but unfortunately not on Small Brawlhaven, so it's not going to KO.
Now, one thing that might hurt Snowy a little bit, it doesn't actually here, but you saw that signature come out from Cody Travis, and unfortunately for Snowy, like the only immediate punish he had, I think he was just ready to throw his weapon, so the punish was a weapon toss. It didn't lead to anything big, but he is incorporating these weapon tosses really well, just completely shutting down a lot of the momentum that Cody has. He wants to move forward, bink, he's getting hit by an axe. He wants to jump, bink, he's getting hit by an axe.
It's so crazy, and I don't want to over-metaphor how Snowy's playing, but there's like this jazz element to it, where he's doing very improvised strings, right? Like just a moment ago, it was a gravity cancel axe N-Light into a chase dodge nair, which is something that you rarely ever see. He went for a weapon toss, unarmed N-Light afterwards, but still, like there's just some there's some wildness, some attitude coming from Snowy.
I will stress the metaphor a little bit. It's the Jazz Club scene from La La Land. Nice down signature there with the weapon toss to finish it up. The camera is on Ryan Gosling playing at the piano. All of a sudden, turn around. It's on, I forget her name, but her name is Mia in terms of the character. But yeah, Emma Stone is going back and forth between those two.
Yeah, he is just going all over this set and all over the game, and Cody Travis is a stock behind Snowy. Cody Travis going to have to pull out something bigger. He's got the axe in hand. He's getting some decent chunks, but it's going to take a lot more than a couple of down airs to finish this stock off of Snowy.
Snowy starting this one off so big. He's again over on the wall. We're not seeing too much from Cody. He's just backing up. He knows Snowy is eventually going to come back over to the wall. At least we hope so, certainly. Even though he is at the stock advantage, he could just attempt the timeout. But I doubt that's going to happen. It takes a rare player to really go for that. I'm looking at like Crocky and I.
Yeah. It's definitely a very hard, at the very least, to also time out, especially with 5.5 minutes left in this game. But Cody Travis is hitting the blasters. He's hitting the moves. Sidelight doesn't hit the end sig. And Snowy dodges through the ground pound. He is still getting damage built up on Cody's last stock.
Still going. I was going to say, Cody is really answering back, and now we know why Snowy was stuck on the wall. But unfortunately, none of these moves are KO moves for Cody. Snowy finding a sider there, definitely has Cody in the red. Weapon toss down, not really sure what that was. Oh! Snowy pulls out of that too. You thought he might chase all the way down. He doesn't, completely tunnel vision onto it. Pulls out, keeps himself safe. Cody very much in the red. It's not going to take too much. I don't think a just raw unarmed recovery is going to do it here, even with a downlight right before it. Gonna grab the weapon. Oh, what an option from Snowy! The turnaround slide charge Ensig. What a madman!
Looking like a Knicks player with the slide charge Ensig. Cody Travis was not ready for that option, and I gotta rewind to that rare drop, the D-Light. He was going for the dash jump recovery, ended up getting a, I think it was like a chase forward side sig. Like that was just a rare miss input. The nerves from Cody Travis.
And that was what I think Taza mentioned earlier, is like Cody will miss 1 out of 100. That must have been the 100th one that he misses. And look at the damage that came out. Even though Cody Travis is an extremely tanky character, Snowy threw out less attacks overall. He also hit a higher accuracy on them, and it only took 516 damage. I'm going to rely on the calculator again. That is, what, 172. That's that magic number that Cody had that one time we really praised him.
Yeah, that's definitely efficient. A lot of it was that second stock where Snowy hit the axe down signature into the weapon toss that really deleted Cody very quickly. But we're seeing Cody answer back. His blaster's looking good.
Added up so much damage already. He has Snowy in the orange, so he's at 100 plus now, but Snowy immediately just turned Cody Travis orange as well. Axe in hand, you got to be worried about that. The side air is going to send Cody all the way across the stage. Now Cody's back in the center. D-Light recovery. will KO here. I was expecting it actually not to, because we are on Apocalypse here and not Small Brawlhaven like we saw earlier. And, you know, Rayman doesn't have the least defense in the whole game.
I just love the fact that Cody went for that. There's a lot of players who will whiff the D-Light dash jump recovery, and they'll just go, all right, never doing that again. That was a bad idea. But Cody Travis going to shake it off already in the second game, and he's adding up this damage onto Snowy's second stock.
Zoning out with side air so well. Snowy, you saw him hit back-to-back side lights, nothing after, but he does swap over to the axe, hits the side air. This time, that one's going to be the KO move. Choosing which weapon he wants to stay on. He was still sticking around the gauntlets so that he could choose to swap if he wanted to.
Yeah, he had his pick of the litter on which weapon to go with. Picks up the axe. Kind of a wild down air. I'm not sure if he thought he was going to land on the platform and go for like a down light upward towards Cody, but either way, he does find that landing and hits that down light.
Nice three-piece from Snowy. Didn't even need the true combo option. D-Light recovery. Still in orange. Not going to KO at this point. Almost finds the side air. Cody continuing to add up this damage. Even though Snowy started off this second stock pretty well, that weapon toss still has Cody in the yellow.
There's that jazz aspect of Snowy, right? That he hit the side light in air and then did a weapon toss up. Again, Cody Travis is 3 for 3 in this game for D-Light dash jump recoveries.
Even though Snowy has that jazz element here, we see Cody in the lead. He's kind of the John Legend of this if we're looking back at La La Land, where John Legend comes in and just ruins everything, ruins all of the fun.
Yeah, Cody Travis is a real fun ruiner for Snowy right now. As Snowy's down to his final stock, the Neutralite comes out from Cody Travis. He is just continuing to control that corner as Snowy finally picks up a weapon, but he gets thrown off to the other corner.
They're dead even in damage here, but Cody is still up a full stock.
Punish?
Oh, that's going to be a late punish from Cody. I don't know if the fast fall just didn't come out in time, because we talked about that neutral signature. Shows you exactly where he's going to be by the time it finishes, but Snowy was out of recovery frames, had the dodge in time. Snowy hits that neutral air. It is unarmed. Tries to go for the big move with the side signature. That's going to KO off the top, and that's a big two-stock for Cody Travis.
What a nice pickup for Cody Travis, getting recovery after recovery to finish off each of Snowy's stocks. And that means Cody Travis is, in fact, the John Legend. He is the fun ruiner for Snowy to even up the games.
Zitmaster Flex just tweeted at me. He said, I'm freaking hilarious. So,
all right, you win.
Duke.
I've never gotten a tweet like that. So
that is all I need to continue my behavior. And even
Please,
really not even
more
that much
La La
sometimes.
Land references.
So, yeah, it's everybody in the Brawlhalla community really loves that movie.
Tell me about her aunt.
You know, she was sick for a month, but you know, Snowy, he's kind of sick on it here. He's actually making a big swap though over onto the Raphael.
Yeah, this is an interesting swap. We'll retain the axe from the Rayman, but he'll be swapping those gauntlets out for Katars. So it's kind of a similar ideology, right? Like you've got the heavy-hitting axe, and then you've got the string weapon in the secondary, but we'll see what Snowy can do with the Raphael.
I didn't happen to catch Snowy's level on this Raph before we actually got into this game. They did move pretty quickly into that stage banning.
Yeah, I think we're very busy thinking about how funny you are and didn't catch the levels. But so far,
there's a lot to think about.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a lot to think about there. But Cody Travis getting some good damage built up onto Snowy's first stock in this one, and Snowy not really struggling too much after the swap. Good patience from Snowy to get the second sidelight. Unfortunately, couldn't finish off the stock.
Classic guitar player move, even though this Ragnar is only level 34. Big side air there. Snowy's actually poised for a very solid lead. Rips that one a little bit too early, and Cody turns it around. That is so tough for Snowy. He did the ground pound way too early, so Cody could just kind of float a little bit into that push-off column right when you can push off the wall. And, man, Cody just had control of that once. Snowy maybe got a little bit nervous, maybe thought he had it in the bag when he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, he, like you said, pulled the trigger a little too early on that one. And Cody Travis, the second he hit that down air, that was a turnaround, and that was a punish onto Snowy. Snowy, though, could even this up quick. Yeah, the recovery will do it. Didn't take too much damage for it.
That's a good way to start. He's going to have his pick of the weapons. He is sticking with the Katars on this one, feeling really confident on that. Definitely when you're like early on in the stock, you have some opportunities to hit like 3-4 hit strings on him.
Yeah, as the opponent gets more damage, you'll see those like side lights and down airs, which have a little bit of variable force on them, start to shove the opponent far enough away that you can't really maintain those strings. But for now, gets a side light, end light, doesn't go for a follow-up. Just trying to see how Cody's going to react out of it.
Snowy is really grounded. Even though he'll be in the air sometimes, it's only like one jump height up. You're not seeing him try to like get on top of Cody a lot of times, and I mean above Cody on top of him, not just like stacked on top of him.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing a different playstyle come out from Snowy, despite the fact that, again, the weapons aren't that drastically different from what he had earlier. It goes for the N-Sig read, still getting this damage. Ooh, the fake out, that stutter step like he was going to do the N-Sig.
I love that he didn't do anything whatsoever other than that after the neutral. I just completely changed things up. In case Cody ripped the dodge, out was going to come that neutral signature. Once the iframes on Cody were done, that was going to be a huge spike in KO. Side airs completely zoning Snowy out from the stage. Sweat beats coming out. Did have the dodge off a cooldown in time. Going to sit on the wall for a minute. You see how back Cody is playing. Nice dodge through with the timing on Snowy, completely calling out the side light from Cody.
A really good side air as well coming out from Snowy. Down 6 the wrong way. Cody with the drop on the recovery. And Snowy going to get the stock with the unarmed recovery at the top of the map.
Now, I don't know if Snowy was super confident that he could actually get that stock that quickly, but I know when he hit that side air, I'm sure he was praying like, man, why couldn't I just be on the other side of Cody? Because that side air would have killed. Look at that side sig placed perfectly for Cody Travis. We are dead even. We're also tied 1-1 in the set. Man, what a set to remember. This is a juicy losers finals.
I mean, I said it at the start of the top 4 that you could just start each of these sets with a quote from Foda saying that we are in for a treat because each of these matches have been a delight. On the edge, though, Snowy getting the damage built up. Cody has yet to touch Snowy's final stock.
Oh, hoping he could grab Cody out of the air while he was falling down on top of the weapon spawn. Cody stayed enough away from it that neutral sig came out, completely whiffed, and he was still able to grab the weapon. It's Katars versus Axe yet again for Snowy and Cody somehow getting through that ground pound. Has Cody in the orange on the edge. Nice nair.
Oh, just
Almost
off the mark. He was so close to it, but Cody got high enough. But still, Snowy doing such a good job getting this damage built up. He has Cody close to KO, but Cody fighting back, hitting some axe hits.
Dude, they're both right on top of one another, just whipping side airs. You know they want to connect to add up to the edgeguard situation. Cody on the wall. Snowy doesn't want to commit too much and get stuck. That gets punished immediately. That neutral sig came out. Cody found the side air to punish.
It's a down air. Doesn't have Snowy in the red yet. The side air is not going to put him off screen. Going to try to cover this corner. Snowy has a lot of options to come up here. That soft platform, a side air onto the stage, a gravity cancel also would work, but he's going for none of them. The weapon toss gets him a different weapon pickup. He gets back up, but a side air, and Cody, one more hit. The axe toss will do it. Cody takes game number 3.
Even though the end of that game was really slow in terms of like time between each hit, Cody was in complete control. There was so much damage that went his way that was completely unanswered, or if it was answered, it was a weapon toss that doesn't have to no damage. So nothing huge from Snowy on that final stock. Cody kept his cool and he kept control.
Yeah, it's like Cody sends a text message with like a picture of a middle finger, and Snowy writes him a strongly worded letter and puts it in the mailbox. Just
and you're never supposed to do that.
Yeah, it's not the same in terms of replies.
You write the letter and then you just hold on to it, and that's the kind of the ritual itself is the catharsis that you need.
Let
Hopefully
the hate
Snowy
die with you.
Can get through that as we head back to Apocalypse.
And Snowy sticking with the Raphael for game number 4, hoping to win this one and take it to a game 5, but Cody Travis has different things in mind.
Blasters versus Axe. This time it's going to be Snowy. Starting with the Axe, where we're spending a lot of time on Katars before, definitely in the early stages of all of Cody's stocks. Wanted to opt over to the Katars. There is a spawn on the field. We'll see how quickly he throws his Axe away. There it is. He's able to pick it back up because it does hit Cody. Again, controlling this game. An absolute ground general.
It's crazy the way that he was playing around that weapon spawn as if he was trying to starve out Snowy. Snowy had an axe in his hands, but Cody still danced around that weapon spawn, and ultimately Snowy did need to get that pickup. The D-Light dash jump recovery, not quite enough, but he's getting the extra follow-ups, that side air.
Now that shows you part of the difference between this game and then the small Brawlhalla games that we saw from Cody earlier. Snowy actually turned red earlier on in that D-Light recovery, but it still wasn't enough to KO like it was previously. There are a couple other variables in there because there are different characters, where Boomie was playing the Reno, Snowy's playing the Ragnar.
Yeah, but ultimately, Cody's still getting KO after KO. Hits the side air, the fadeaway onto Snowy, and he's marching his way towards the grand finals.
Cody is in the red. Snowy goes deep with that one, hoping he can find the ground pound for the spiking option. Neutralite, he's going to rip the neutral sig. No, he doesn't. He actually just chases off stage again, goes in with the ground pound, doesn't find a connection.
He was really trying to Beyblade it, let it rip. The down sig connects. Snowy evens it up. What's the weapon pick? He's going to stick with the guitars. Throws him away.
The weapon toss goes down. He also blew his dodge. That kind of stuck him in place while that Neutralite came out. Cody was kind of able to get through him and actually made it over to the weapon spawn in time to grab this axe. We are still pretty even. We'll see if Cody can add up this damage, make this lead a little bit bigger, or if Snowy can actually find the hits that he needs. Nice 2-piece, 3-piece, 4-piece.
Yeah, great conversion off the gravity cancel sidelight. You don't see too many guitar players convert off it. Another gravity cancel sidelight, this time on the axe, leads to a neutral layer, and Snowy's getting some damage built up, but still Cody with the lead.
This is two axe players just completely duking it out with one another. Snowy really adding up that damage now. I believe he's actually ahead of Cody Travis. That Neutralite's going to send him over the wall. Cody has weapon advantage. Ooh, what a great punish.
Still not enough. The D-Light dash jump recovery, and Cody makes the swap. Doesn't hit the Neutralite active frames from Snowy long enough. Sorry, iframes.
You see Cody hunting for those side airs. Staying in the air as long as he can, hoping that Snowy's going to throw out a move to punish the landing, and then Cody can just fall down, hit a side air. He actually does it with the blasters this time. Gets the KO. Nice little lead for Cody Travis here, especially if he can keep Snowy weapon starved or stuck on the guitars. It's going to be a very small subset of moves that he can actually KO with on the guitars compared to the axe.
But Snowy does pick up the axe. Cody Travis just trying to get that extra credit. But Snowy, what is his response? He hasn't really been hitting the signatures of the Raphael, so he's really doing it for the weapons, and the weapon toss connects.
We're still relatively even in this. Snowy just a little bit behind. He is in the yellow, so he's around 50 damage behind Cody. Cody's able to pick up an axe, and Snowy's weapon is actually going to become inactive and despawn. He's not able to get to it again. Cody Travis with weapon advantage almost picks up that dare, continues the damage output, continues control over all of the weapons in this game.
And again, continues the control of the corner. The weapon toss is coming out. Cody throws out an N-Sig, just trying to get some height on it. Snowy does finally pick up an axe, but he's taken so much damage. Can he come back in this?
He has to find something big. He has to continue finding big things as well. Cody Travis already up 2-1 in this best-of-5 set. They're kind of trading blows back and forth here, but Cody certainly ahead of Snowy. You see how far that Neutralite sent him off screen. One or two more of those from the center of the stage, and that might be it for Snowy. Spending some time on the wall. Cody's going to be very careful. Doesn't even attempt the edge guard situation. Sidelight nair. You got to think a side air is going to KO Snowy at this point. A recovery hitting off the top.
Oh, but each of those that don't hit is an opportunity for Snowy to get this damage. He's got him in the red, but the missed N-Sig leads to Cody Travis hitting the side air and closing out the loser's final.
Look how much damage it took Cody before he finally took Snowy out there. We gave him a little bit of trouble for the 599 damage earlier. This time it is 648. I'm going to whip out the calculator yet another time. Actually miss input on the calculator, so think about how correctly all of these players are inputting very well. 216 damage, Duke. That is so much damage to have to put out onto a stock before you take it, but Cody Travis, he kept his cool. That's what the C in Cody stands for, is cool.
He is a cool cat, man. He hit the things that he needed to hit, and he got the KOs, but like you said, that is like almost the opposite of efficient. That was a lot of damage that he had to build up, and it leads to opportunities where you have different KO tools that you wouldn't in the past, right? Like the Blaster's side air, for instance. But still, if he's that inefficient, he is going to struggle because he is now going into the jaws of a lion. He is going into the grand finals to fight Sandstorm.
That is going to mean that Snowy finishes this tournament in third place with the bronze medal. That's going to give him a nice, juicy seed for the World Championships. I'm not sure exactly how much it's going to boost his PR in the long run, but still, that's going to give him a nice seed for the World Championships. It's going to give him a little bit of an easier time through the bracket. We'll see how deep he makes it then, but first, man, this is going to be an unforgettable set.
Yeah, this This is going to be exciting. This is a match that we haven't seen in so long. 2020, that was the history of Sandstorm and Cody Travis. And then Cody Travis was like, you know what? I'm not going to play in the World Championship. I'm not happy with the way things are. I'm going to sit this one out. And then 2021, where was Cody Travis? He has not been performing in the 1v1s, but today he is. Today he is ready to get it against Sandstorm.
Now, the constant in this has been Sandstorm, always in the grand finals, it seems like. He's been going up against Boomie several times, and then we've also seen kind of a rotating cast of characters. It was like Java at one point. It could have been Snowy at one point. It could have been this. It could have been that. But now we are returning back to Sandstorm versus Cody Travis. But we're seeing it in the modern era. It's no longer history. It's happening right in front of us.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. Anyone who's about to get up, to go to the bathroom, to get a snack or anything like that, sit down. This is more important than your bladder, all right? Because we've got a big one. Cody Travis versus Sandstorm. A set count of 5-2 in favor of Sandstorm. Could this be the one for Cody?
It might be, but Cody's going to have to maybe switch things up off of what he thought he might be getting himself into here. He knew it was Sandstorm, but I'm not sure if he saw this Nyx pick coming. We do love a Nyx. Again, more blasters, baby. The end of this bracket, I'm loving it.
Yeah, this is definitely a wild pick from Sandstorm. Again, Sandstorm just kind of playing around. This is a very confident Sandstorm that's willing to start off with some different picks, but he'll still have some similar stuff, right? He'll still have the sight that he's known for, and he's starting off big. Doesn't hit the recovery, though. Cody gets the wall touch.
And it's still going, though. This is what's so scary
about
an excellent Scythe player. Dude, Sandstorm Scythe is so nasty. He gets through, doesn't die, but then he goes in. Oh, no, that KO'd. Oh, what an opening for Sandstorm. He's too sick.
What a big start for Sandstorm. Cody Travis did a good job surviving in all of that, but still immediately jumps into the end sig, and now he's got a big hill to climb.
And one thing that Sandstorm is doing really well is he's playing that skin on Nyx. That is one of the hardest skins on Nyx. The other one, of course, being Surfer Nyx. I'm sure everyone in chat and Twitter will disagree with me, but they're wrong. And it seems like it's powering up Sandstorm, giving him a little bit of extra strength here. Woo! Cody does find the down signature, so he's not too far behind as he gets into this one.
Cody's got all the strength he needs, but we've got both Banes, right? They both put on the masks. One just likes fava beans more than the other. Cody Travis, with the axe in hand, is going to struggle a little bit against the Scythe of Sandstorm, as Sandstorm, again, has him on the wall.
You see the dash jump pivot ground pound coming over the side signature's a whiff. Cody finds one hit, but then Sandstorm finds 3 or 4. Classic Sandstorm moment. You get the hit, you might feel good, but then you're going to feel real bad real quick.
Yeah, I mean, his average damage per engagement has got to be off the charts, as it's a D-Light dash jump recovery, and Sandstorm looking very good and ready to take game number 1.
There's the side light. You see the dash jump turn around neutral light. Cody does find a hit, but then he's going to take a down light and a downer and a side light.
Read the dash through. Cody Travis, though, manages to escape all that pressure.
Sandstorm feeling comfortable on the wall. He's even playing high on it. Based on what we've seen from Cody, there hasn't been too much edge guarding unless Cody's actually the one sent over on the wall and his opponent is the one who pushes that offstage engagement.
Yeah, Cody generally likes to sit on stage, doesn't even throw out like a dash jump fastball down air, which is one of the few options that blasters can have in that situation. Instead, Cody just kind of sits back, waits for the opponent, and that gives Sandstorm a lot of room to sneak up onto that corner as he hits the recovery, and he's one hit away from taking game number 1.
Sandstorm is so good, dude. There's like several times, like when we actually get into the grand final set, that we're wondering, like, oh, is this going to be the time? Is the dynasty over? And time after time, it's always just like, well, at least so far, it doesn't seem that way.
I get upset watching how good Sandstorm is because someone inevitably is like, bro, they're so biased. And it's like, what do you... Did you see the same game? He just destroyed.
Sit down. Sit down, chatter.
He just popped off.
Sit down, chatter. Like, you see the earnings, you see the golds, you see the silvers, you see the bronze, you see the top 32s, the top 8s, literally everything you can gush about on Sandstorm because he's just that good. Look how he's opening this one up, forcing Cody onto the Reno pick. A classic Nyx option that they love to fish for. Sandstorm hits those.
That is the Knicks' dream. That slide charge NSIG, they love to go for it. And Cody is struggling. He makes the swap to the Reno, hoping the orb is going to be the thing to help him out against Sandstorm. But Sandstorm is still hitting his shots.
There's the recovery. KO's off the top. I'm surprised that KO'd, man. Cody at a loss here, even with the character swaps taking so much punishment. If anything, even more punishment than before. And again, spawns back in. First 2 hits go the way of Sandstorm. Does find the side air, only has Sandstorm in yellow. Cody having to fight back from so far, being this far behind, has Sandstorm in the orange. That's a nice side air. Again, his zoning side airs have been so good. I think Taza mentioned that earlier about how good he makes side air look on the blasters.
Yeah, I mean, it's got great reach, great range, but sidelight side air from Cody Travis is still not enough to get this stock off of Sandstorm. He has him in the red, and the side airs are not even going to put him off screen.
Nice downer, and he gets the turnaround neutral air as well. Sandstorm's read on the movement is so good. He finds safe options all the time, it seems like.
Yeah, he's just getting follow-up after follow-up. Cody Travis not able to get this one. The down air, the first time he really throws a hitbox on the edge, and Cody Travis is able to even it up, but he's definitely behind.
That was good positioning and timing from Cody, though. He knew that Sandstorm was going to kind of get stuck on the wall over there when that recovery came out. We talked about the D-Light and the N-Light locking you in place on the blasters. Ooh. The recovery has long active frames as well. They're kind of going back-to-back, almost like Charlie's Angels on that one.
Yeah, trying to get that poster shot. Cody Travis, though, getting some great shots onto Sandstorm. He's starting to get these punishes, but Sandstorm immediately N-Light into the recovery. Needs one more hit. D-Light, ground pound. Sandstorm about to take game number 2.
Cody spawning in on his final stock this game. Able to pick up the weapon quickly. Has Sandstorm in the orange. Finds 2 hits on him. He's straight up running away. He doesn't know how to initiate on the Sandstorm. Every time he throws out a move, seems like 40% of the time, maybe 50, maybe even 60% of the time, he misses. That time, he picks up a nice one, and it's a KO combo. Taken off the top. Cody only about 50 points behind in terms of damage.
Yeah, this is definitely doable for Cody Travis, but at the same time, Sandstorm just already adding up more and more damage. He hits the double nair off the pivot. Down light dash jump recovery. He's 1 hit away. The side sig not going to connect Cody Travis with the soft punish, but he is so far behind. Again.
He's done. And that right there, like, that's exactly why it's so hard to call these games 50-50. Like, anytime that Cody Travis, like, evens up the stock, look at what happens. Like, they're even, but let's be real. Based on what we just saw, they ain't even.
It's just insane how fast Sandstorm is able to add up damage onto Cody Travis. Just like you said, every single time Cody Travis finds some damage onto Sandstorm, it's just immediately taken away. Any lead Cody Travis starts to mount, Sandstorm takes it away. And here we are, game number 3. Sandstorm 1 game away from being crowned the Autumn Champion.
Dude, look at how quickly he's adding this up. Cody already in the yellow. Sandstorm still fresh. Didn't get hit whatsoever.
But Cody on the edge. Oh, he sticks to the down sig a little too long. It has a lot of active frames on that one. And Sandstorm gets around, gets the punish. The side airs. Cody didn't touch!
Oh, no. Cody's going to fall there. Sandstorm's feeling that. This might just be a real quick 3-0. I said this was going to be unforgettable, but I was expecting maybe an insane back-and-forth, unforgettable fight, not just a complete stomp by Sandstorm. I expected the memory to be that different.
I can tell you right now, Cody Travis already wants to forget this. Like, this is going to be a nightmare for Cody Travis. Things are looking dire. Sandstorm feeling so good. He is going for the cheekiest of cheeky plays.
I feel like Cody, after this set, is going to be like EU players after most LANs, where they're like, what LAN? I don't remember a LAN. What happened? What are you talking about?
It's going to be like 2018 Daiku, where he just goes and sits in a corner. Oh, my God, dude.
Oh, dude. Sandstorm's so good.
Oh,
Chatters can sit down if they think
toss.
we're talking about him too much. He's so nasty.
Last stock here for Cody Travis. Can he overcome this massive lead Sandstorm has and close out game number 3 to take this to game 4? He hits the recovery to deny the 3 stock at the very least.
We were seeing Sandstorm attempt to get away from that one as well, but Cody had the direction he was going throughout that recovery. Ton of active frames on that one as you continue just to kind of spin that orb around yourself. He's finding some good damage here, but like you know what can happen in a heartbeat. He finds that D-Light side air, but you know what can happen in a heartbeat.
He's definitely getting cheeky with it, throwing out a lot of signatures, giving Cody Travis some opportunities to get some punishes. Gonna swap over the blasters. D-Light going for the side air. Didn't have him in the KO range for the D-Light dash jump recovery.
They're both doing like the same moves after one another. At least that time, Sandstorm didn't find a hit. Cody did. He has the recovery there. Cody gets the spike. Yo, he might bring this one back. It's going to require literally near perfect, actually perfect Brawlhalla. Actually perfect and a half Brawlhalla here for Cody to take this one. Keep himself alive in the set. He's starting it off real good. He grabs the blasters too. That's going to keep Sandstorm unarmed.
Cody Travis. He's building up the damage. He's bringing this one back. Sandstorm starting to swing for it. Hits the downlight though. Ooh, the fast fall underneath.
Cody's in the red. He has to be so careful. Even though Sandstorm's in the orange, that down air setting up the edge guard situation. Tossing the scythe wide. He's still able to pick it up. Almost gets the down signature. Cody still managing to add up damage. Weapon toss. Sandstorm is still going to have the blasters. Gets back on the stage. Cody, he's done. He almost saved him there. That's how confident Sandstorm felt. He's going to take that game, take the set 3-0. Sandstorm, yet again, your 2021 North America Autumn Champion.
What a heartbreaker for Cody Travis, man. He was so close to hitting the reverse 3, but he just flew too close to the sun twice there. He doesn't get the wall touch for the reset where he could have survived. But man, Sandstorm playing out of his mind, closing it out 3-0 in the grand finals to be crowned the Autumn Champion, like you said.
Goes there. I can't believe Sandstorm even went for that GC sidelight under the stage. What a filthy player, the best to ever do it. Look at the damage right there. You would look at that and think like, hey, yo, good for Cody. I think he won that one. You see 528 damage, more for Cody Travis. Damage taken, 509. That's going to be less for Cody Travis. Damage per engagement, 35. More for Cody Travis. You look at the attacks that came out, though. The percentage is going to favor Sandstorm, and the percentage that he hit, they were the filthy ones. They were the game-changing ones.
And it's so crazy because Sandstorm didn't play Nyx in the tournament up until this point. Sandstorm's just kind of playing what he feels like in the moment, and it's still working. He's so stinking good at the game. He is the champion. He has won multiple tournaments, not even just this year. Like, he just wins so much, and that's going to give him a huge momentum boost going into the grand finals. That's the next big thing, that the World Championship, and Sandstorm has all of the momentum behind him.
Think about the character pool he has as well. Think about the character pool he played today. If we go back and look at the Mammoth Invitational, it was primarily Magyar. But then if you look at like what he did today, he played the Magyar, he played the Mako, he played the Mordex, he played the Nyx that we just saw. He played the Artemis, and let's be real, he was very honest and said it needs a little bit of more time in the crock pot, but there are several weeks in between now and the 1v1 World Championship for North America. I believe it's 5 weeks. That's a lot of time. It's over a month, Duke. That's a lot of time for that Artemis to sit in the crock pot, mix all those flavors up so he can bring that out yet again. Another character that he can add to his character pool, giving him adaptability, giving him change-ups to keep his opponents on their back foot. The ultimate Brawlhalla player.
Yeah, it's definitely going to give him a lot of answers, and it'll be interesting to see what happens. But for now, that gives us our Autumn Championship. Sandstorm, the grand champion of the Autumn Championship, Cody Travis, getting that second place, that silver medal. Snowy with a third place finish, and then Boomie going home with the fourth. That'll do it for the entirety of the Autumn Championship. It's been a fantastic event, fantastic couple of weeks, but for now, that'll do it. Thank you all for watching. I look forward to seeing what people put out in social media, seeing what happens on the esports dev stream, but I think that's going to do it for now. Anything else, Sparky?
Nope, that's all I got.
All right, well, thank you all for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your night, and we'll catch y'all on the next thing, the World Championship. You're not going to want to miss it. See y'all.
this sea.